The first message appeared on a Thursday morning, written in white paint across our black front gate. "He's lying to you." For a full 10 seconds, I just stood there in my slippers, my car keys cold in my hand, staring at the words as if they might rearrange themselves into something ordinary, something harmless. The street was quiet, trimmed hedges gleaming with dew, birds fussing in the sycamore tree by the pavement. Across the road, Mrs. Holloway was walking her dachshund as though nothing had happened, as though my life hadn't just been split open before breakfast. Then I dropped the keys. They hit the driveway with a crack that made me jump. My heart was hammering so hard it hurt. No, not again. I looked up and down the street, expecting to see her, a figure half hidden behind a parked car, a woman with wild hair and a furious face, someone watching to see if I'd read the message. But there was no one, only the words, "He's lying to you." Dan had warned me this might happen. Not this exactly, but something like it. He'd sat on the edge of our bed one night early in our marriage, his expression heavy, his voice gentle, and told me about Cynthia. She was obsessed, he'd said. It started at work, then the emails, the calls, the gifts. When I made it clear I wasn't interested, she got angry, vindictive. "I'm so sorry if she ever tries to drag you into it." And I had believed him. Of course I had. He was my husband. He was kind, careful, patient in all the ways I had never known how to ask for. The kind of man who warmed my side of the bed before I got in during winter. The kind who texted when he landed, when he left the office, when he knew I was home alone and anxious in bad weather. The kind of man who chose me. So when the first stone came through our kitchen window 3 months after the wedding, I believed him then too. When the anonymous emails started, when someone scratched "thief" into my car door, when roses were left on the step with every bloom snapped off below the head. Cynthia, always Cynthia. It was easier, in a horrible way, to have a name. My phone buzzed in my hand and made me flinch. "Dan, leaving the meeting now. Dinner tonight? I'll book that place you like." My throat tightened. For one strange second I almost laughed. There I was, standing in front of a warning painted across our gate like something from a nightmare, and there was my husband texting me about sea bass and candlelight. I typed back with numb fingers. "Something's happened." The 3 dots appeared, vanished, appeared again. What now? Not, "Are you okay?" Not, "I'm coming home." I stared at the screen, suddenly cold despite the morning sun. Maybe I was being unfair. Maybe he was tired. Maybe months of this had worn him down just as badly as it had worn me. I took a photo of the gate and sent it. His reply came almost at once. "Don't touch anything. I'll sort it." Sort it. Like it was a plumbing problem. Like it was nothing. I looked again at the message, and only then noticed the second line, smaller, thinner, written beneath the first, as if whoever had painted it had gone back to add one final kindness, or one final cruelty. "Ask him about Ella." A strange sound escaped me, not quite a gasp, not quite a sob. I didn't know anyone named Ella. The wind moved through the trees overhead, and somewhere nearby a door opened, then shut. Ordinary sounds, ordinary morning. But a pressure had begun to build behind my ribs, a dread so sharp and sudden it felt like recognition. I took another step toward the gate. There, half hidden behind one of the brick pillars, was an envelope taped neatly to the post. My name was written on the front in small, precise capitals. Not Mrs. Harwood. Not occupant. Just Lucy. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely peel it free. Inside was a single folded sheet of paper. I already knew, before I opened it, that I shouldn't. That whatever was inside would change something. Maybe everything. Still, I unfolded it. The handwriting was tidy, controlled, not wild at all. "Cynthia didn't send those messages. You need to stop believing your husband because he is dangerous. If you want the truth about Dan, find out what happened to Ella Winter." At the bottom of the page was one final line. "He'll tell you I'm crazy. That's what he always does." A car pulled into the drive behind me. I screamed. Dan was out before the engine had fully stopped, his face tight with alarm. "Lucy!" I shoved the note behind my back on instinct. He saw the gate. His expression changed, but only for a moment. Shock, then something flatter, harder to read. "Oh God," he said quietly. I searched his face for anger, for fear, for the outrage of a husband seeing his wife threatened. Instead, I found calculation, swift and hidden so well I might have missed it if I hadn't been looking for it. "Did you touch anything?" he asked. I could hear my own breathing, fast, uneven. There was a letter. His eyes locked onto mine. What letter? I should have handed it over. I should have trusted him. Instead, I stepped back. And for the first time since I married Dan Harwood, I wondered whether the person outside my house wasn't the one I needed to fear most. Chapter 1. Fear is addictive. I keep scrolling through my phone, reading article after article about the woman who was found in the woods near my house the other day. It's a miracle she didn't die after what they did to her. I tell myself that reading about her, knowing all the facts, will put my mind at ease. But it doesn't. It just brings back all the memories I try so hard to keep locked down. I hear my husband's footsteps nearing and turn my phone face down so he can't see what I was looking at. "I'll run you a bath," Dan says, planting a kiss on my lips and heading for the bathroom. He's getting ready to go out this evening, his smart trousers loose at the waist, his perfectly ironed shirt still on the hanger. Sometimes I like to watch my husband as if I don't know him, imagining him as a stranger. It's still there, that flip in my tummy and spark in my chest that I always get at the sight of his broad back and shoulders. Not a day has passed since the first time I met him that I haven't adored him. Sometimes it's so strong it feels like a sickness. As he walks out of the room, I have an overwhelming urge to throw my arms around his neck, pull him back into bed, and beg him to stay home tonight. But I'm not going to do that. I hear the bathroom taps turn, water rushing into our claw-footed tub, the lavender and eucalyptus tang of my expensive bubble bath wafting through the air. Knowing Dan, he's probably lit candles in there too, the nice ones he bought for me last Christmas. He heads downstairs, humming a nondescript tune as he unloads the dishwasher and tidies up the kitchen. I'm still in the bedroom when he comes back up to our room and finishes getting dressed. "I won't be long," he says, kissing me on the lips again. A slow kiss this time, the kind that normally leads to more. "I'll lock the door behind me. You just relax." I follow him to the landing and watch him pad downstairs and pull on his coat. "Thank you. I love you," I call out, blowing him a kiss as I open the door to the bathroom, eager to melt into a sea of bubbles. But as I enter, I glance up and grind to a halt, my heart stopping along with my feet. On the mirror above the sink, a message has been scrawled in bright red lipstick. "Your husband isn't who he says he is." Dan was the only one here, but he wouldn't have written this. I stumble backwards. I can hear Dan opening the front door. I want to call out to him, tell him to stop, beg him not to leave. I want to make a noise, any noise, but all my words are caught in my throat. I go to run out of the room, my legs threatening to give way beneath me. But as I turn, I collide hard into someone. "Bye," Dan calls out from downstairs. I open my mouth to scream, but a hand is clamped over my face so tight I can taste tobacco on the intruder's skin. The front door slams shut, Dan turning the key twice in the lock. Click, click. I can't move. I can't breathe. I look up at the face of the stranger in my house, my eyes widening as I realize who it is. Chapter 2. Sunday, 8 days earlier. The farmer's market is busy. A woman jostles into me, and for a short moment the world stops. The first thing I notice are her bright pink shoes with the green bows. I recognize those shoes. I don't realize I'm holding my breath until I'm doubled over, a violent twist in my guts making me drop my basket, all the carefully selected avocados falling to the ground. I crouch down to pick them up, my gaze traveling from the woman's heels up past her summer dress to the back of her head. Her hair is the exact shade of caramel as Harper's. Same color, same tumbling curls resting on her shoulders, same long neck, so delicate and slender. But this stranger isn't Harper, because my best friend is dead. Also, Harper wouldn't be wearing those bright pink shoes with the green bows, because her killer took one of them after he hit her, that delicate, slender neck breaking as she fell to the forest floor.
Freya? I look up from the ground, placing my dusty avocados back in the basket, the woman, who is not my dead friend, having melted back into the crowd. The sun creates a silhouette of my husband, Dan's handsome face cast in shadow. I hope he can't see the tears pooling in my eyes. "Are you okay?" he asks, holding out a hand and pulling me to my feet. I brush myself off and nod, waiting for the world to right itself again. I say nothing about Harper because Dan has heard everything there is to say about her, and how she died, and how she was like a sister to me, closer to me than my actual sister. This isn't the first time a woman with hair the color of freshly baked cookies has walked past me and made me cry. "I bought you these," he says, handing me a bouquet wrapped in brown paper. The first of the season, apparently. Peonies. Dan knows peonies are my favorite, the same way he knows I love going to the farmer's market with him every Sunday. It's impossible to park here, so I insist on walking the 25 minutes, even when it's too hot or too wet. Getting there is easy, as it's downhill, but climbing the long road back home with arms aching from tote bags full of fruit and veg is not much fun. But Dan never complains. He accompanies me every week because he knows it makes me happy. "Thank you. They're beautiful," I say, smelling the tight pink balls that within a day or two will bloom into exquisite flowers. I'll put them in the blue and white jug he bought me when we visited Delft last year, one of Dan's many surprise weekends away. I took up pottery last year after my GP told me it would be a good idea to do something creative to take my mind off things. Dan booked us the long weekend away so we could visit the ceramics factory in the pretty Dutch town and see how the experts do it. I don't do much pottery now, just the odd craft project here and there, but that little jug always makes me smile. The man on the stall said peonies are only available for 6 weeks of the year. I had no idea. "I guess I'll have to buy you lots more next week," he says, his eyes shining. "They come in white and dark red too." I know all this, but I kiss him anyway. "Shall we head back and make some lunch?" I ask. "I have avocados, tomatoes, sourdough. I bought a blueberry pie. We have ice cream in the freezer." Perfect. And it really is. Everything is so very perfect. I have to remind myself of that when images of Harper flood my mind. There are good people in this world, good moments, good men. Men like Dan, who has dedicated his life to helping others and who has never left my side since the day I met him. Harper died nearly 3 years ago on the night of my third date with Dan, less than a mile from where I live. That morning, my best friend had come to my house to borrow an outfit because she was meeting a man for dinner too. Nothing of mine suited her except my shoes, so I'd insisted she borrow the pretty pink heels, as they'd brought me luck finding Dan. I was certain they would work their magic for her too. I was wrong. Dan and I slept together for the first time that night in his apartment. He lived just a few streets away from me at the time. While I lay sleeping in the arms of my future husband, my best friend lay dead in the woods, her body discovered by a dog walker the following morning. Dan hardly got to know the non-grieving version of me before the guilt of her death began to eat away at me. Why did the killer take one of my shoes? Would Harper have been safer wearing different heels? Was her death partly my fault? The man she'd matched with on a dating app was the prime suspect at first, until it was proven via CCTV that he'd been driving home in the other direction at the time of her murder. Dan says I can't stay angry or scared forever. But how do you move on when your friend was killed by a man the police can't find? "Let me take that," he says, meaning my giant wicker basket. I pass it over and dust myself off, linking arms with him as we head home. He's struggling to carry the heavy basket. "This is so impractical, Freya," he says, "yet you bring it every week." He's smiling. He even chucks me under the chin, but I know I'm not easy to live with. "It holds a lot more than a normal bag," I reply. A lie. The truth is the basket is aesthetically whimsical, with its twisted handle and pretty floral lining, so when I ask Dan to take photos of me at the market and put them on my Instagram and Facebook pages, I get comments like, "What a charmed life," and "I wish I was you." It may be somewhat pathetic of me, but it still gives me a little buzz. I don't know half the people who follow me online, but they clearly enjoy the photos and videos I create of our impeccable home, the cute crafts I make, and the organic dishes I cook. I share photos of me and Dan, simple things like a coffee in the garden with Sushi, our tabby cat, or Dan's head resting on my lap as we read our books in front of the fire. I never show his face. He says it wouldn't be professional because of his job, but you can still see how handsome he is from his strong arms and stubbled jawline. It's silly, really, to share these little slices of perfection, but I need to document my life so I can look back on it and see how lucky I am. In the online version of my life, there's no dead Harper. Nor can you see the other dark cloud in our beautiful blue sky marriage. His other woman. Dan and I cross the lawn hand in hand, duck under the trees, and come out onto the main road that takes us up to Muswell Hill and the large Edwardian house I've lived in all my life. "Want me to start on lunch?" Dan asks as we let ourselves in. I pick up the post on the doormat that's been sitting there since yesterday and place it on the kitchen table. Dan is looking at his phone.
I've been with him long enough to know he's checking his work emails. He won't say anything, though, because Sundays are about us being together. "Go and do some work if you have to," I say. "I'll put all the shopping away and let you know when lunch is ready." "You're the best," he says, placing his phone in his pocket and kissing me on the lips. We've been together 3 years, yet the way he kisses me has never changed. He lingers, his lips parting, and I feel my body yield to him, his strong arm around my waist as he pulls me closer. "I love you," he murmurs into my mouth. I close my eyes, savoring every second of this. The smell of him, the taste of him, the heat from his chest onto mine. "I love you too." He kisses my forehead, pats me on the bum, and goes into the living room, shutting the door behind him. I switch on the radio before slicing the bread and chopping the avocados and tomatoes, humming along as the Kinks sing about sunsets on the river and being in paradise. As the bread toasts in the baby blue toaster I spent far too much money on, I flick through the post, a letter from the council, a credit card bill, and a pink envelope with that large, looped writing I've begun to know so well. My mouth instantly turns dry and sour. It's from my husband's admirer, Cynthia Mandeville Leonard, rich, beautiful, sophisticated, and completely insane. The only blemish on my pretty little life. I check the kitchen door is closed and open the letter, the smell hitting me right away. Peony and lily of the valley. It took me a long time to discern what perfume Cynthia sprays on her writing paper. I spent an entire morning in Selfridges sniffing every bottle they had until I discovered it was one of the very expensive Gucci fragrances with a dragonfly on the bottle. The name is something about tears. "My darling Dan, I dreamed of you again last night. When will you come to your senses and divorce your wife? She's so plain, so boring." "I can give you the life of your dreams. I can only wait so long. Don't make me do something drastic." Her letters used to upset me, but now they just annoy me. My husband is a psychiatrist, a very good one and a very respected one. He has his own practice in Harley Street and treats some of the richest and therefore most unhinged people in the world. He told me about Cynthia a few months after we met. The daughter of an earl and dripping in old money, she was one of his patients, but then, when I came on the scene, she became more and more obsessed with him. He assured me that as soon as she made any advances towards him, he transferred her to a different doctor. But when she learned of our engagement, she began to stalk him properly. She would turn up at the restaurants we were dining in, wait for him outside the house, calling his mobile 10 times a day until he had to change his number. I've only ever seen her from afar. She's never been violent or threatening, but he's still got a restraining order against her. He thinks she disappeared months ago when her letters stopped arriving. He was so pleased with himself for taking the legal route to stop her nonsense, as if that ever works. But the truth is, she never went anywhere. I just intercept his post now, so he has no idea she's still on the scene. It's not just that I need to know how much of a threat she is. I do it to protect him and his mental health. I didn't like the stress it caused him, or the strain this twisted lunatic was putting on our marriage. The letters are less frequent now, so it must be working. She's finally getting bored.
I rip the thick paper into tiny cream petals, scattering Cynthia's words in the kitchen bin so Dan won't seam them. She can write all the letters in the world, but he will never know she's still after him. I'll do whatever it takes to hold on to my marriage.
Chapter 3. I have no idea what happened in the action movie Dan chose to watch tonight because I dozed off. I made a chicken casserole for dinner, using some of the vegetables we bought at the farmer's market, and we ate it in front of the TV. Comfort food, a sofa covered in blankets, and a day of fresh air are a lethal combination. I yawn and stretch, noting that Dan has already cleared the plates away. "Keanu got the baddies in the end," he says, taking my bare feet into his hands. I fall back against the cushions and close my eyes as he kneads the soles of my feet with his thumbs. Do I look tense? I must do. "Good job I booked the Heron 3 months ago," he says. "It just received a 2nd Michelin star. No way we'd get a table now. I can't believe that we've been married a year already, or that I'm married to the kind of guy who takes me to places like the Heron for our wedding anniversary and massages my feet without being asked." "I can't wait," I reply. "I'll wear that blue dress you bought me." His eyes light up, making something warm pool in the pit of my stomach. The day we married, I promised myself I'd try to be more positive and focus on our future instead of the past. I've been trying really hard to live in the moment and practice gratitude every day. It's why I'm always posting pictures on social media about how blessed my life is. Yet sometimes, like seeing those woman's shoes this morning, then coming home to yet another creepy letter, I get pulled back into that unshakable thick darkness. "Are you okay?" he asks. "You've been a bit distracted since we got back from the market." I think about what Cynthia wrote, and I tense up all over again. "I'm fine. I just don't want to go to work tomorrow. I wish every day could be like today, just me and you relaxing together." Dan smiles at me, his gaze lingering on mine for so long it makes my stomach squirm. "What about you?" I ask. "Got a busy week ahead?" He makes a face. "Yeah, lots of work and none of it fun." He's always said how satisfying his job is, yet lately he's been talking about how relentless life is. I have a feeling he's building up to talking about running away again. He keeps hinting about life being better outside London, and it's making me feel a bit anxious. "I was thinking," he says, "how would you like to live by the sea one day?" Bingo. I go to answer but let out a low groan instead. God, he is so good at foot massages. He laughs and moves his hand up the backs of my legs. I know exactly where this is leading. "Yeah," I say, clearing my throat, "but only if it was in Cornwall overlooking the beach, something small and cute, but big enough for a family, of course." I say these things because I know it makes him happy, and because it's fun to talk about pipe dreams, like winning the lottery or what Hollywood actor you'd cast to play you in a biopic. But it's all make-believe, because the truth is I'm not leaving my father behind, or the house that has been in his family for generations. Mountview belongs to me. It's been in my family forever, and I've lived here my whole life. In fact, it's never belonged to anyone outside of my family. My grandfather was even born here. With its 5 bedrooms, high ceilings, a large garden full of buddleia and honeysuckle, and views over Highgate Woods, it's an absolute dream of a house. There aren't many 32-year-olds that can say they own a 3-story house in one of the nicest parts of North London. Although the only reason Mountview belongs to me is because my mother died when I was 4 years old. Then when my father got diagnosed with dementia, he signed everything over to me. People remark on how lucky I am to live mortgage-free in such a beautiful home, but it didn't come without a price. "Have you spoken to Bella lately?" Dan asks. I sigh, puffing out my cheeks and falling back against the sofa cushions. Every time we discuss the possibility of moving house, Dan automatically mentions my sister. Which stands to reason, seeing as me getting the house, and not her, has become a major sore point between us. "I think she's in Shanghai for a shoot," I reply. "I left her a voice message, but you know how she is." Bella left for New York at the age of 17, 7 years ago, when a modelling scout spotted her shopping in Covent Garden. Within months, she was booked on a high-profile fashion campaign and never looked back. She's never in the same place for more than a few weeks. When she found out I owned the house and had to put Dad into care, she didn't speak to me for a whole month. Even now, she's still a bit prickly.
You have to stop feeling guilty, Dan says, pushing his thumbs into my feet harder. You stayed in London, you cared for your father, and now you get to keep Mount View. Bella wasn't around for when things got tough with your dad. No, you were, I want to say. It was Dan who searched the streets with me when Dad would go on midnight wanderings, and Dan who comforted me when my father no longer knew who I was. And it was also him who helped me research care homes and sorted out all the paperwork. My husband is the one who has been by my side since my friend died and my father got ill, not my sister. Yet I still miss her. I miss all three of them. Bella is loaded anyway, Dan continues. You think someone like her would want to settle in the suburbs? She never knows what she wants. Bella is 8 years younger than me, richer, prettier, and way more successful in every way. Yet Dan talks about her like a loser who's the bane of my life. I know he does it to make me feel better, but all it does is remind me that once my dad passes away, which realistically will be in the next few years, my sister is the only relative I have left. Hey, Dan says, pulling me onto his lap and nuzzling my neck. Don't look so glum. Life is good,
Doesn't it? I look up into his kind face. This man, always trying to cheer me up, helping me look on the bright side of life. I have him, my house, a job that matters, my father is nearby, and I get to see him as often as I want. Dan is right. I'm very lucky. Life is perfect, I squeal as he kisses my neck. You men, always after the same thing. Yep, a cup of tea. I laugh, but he's not joking. Seriously? I say, getting to my feet, my very relaxed feet. Okay, I guess you deserve it. How about one of my freshly baked shortbread biscuits to go with it? I head for the kitchen as Dan shouts after me, I love you, Freya Green. I'm grinning as I switch on the kettle and stare out onto our street. Even though it's early evening and getting dark, I can see the trees are blooming, and there are still a few kids outside passing a ball to one another. Summer is just around the corner, and it lifts my spirits. Dan's right. Life is perfect. Although would my husband be this chirpy if he knew Cynthia was still obsessing over him? I brush the thought away, reminding myself that I'm doing the right thing, protecting Dan from the stress that crazy woman brings. It was a nightmare last year when she wouldn't leave him alone. We had to get the police involved, and expensive lawyers. It's ridiculous how few rights victims of stalkers actually have. I don't want to go through all of that again, or have him pushing even harder for us to sell up and leave London. I'm not losing my home because of that woman. I pop 2 tea bags into the mugs and pour hot water on them. I go to throw the tea bags in the bin and pause for a moment, staring at the petals of paper scattered amongst the dinner scraps. My chest instantly grows heavy. Will we ever be free of Cynthia? I glance behind me, checking Dan is still in the living room, and close the kitchen door. Inside the flowery teapot I bought at the charity shop a few weeks back, I've hidden 2 more letters from Cynthia that I wanted to reread before destroying. I fish them out and scan over them again, my guts twisting and writhing at the flourish of her cursive writing against the embossed white paper, no doubt written with an expensive fountain pen like a Mont Blanc or a Conway Stewart. Imagine having so much money yet choosing to waste your time obsessing over a man you can't have. I hold my breath as I read the first letter, dated 2 weeks ago. Words I've read and reread so many times I could recite them off by heart. I'm always watching you, Daniel. I will never let you out of my sight. We belong together. The next was from just 6 days ago. Get rid of her so we can be together. Don't make me do it for you. Don't make me do it for you? I shudder. This is why I kept these 2 letters in particular, because they sounded more threatening than the others. I considered going to the police again, but decided not to in the end. What's the point? There's nothing they can do, and it will only make things between Dan and me more strained. I rip both letters into teeny pieces and push the scraps deeper into the rubbish where Dan will never see them. That's that. Out of sight, out of mind. I wash my hands, add milk and 1 sugar to both mugs, and pick them up. The next second, both mugs smash at my feet as something comes crashing through the window. There isn't time to react as the missile sends dozens of glass shards splintering through the air. I drop to the floor, surrounded by hot tea,
broken china and glass. What the hell just happened? I look around me at the mess, and that's when I see it. A rock with a note attached to a rubber band. Someone must have thrown it through the window. I pick it up and read it. I see you. My heart pounds erratically, my arm throbbing where the rock hit it. Is someone outside, watching me? I stand up slowly, using the kitchen cabinet for support, the note in my other hand accidentally piercing my finger with a shard of glass as Dan bursts into the kitchen. His eyes widen with concern as he surveys the chaos. Jesus! Freya, are you okay? What happened? He's holding up my hand, a thin river of blood working its way down my index finger and pooling into the creases of my palm. While he's studying my injury, I stick the note in my pocket. I don't know, I say, kicking the rock behind me. I think it was the children playing football outside. They must have hit the window. Dan is always telling the local kids off for kicking their ball into our roses and drawing on the pavement. I like the sound of children playing, but he says those ones aren't from around here, probably from the rough council estate down the road. He says I should keep away from them. I'll get you a plaster, he says, running off. Once he's out of the room, I inspect the rock. It's just a normal, smooth stone, one of many we have lining the path outside our front door. I drop it in the bin like it's scalding hot, just as Dan enters the kitchen. Run your hand under the tap, he says, and careful where you step, I'll clear all this up. In a daze, I do as I'm told while he disinfects my finger, grumbling about unruly children and lack of community, before carefully placing a plaster on the small cut. I always thought Cynthia was harmless, persistent but not dangerous. Now I know I'm wrong. My husband's stalker hates me, and she wants to hurt me. Chapter 4. Monday. The sun is only just rising, but I haven't slept a wink. I've left Dan gently snoring upstairs and gone to the kitchen to retrieve the rock from the bin. In the dim light of the window, the broken half of which Dan boarded up with a piece of wood he found in our shed, I run my finger over the smooth surface and shudder, burying it deeper in the rubbish. Was the message directed at me? It had to be. I was the only one in the kitchen at the time. I never imagined Cynthia would be capable of such a thing, such violence. I glance at the kitchen clock. It's not yet 6 o'clock. Dan's alarm won't go off for another half an hour. Good. I need this time to think. I switch the kettle on and nibble on a chocolate hobnob while I wait for the water to boil. I tug at the wood on the window again. It holds firm. Dan did a good job. Those awful children, he kept muttering as he hammered the board in place. They shouldn't be allowed to play on our street if they don't live here. I'll call someone in the morning and get the glass replaced. I can't tell Dan that Cynthia threw the rock. If I did, then I'd have to tell him about the letters and admit I've been keeping secrets from him. Then he'll be furious with me, or, even worse, insist we move house for our own safety. I don't see why I should sell my childhood home because of some crazy woman who, until now, has been annoying but harmless. I rub my eyes. I work half days on Mondays, Tuesdays, and a full day on Fridays. I'm overqualified for my admin role at Hope House, but I like what I do. I originally trained as a social worker. I did it for years and enjoyed being able to help others. But after Harper was murdered, I struggled to work full-time, and my cases began to get harder to manage. My doctor signed me off work, and Dan convinced me to take things slow. I think he saved my life back then. I made the most of my time off. I learned how to bake and sew, decorating Mount View, and bringing colour into the drab rooms my father hadn't changed in decades. Because the house has been passed down through generations, there's no mortgage, which has meant I've always been able to save most of what I earn. I was lucky that between that and living with Dan, there was no rush for me to find work straight away. But with no job or purpose in life, I soon became restless. That's when Dan suggested I work part-time at a local crisis centre he used to volunteer at. Dan often works pro bono 2 or 3 evenings a week at various charities and associations, and it felt right for me to put my energy somewhere that mattered. My work at Hope House is perfect for me. I manage the front desk, input data for incident reports, and organise meetings and therapy sessions. It's walking distance from home, it's easy work, and it's a comfort to know that I play a small part in helping women who have suffered at the hands of abusive men. women like Harper. I make my morning chamomile tea and add some of the organic honey we bought in the market. The peonies on the windowsill are starting to open up, an explosion of little pink puffballs like pom-poms. I smile at the sight of them and breathe in their perfume. Sipping the sweet chamomile, I scroll through my phone. Bella has replied to my message. "Hey, how's Dad? I'm still in China. Not sure if I'll be able to visit next month as planned. I'll keep you posted." That's it. No kisses, emojis, or "how are yous?" I could call her. It's mid-afternoon in Shanghai. No, she's probably busy and she'll only worry that something has happened to our dad. I heart her message and try not to let it upset me. Bella and I couldn't be more different. She hates to hear it, but I practically raised her. My father was an old dad, and our mother died giving birth to her. So because of the 8-year age gap, my teen years were spent babysitting, and my early 20s spent wrangling a rebellious teenager. She thought I was too strict. I thought she was too disobedient, and my father took my side regardless. Maybe that's why Bella left home at such a young age. I thought our father was crazy letting her go, although looking back, that may have been the start of his dementia. As for me, I pined for her. I was 25 by then, with very little relationship experience, still living at home
and not really enjoying my life. Looking after her was all I knew. That was 7 years ago. Now Bella is 24, but unlike me at her age, she's living the dream. While she travels the world walking runways, I visit our father in a care home and bake him cakes. While she's drinking in exotic bars with male supermodels and millionaires, I'm visiting farmers' markets and doing arts and crafts. Sometimes I'll be in the doctor's waiting room, flicking through a glossy magazine, and there she is, my little sister, looking like someone I don't know. Dan's right, she wouldn't want to move back to Muswell Hill anyway. She must think my life is so dull and twee. "Don't take it personally," my best friend Harper said the day my sister left for New York, and I spent all day crying on her shoulder. "Bella is only a pain in the butt because she's jealous of you." I laughed at how ridiculous that sounded. Jealous of what? Jealous that you got to have a mother, even for just a short while. I'd felt instantly guilty then, because Harper was right. But what she didn't say was that had my sister not been born, my mother would still be here. "Good morning." Dan's overly jolly greeting makes me jump, a little of my tea splashing over my hand. He plants a kiss on my cheek, and I smile at him, because choosing to be happy is the best way to start the day. I switch the kettle back on for him and rub his arm as he stares at the broken window, shaking his head. "I spoke to the repairman last night. The soonest he can do is Tuesday at 2. Will you be home tomorrow before we go out to dinner?" I smile and nod, and he thanks me, planting a kiss on my forehead before exiting the kitchen. I don't know what I'd do without Dan. He's been my rock. Talking of which, I peer into the bin where the large stone Cynthia threw at me is still hidden. I swallow down the gnarly lump in my throat and take a deep breath. I can't let Dan see how twitchy she's made me. I still have a couple of hours left until I start work, so I head upstairs to the back bedroom that we've converted into a home gym. We have 5 bedrooms, as well as our ensuite bedroom and the gym. We turned another into an office. We have the spare room for guests, even though no one ever comes to stay, and the smallest room we call the nursery, even though it's more of a dumping ground at the moment. Dan and I talk about having kids a lot, even more now that we're married, but he understands I'm not ready to be a mother yet. It's totally understandable, he always says, ever the psychiatrist. He means because of my own mother dying while giving birth and me having to raise my sister for so many years. He says he can wait. I hope he can, because Dan would make the perfect father, and I know all about perfect fathers. The TV in our mini home gym is linked to my phone, so I choose my favorite online Pilates instructor and roll out my mat. Dan enjoys going for runs and says it's important we keep fit, healthy body, healthy mind, and all that. I was never into exercise until I met him, but now I love that my stomach is tighter and my dresses hang loosely over my hips. The way my husband looks at me with pride is enough to roll out my mat, even on days when I'm too tired.
Maybe this is why I struggled to find a nice man before Dan. Maybe I never loved myself enough until he came along. I tie my hair back in the mirror and look at my side profile, trying my best to silence the voices in my head, telling me my nose is too big and my eyes are too small. Growing up, Bella was the beauty, and I was the clever, dutiful one, the studious one at school and the clucking hen at home. I was fine with that. In fact, I was proud of that role. Bella would sneak out of the house at night to go to parties, smoking weed with friends and spending her pocket money on makeup. But I didn't care that at 16 she was more fun than I was at 24.
It wasn't until I met Dan that I questioned my worth. It was subtle at first, the snide comments and looks other women gave me. Nothing awful, more curiosity than envy. What would a man like him be doing with a girl like that? Every waitress flirts with him, every woman in the street smiles at him, men even step out of his way on the pavement. I can't imagine what it must be like to walk through life, thinking that doors open this easily for everyone. Dan could have his pick of any woman, but he chose me. I'm half proud, half confused, and always a little nervous about it. I stretch and crunch on the mat, Sushi the cat walking beneath my legs as I count my crisscross sit-ups. Sushi used to be Bella's cat, for all of 5 minutes. She was a 15th birthday present 9 years ago that she endlessly begged for, then lost interest in within a few months because the cat hair was ruining her clothes. Bella isn't too fond of my husband either. I don't trust him, she said, an hour after meeting him for the first time 2 years ago. She was in London for Fashion Week and had one spare day before she flew back to New York. When she discovered that Dad was more ill than she realized, she was furious I hadn't involved her, already blaming my mystery boyfriend for having convinced me to put Dad out of the way in a home, as if Dan hadn't watched me struggling with a mentally ill father for a year. Well, you'll get to meet him tonight, I'd said to her. I was so sure she'd love Dan. To this day, she's the only one who hasn't immediately fallen in love with him. Where does he live? She'd asked me on the way to the restaurant. Not far, I'd replied, not telling her that as soon as Dad had moved out, I'd moved Dan in. Neither did I mention to my sister that her old bedroom was now Dan's home office. This was her first time home in 2 years, and for once I put my needs before hers, and I wasn't about to make things worse. At the fancy restaurant, we'd all squeezed into a booth, Dan somehow ending up seated between us both. At one point, the waiter thought my boyfriend and sister were a couple, which made them both laugh. I didn't find it funny. My cheeks flushed so hard they stung, and I had to excuse myself to the bathroom to splash cold water on the back of my neck. Bella followed me, thinking I was unwell. "You hate him," I'd said, blinking until my eyes cleared. "No, I don't. I just think he's—" "What?" I'd hissed. "Too good for me." She'd rolled her eyes and laughed, a real belly laugh. "No, Freya, you're too good for him. Don't let those sparkly eyes of his fool you. You can't trust men like him." Harper had been right, jealousy. My sister had it all, but she didn't have what I had, true love. Things were never the same between us after that. Dan proposed a few months after our dinner, and we had a small wedding in the local church, followed by a pub lunch for close friends, people I've hardly seen since. But my sister wasn't there. I told Bella we weren't having any guests, that it was only a small, informal service. I convinced myself that it was too far for her to travel for such a small celebration. Plus, I was saving her the hassle of coming up with a plausible excuse as to why she couldn't come. But the truth is, I wanted to be the most beautiful woman in the room that day, and I wanted everyone I invited to be happy for me. Plus, I didn't want my sister, the only person in the world who I might actually listen to talk me out of it. Bella has only been back to the UK twice in the last year, and both times I met up with her alone. She seemed happy about that too. I stopped counting my sit-ups and jumped to my feet as Dan walks into the room. "Looking good, sweetheart. I'm off to work," he says. "Don't forget I'm volunteering at the AA club tonight. Save me some dinner, please." I beam up at him. "I'm using the courgettes we bought yesterday for a recipe I saw in a magazine." "Love you," he shouts out as he leaves the room. My aching tummy flips at his parting words. I know my sister is just being protective,
But how could she think Dan is untrustworthy? What has he ever done but love me? Chapter 5. Hope House is very different to Mount View. I've worked here for 2 years, yet the contrast between the soft tranquility of my home and the constant chaos of this place never gets any less abrasive. No matter how homely everyone who works here tries to make it, at the end of the day, this building is a place women run to, so they can hide, breathe, heal, and get help. There's a static of panic in the walls that no amount of pastel-colored chalk paint can hide. "Freya!" Angela cries as she slides from behind reception and gives me a long hug. Today, her hair is a riot of red curls, with long maroon nails to match. I like Angela. Although they look nothing alike, Angela reminds me of my mum. At least the parts I remember about her. Or maybe it's just that every time I see my boss, I want to cuddle her. "Girl, you are looking skinny. Have a donut." She passes me a packet of sugary rings, the bright yellow reduced sticker showing that they're 2 days out of date. They look and feel stale, but I take one anyway. Angela is the center manager and basically runs the place and everyone in it. She may be the one in charge, but she manages to make everyone feel like their family. "And how is that handsome man of yours?" She asks me that every day, and every time I blush and she laughs. I think Angela just loves to laugh. Sometimes Dan picks me up from work, waiting on the pavement outside, because men aren't allowed inside Hope House unless they're working there. And I watch the ripple effect he has over the women as they peer out of the window and point him out. Even women who hate and fear all men still make an exception for Dan.
"My husband is fine," I say.
"He sure is." I bite my lower lip, which makes her laugh deepen. "It's our first anniversary tomorrow," I add. "Girl, that's wild. I remember your wedding day like it was yesterday. You looked so pretty, and my God, did your man look proud to have you on his arm." He did. He really did. Even though we kept our wedding small, I still wore a big dress, and he bought a new suit, and it was all very pretty with pink peonies and gold cutlery. We went to Venice for our honeymoon, and when I got back, I wore my wedding dress to see Dad at the care home. He didn't know who I was, plus standing there in my wedding dress made him confused, so I got changed. "Busy day today," Angela says, tapping my PC. I get the hint and take my place behind the desk just as the phone starts to ring. The morning goes by in a blur of women and children coming and going. Some are regulars, others are new. Not all of them have visible injuries or look like they're struggling financially, but they all carry their own kind of pain. Hope House is made up of 2 unmarked houses knocked together at the end of a residential Muswell Hill street. From outside, they look like normal homes, but inside it's a safe refuge for anyone who needs advice, help, or somewhere to sit quietly. The front desk is the first thing you see when you enter the building. On the counter, we hand out free condoms and flyers highlighting services for domestic abuse victims, parenting classes, and art therapy. We also have free bookmarks and stickers featuring our logo and emblazoned with "Believe Women." Once you pass the front desk, you're in the waiting room, which I've been allowed to improve with my love for interior design. I've bought cushions with my own money in muted shades of honey and sage, and I've scattered the room with fake plants that look real, but no one has to remember to water. Angela even let me paint one wall in duck egg blue. On the ground floor, there are 3 counselling rooms: Angela's office, a staff room with a microwave and IKEA table and chairs, and a large room where the counsellors sometimes run workshops, or where the volunteer yoga teacher runs her classes. Then upstairs is the children's section, which is full of toys and soft play furniture, a quiet room where women can just sit in peace, and the storage room, which is also my job to keep fully stocked with nappies, food, and other things families may need, like blankets and toys. We get a lot of donations. I've spent the last hour typing up a report on a domestic abuse case so that the victim can present it to the police. Not that we are allowed to call them victims, but they are. They're all victims of society and men and a world who doesn't care about women. When I type up these reports, reading through the accompanying notes on abuse and violence, I try not to think of Harper, or the report I had to sign when I was questioned after her death, or how I was the last one to see her before her date. I often wonder what she went through in her final moments. Did she know the man who killed her? Was it painless? Or did she know she was going to die and had to grapple with that realization as she fell to the forest floor? I hope her broken neck meant it was sudden. I hope she had no idea of what was happening to her. I'm blinking back tears when Angela approaches the desk. "Everything okay?" she asks, having to raise her voice over the cries of the babies upstairs. It's never quiet in here. Most of the time it's the sound of children shouting, arguing or bawling, but sometimes it's the women screaming and crying, and that's on a good day. I nod at my boss and dab at my eyes with the back of my hand. "You're going to smudge your makeup," she says with a small smile, handing me a tissue. I've only just started wearing eye makeup. Dan says it brings out the color of my eyes. My eyes are a dull brown, but whatever.
"Some reports are harder than others," I say. She nods. "It's nearly 1 o'clock. Why don't you leave it for Ashley?" Ashley is the woman I share my job with. She comes in at 2 o'clock and on my days off, and we have volunteers for any of the gaps we don't cover. "It's fine," I say. "I should finish it." A woman is shouting outside, but there's nothing unusual about that. I often wonder about the neighbors, what they must think. Then I feel bad that I care about the opinion of the rich people on this street when there are scared women who need our help. Angela says something to Mallory, one of our counselors, who signals for the woman waiting in reception to follow her. They both head to different rooms, leaving me alone behind the desk to tackle the harrowing report. I look up and smile as a woman and child walk down the stairs hand in hand, the mother whispering something to her boy, who has his head bent low. "Have a nice day," I say. She doesn't answer. Why would she have a nice day? She's probably going to have a terrible day. The boy, too. I buzz them out of the building, but as they open the door and step into the street, a woman darts into the center, followed by a huge man who lunges at her, grabbing her ponytail and wrapping it around his fist like a rope. "Get off me!" she shouts over her shoulder, twisting and turning beneath his grasp. The woman is a girl, no more than 18 or 19 years old. Her face is pale, her clothes dirty, and she has an incisor missing. I wonder if that has anything to do with the man more than double her age, double her size, still doing his best to pull her back by her hair as she grips onto my desk. My heart is hammering, but I'm trained for this, I tell myself. I press the silent alarm under my desk that alerts staff that an unauthorized person is in the building. Then I ask the man to let go of her. "Fuck you," he snarls. "Get off," the woman screams. "I told you I'm not going there with you again." I clear my throat. Let's all calm down, and I'll see if I can help. I don't get a chance to finish before the man lets go of the girl and turns to me. I lean back, expecting him to reach for me next, but it's the girl who pushes me roughly on the chest. "Keep out of it," she shouts in my face, her breath stagnant like old pond water. "This has got nothing to do with you." She pushes the man too, but he hardly budges. It's like trying to push a brick wall. He could kill her. Right now, with one blow, he could end her life. And he knows it, which is why he doesn't care how angry she gets or what she does to him. He actually finds it amusing. I wonder what it's like to feel so much strength coursing beneath your skin. "You can't blame me," she shouts at him. "You did the deal." "Which means you owe me." I peer over their shoulder at the empty waiting room, thankful there's no one in there, and that we have security doors to the rest of the building. It's just me, her, and him, stuck between two sets of doors. I have to get him to leave. "Can I help you?" I say to the woman, trying to keep my voice as calm as possible. "Shut your mouth, stupid bitch," she shouts at me, working her way around the desk. I wheel my chair back until I'm against the wall. "Look at you, sitting there with your little headband and Kath Kidston dress, thinking you're better than us. I bet you feel well smug working here, doing your bit for society, before going back to your rich husband and big house and spending your weekends making fucking sourdough bread and homemade jam. You've got no idea about the real world." I bite my lips together to stop my chin from trembling. I'm not wearing Kath Kidston, it's Bowden. And she's wrong. I know exactly what real life is like. I have to take 2 deep breaths before I'm able to speak without my voice shaking. "I can see you're upset, but let's try to figure this out," I say, using the exact words I was taught during de-escalation training. But it makes no difference. The woman is shouting at the man now, who has her pinned against the wall,
and even though the anger is no longer directed at me, I have rings of sweat collecting beneath my arms. Where is everyone? I press the alarm again, and a few seconds later, the door into the building buzzes, and Leon runs out, holding a broom. My shoulders sag in relief. Leon is our caretaker, but he's also built like a truck and does a great job of handling men who don't understand the word no. No matter what a woman does, the truth is that a big man will only ever listen to an even bigger man. This ain't the place for it, he says to the two of them, maintaining eye contact with the man until he lets go of the girl. You need to leave. Leon turns to her. She's adjusting her top, the collar now ripped at the seams. You can stay, but he has to go. Don't make me call the police. I don't know if Leon was sweeping just now, or the broom is his weapon of choice, but he grasps it tight enough that his knuckles pale, and the man gets the message, muttering something under his breath and taking his time walking to the exit. I buzz him out, eyeing the girl warily, waiting for her to ask for help. But to my surprise, she runs after him. Daz, wait up! I can get you the money, she cries out, disappearing out of the door behind him. As soon as the lock clicks into place, I breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't realize I was shaking until I run my hands through my hair. You okay? Leon asks, placing his heavy hand on my shoulder. I nod my head and take a deep breath as steady as I can. We have cameras all over the center, and I can see on the outside one that the man has got into a shiny BMW that's been left in the middle of the road. The woman gets in beside him and they drive away. But I don't feel any safer. Sorry, I say to Leon, my chin still trembling. I dab at the corners of my eyes that are starting to fill with tears. They just took me by surprise. But it's more than that. When that man had the woman by the scruff of her neck, I thought of Harper and how easy it is for a woman to be killed. Is that what happened to Harper? Did she make someone angry? And when that woman shouted at me, I realized how easy it is for a woman to hurt a woman too. And I thought of Cynthia. And I realized I can act as brave as I want, but the truth is, if someone wants to hurt me, or my husband, it won't be that difficult. It's not that hard to destroy a person's life. No need to apologize, Leon says, his gaze looking away but his hands still on my shoulder. That ain't nice for no one to see. Then, after a beat, he adds, Freya? I look up, a light hiccup escaping my lips. Why do you work here? He asks. I may be wrong, but I don't think it's for the money. Why do you put yourself through it? I shrug. Penance, payback, guilt. I like to help. Leon gives me a pitying look, then his eyes soften and he pats my shoulder. I know you do, love, I know. There's a buzz at the internal door, and Angela comes running into the reception area, followed by a woman with a baby on each hip, their faces red and lips covered in mucus. I'm so sorry, my boss says. I saw what happened through the monitor, but I couldn't leave our guests. She means the female victims, the survivors. They're our first priority, and witnessing another woman suffering at the hands of a violent man would be enough to set back their therapy by months, if not years. Angela had to shield them from that. I understand. I don't expect to be rescued. I'm meant to be the strong one in this building, one of the protectors. Not that I was much help to anyone just now. Want me to get you an Uber home? She asks me. I shake my head. I only live around the corner. It's fine, I say. I have some errands to run. And by that, I mean shopping. When I'm scared, or angry, or worried, or trying to block out bad memories, I go shopping. Chapter 6. It's sunny outside, and the streets are busy, and for that, I'm thankful. I'm still feeling shaky, my legs like rubber, but the adrenaline will wear off in a minute. Those people, that girl and the giant man, they don't care about me. I had nothing to do with their dispute. I'm safe. I tell myself that all the time. You're safe, Freya, you're safe. Sometimes it works, but not always. I start in M and S. Nothing bad happens in M and S, and take my time browsing the aisles. I need a lemon and some double cream for the courgette dish I'm making tonight. Maybe I'll make garlic bread with the sourdough I bought in the market. I rub the back of my neck at the thought of what that girl said to me. Loads of people eat sourdough. That doesn't make me a bad person. I check my phone while waiting in line with my handful of groceries. Nothing. I hear people at work complaining about the amount of text messages and emails they get every day, how impossible it is to keep on top of everything, but not me. My sister rarely messages me. Sometimes the care home will send me an update about my father, but most of the time it's just emails from BBC, Good Food magazine, and Instagram notifications. Dan doesn't like me calling him in the day. He has his phone on silent anyway because he's with his patients, but I still message him. I've already told him what I'm cooking for dinner, but I won't tell him about the altercation at work. When the stalking was at its peak, he suggested I give up work, saying I didn't need the extra stress. If I tell him what happened, he'll say it's the wrong environment for me. I check my Instagram, scrolling through all the perfect faces and holiday destinations and homes. Are they real? The lovely things in my life that I show off about are real. I just don't post about the other things, the less pretty things.
Is that what social media is? A showreel of people's highlights? Or maybe there are women out there who are always as relaxed, happy and carefree as they appear to be. I step out of the supermarket and raise my face to the sun, taking 3 deep breaths. This morning was awful, but I can make this afternoon pleasant. I have the power to do that. Muswell Hill Broadway is a 5-minute walk up the hill from my house, and it has over 12 charity shops. I visit every single one of them at least twice a week. That's what I love about charity shops. The stock is always changing. I've been thinking about a craft idea I wanted to try, turning old books into a vase. I buy some battered old tomes in Oxfam, along with a cheap glass vase, then can't help myself and pick up some pretty flowery teacups that I may turn into candles later. This isn't a waste of money, because doing crafts is relaxing. It's good for my mental health. "Hello again," the elderly lady behind the counter says. We don't know one another's names, but we've said hello every week for years now. I smile back and ask her how she is, and she says, "Up and breathing," which makes me wonder if there's something bigger behind those words. But I don't ask. I don't know her well enough to delve. "Another craft project?" she asks. I nod. Should I tell her about my idea? No, never mind. She doesn't care about my hobbies. "Something came in this morning that I thought you might like," she says to me. Oh, maybe she does care. "It's out the back," she adds, shuffling her way to the other side of the shop and returning with a pink suitcase. "It's new." She shows me the label. "Only last time you were here you mentioned all the places you'd like to visit one day, and everything you buy is always so pretty and pink, so I thought you'd like this." This woman, this stranger, has noticed me. Something blooms in my chest, and I push my tongue to the roof of my mouth so I don't well up again. I've never had a grandmother. I think I would have liked one, someone who would have enjoyed listening to my stories and woes. I can feel the words bubbling up behind my lips. Today has been a terrible day, and my husband has a stalker, and my best friend was killed 3 years ago. I miss her every day, but I don't have anyone to talk to about it. Not really. No one who really cares. "So what do you think?" the old lady asks me in that shaky voice of hers. "It still has the label on it." "What does?" "The suitcase. Will you take it?" My small suitcase at home has a wheel missing, so I do actually need one. But I wasn't planning on buying one today, and I don't need anything fancy as I hardly go anywhere. "Of course," I say, smiling wide, showing her all my teeth. "Thank you so much. I knew you'd like it." She looks so proud of herself. "Let me give you a price." Oh crap. I've just seen it's a fancy high-tech brand, and now she's looking up the original price online and will charge me half, so not really that much of a bargain. Why do they do that? The items are donated. They cost the shop nothing. So why are they charging the same price the original shop would in a sale? Where's the thrill of a bargain hunt when these old dears have Google at their fingertips? "Look at that," she says, beaming. "It's a special one. Indestructible, apparently. Fire, theft. You can't break it in any way. Never known the likes." "That's a good idea," I say. "Because I had a suitcase once that cracked and I had to get rid of it. Such a waste of money. For you,
£70. What? I've already spent more than I meant to in M&S and on these little trinkets. I can't justify wasting 70 quid on a suitcase I don't need just because the old lady is being nice. She's still smiling at me, her magenta lipstick bleeding into the lines around her mouth. Okay, fine. That's what credit cards are for, I guess. Perfect, I say. What a steal. More smiling, more teeth bared.
The old lady looks happy, which makes me happy. Yes, I've done a good thing. The money goes to charity after all, and if Dan gets really upset about it, I'll sell it on eBay with all the other things I've impulsively bought lately and not got around to returning. I should stop there and go home. It's a short walk back, and I've done everything I need to do in town. But I don't go home. Now I have a suitcase, all I keep thinking is how easy it would be to get my shopping home, so I move on to the next shop. And the next, and the next. I got carried away, and now I'm standing on my doorstep wondering where the hell I'm going to hide all of the things I've bought. I started buying things as a form of comfort a few months after Harper's death, when I was on sick leave. I reasoned I was still making a salary, but not going anywhere, so a few pretty things to cheer myself up was no problem. I began with online clothes shopping, only in the sales, and charity shop rummaging. Quantity over quality. I wasn't mentally well enough to work, not as a social worker with all the trauma that entailed, plus I had the strain of dealing with my increasingly frail father on top of my grief. My doctor told me to get plenty of fresh air and exercise, so I reasoned a brisk walk to the high street was a good idea, and a little wander around the shops kept me sociable, and a small spend, a treat here and there, would be the hit of dopamine I needed. And it worked, so I kept on going. At that point it was still under control. Dan had no idea about my little habit. We'd only just started dating when Harper was killed, and to this day, I don't know why he didn't save himself the hassle and finish with me. Because he's a decent guy, that's why. Instead, he tiptoed around me like I was made of the thinnest of glass, telling me how beautiful I looked in my new outfits, how cute my new bag was, how pretty my newly decorated home was. Each compliment was a boost, so I kept shopping because I needed to keep impressing him. I needed to keep him. Which I did. Dan's love healed me, that's a fact. But once my father was in a home and Dan and I got married, he told me it was time to calm down with the spending. Buying yourselves gifts is a form of self-soothing that goes back to your childhood, he told me a few months ago. Did your father buy you lots of gifts when your mother died? Of course he did, I cried. How else do you comfort a 7-year-old? And did he reward you with presents when you helped him care for your sister? He was right, about all of it. Harper dying had triggered this hunger in me, the need to purchase new things to take away the pain. But his diagnoses made no difference. The only change is that now I hide my purchases from him. I look at my suitcase full of stuff I don't need, and sigh. The rowdy children Dan is always complaining about are still playing football outside our house. There's a park at the end of the street, so I have no idea why they insist on playing in our road, risking being hit by a car. But they're having fun, and I'm not their mother. Someone else should be worrying about them, not me. I'm rooting around through my handbag, looking for my house keys, when a football hits me on the shin. Hey! I call out. Careful! A dark-haired boy runs up my garden path. He looks about 13 or 14 years old, although he's nearly the same height as me. His damp hair is messy, his face sweaty from the exertion. Sorry, miss, he says, pushing his curly mop away from his eyes. He has long, pretty lashes, but his voice is deep, the juxtaposition of little boy and nearly man strangely unsettling. I'm not a miss, I say, remembering to smile so he's not intimidated by me. Mrs., then. Now I sound old. He laughs. You married to that dickhead who always shouts at us. I beg your pardon? I'm no longer smiling. I study the boy properly this time. He and his friends suddenly no longer look like children. There are 4 of them, all teenagers, all bigger and stronger than me. But that guy who lives here, he's your husband, yeah? Yes, and he'll be very angry if he knows you've been harassing me. The boy raises his eyebrows. Why is he so mean to us? Why do you play on our street when you don't even live around here? I counteract. The boy shrugs. Free country.
It's not really, I mumble. Wait until you find out about taxes and service charge. I like you. You're nicer than your dickhead husband, he says over his shoulder, walking away with the ball tucked under his arm. Hey, I call out. What's your name? The boy's friends have gathered around him, laughing and jeering. Don't tell her your name, Aaron, one of the smaller boys says, instantly clamping his hand over his mouth. Nice one, Hasim, Aaron says, rolling his eyes, although they're twinkling with mischief. I walk back down my path towards them, but they hold their ground. Of course they do. Who would be scared of a slight woman in her 30s wearing a flowery Bowden dress? You boys are always out here. Did you see anyone throw a rock through my window yesterday? I ask. They all look at one another. I can't tell if it's a look of culpability, confusion, or surprise. One by one they shake their head, all but Aaron. What kind of rock? I pick one of the smooth grey stones from my driveway and hold it up. One of these. Wasn't us, he says. I didn't say it was. I asked if you saw anyone throwing rocks yesterday. There was a note attached to it. The boys laugh, and the tall one with the shaved head saunters up and down the road, holding his hands out splayed in front of him. Ooh, Aaron's sending love letters. Shut up, Kay, Aaron says without taking his eyes off me. What did the note say? My chest tightens as I think back to Cynthia's ominous words. It doesn't matter. Wasn't us. Okay, I say, returning to my front door. Stay out of trouble, Aaron. He follows me. You been on holiday, miss? Mrs.? I open my front door, dragging my suitcase behind me. No. You going away then? No. You should. You should leave your husband, he says again. He's bad news. I pull my shopping inside and slam the front door shut behind me, the sound of the kids outside falling to a dull thud. There are 2 letters on the doormat, one from the council and a light pink one with swirly writing. My heart hammers against my ribs, but it's not fear I'm feeling, it's anger. This time I don't bother reading Cynthia's letter, ripping it up into tiny pieces and dropping it into the recycling box in the kitchen. Then I stop at the sight of what's by my feet. Sushi! I shout. My cat comes running down the stairs and straight into the kitchen. She winds herself around my legs thinking I'm going to give her a treat. What is that? I'm pointing at a dead rat by the side door near her cat flap. Sushi has never brought a dead animal into the house, not even a worm. The only time she goes outside is to go to the toilet. Oh God, does this mean we have rats? I'll have to ask Dan to check the shed for signs. This is the last thing I bloody need. Naughty, I say to my cat, pointing a finger at her. She lifts her tail and walks away, not even acknowledging her little gift to me. I get some antiseptic spray, kitchen roll, plastic gloves and a bin bag. Where am I even meant to put this thing? Do I bury it or put it in the bin with the other rubbish? What is more likely to attract foxes or flies? I put on the gloves and lift the rat by the tail, trying not to retch as I place it into the bin bag. That's when I see the tag around the dead animal's neck. A tag with something written on it in red pen. 3 simple letters. Rat. Chapter 7. Tuesday. Happy anniversary, my love, Dan says, snaking his arm around my naked waist and pulling me to him until we're spooning. I wish Dan and I didn't have work this morning, but at least we get to enjoy a fancy meal at the Heron tonight. It's still not fully light outside, so it must be early. I stretch, and Dan holds me tighter, loosening the knot of anxiety that's been growing in my chest. I didn't tell him anything last night when he got back from volunteering at the AA meeting. Not about what happened at work, the rat, or rock, or any of the letters. I didn't even mention the shopping I did. His evening was exhausting enough without me adding to it. I cooked the courgette pasta dish, which came out nice, and Dan said I should definitely make again, and we talked about his work and how he wishes we could simplify our lives. He has no idea how much more complicated life has been lately. Happy anniversary, I say, pulling the covers over us. My mind may still be racing about yesterday, but my body reacts to Dan's touch like it always does, yielding, wanting, craving more. I reach behind me and pull his face towards mine, kissing him deeper, feeling him stir, knowing that we're going to make love, and it's going to be glorious. Because it always is. Dan places the tray on my lap and kisses me again. Eggs Florentine, just how you like them. He's even added a tiny glass vase with one of the peonies he bought me. This one is fully unfurled. I take a photo to add to my anniversary montage on Facebook later. Dan sits beside me in bed, cradling a cup of coffee. "Are you not eating anything?" I ask him. He shakes his head. "I have a breakfast meeting at 9, and then back-to-back clients, so I have to go into the office. I hope you don't mind, but I can meet you for a drink in town at 6 before dinner." Of course I mind. I only have to work until 1, and I was hoping he'd be working from home today, so we could spend the afternoon together. "Of course I don't mind," I say, placing my hand on his.
Your job is important, and these eggs look amazing. They're organic, from the farmer's market. I kiss him again. Thank you. I'm so lucky to have you. He virtually swells with pride and sips his coffee while I eat my eggs in silence, wishing I'd read Cynthia's latest letter before ripping it up. I've researched everything there is to know about Cynthia Mandeville Leonard. She's 51, waifish and beautiful, with blonde hair in a bob and impeccable taste in clothes and men, including my husband. She was born into money, so much of it she probably can't name one member of her family who has ever had to work. I doubt she even posts her own creepy letters, probably getting one of her many staff members to do it. I've read every interview with her in every magazine, from Tatler to Harper's Bazaar. Her daughter from her second husband, Richard Howard, the famed cricketer, is a model. I've been tempted to ask Bella if she knows Buttercup Howard Mandeville Leonard, but then I'd have to admit that Cynthia is still on the scene, and I don't need my sister finding excuses to remind me, yet again, that she doesn't trust Dan. Everything I've read about Cynthia paints her as having a charmed life, but I know more than anyone how easy that illusion is to create. Dan said when she came to him, she was deeply unhappy, suicidal even, although he had to stop there because of confidentiality reasons. Apparently, it's very common for patients to become romantically obsessed with their therapist, often the only person in their lives who understands their plight. I've read all about that too, and I've tried really hard to be sympathetic towards Cynthia. I don't blame her for wanting my husband. He's handsome and caring, whereas she probably had an upbringing full of people who never said no to her, but also never gave her any attention. But I don't get why she's suddenly so angry. Cynthia is beautiful, poised, and elegant. She writes perfectly scripted letters on embossed paper sprayed with her signature scent. So why has she moved on to throwing rocks through windows and killing rats? I shudder. "Are you okay?" Dan asks. I didn't realize I was staring into space, a piece of egg speared to my fork and dangling mid-air. "What?" "Oh yes, I'm fine," I say, taking my last mouthful and telling him again how delicious breakfast was. "I should get going. I have to be at work early." "Don't forget the repairman is coming at 2 to fix the window," Dan says. I'd totally forgotten. "Of course," I say. 2 o'clock. "By the way, I had a go at those kids again when I got in from work yesterday." "You did? What did you say?" He shrugs, like it's no big deal that he's telling off random children. "I shouted at them about playing football outside the house, told them to go back to their own homes, although I dread to think what kind of home lives they have." "They're not so bad," I mumble, thinking of Erin's cheeky smile. "What did they say?" "They told me to fuck off, and the cocky one with the dark curly hair called me a prick." I laugh, and eventually so does he. I have no idea what he expected. Angela has bought cakes again, this time a Victoria sponge. "Happy anniversary," she says as soon as I take off my jacket. She passes me a slice on a paper plate, and I thank her. I'm still full from breakfast, but I take a bite anyway. I brought the car to work today. I don't normally bother when the weather is nice. Work is only a 15-minute walk. But Dan took the tube, and I didn't like the idea of walking around knowing Cynthia is still lurking in the shadows. There's a little car park around the back, and I reasoned that way I could rush home faster for the repairman. Win-win. "How are you feeling after yesterday?" Angela asks. I automatically think of the dead rat before I realize she's talking about that terrifying brute
who ran into the centre yesterday with his equally awful girlfriend, or whatever she was to him. I'm fine, I say. I've learned that it's what most people want to hear anyway. They ask if you're okay, if you need help, if there's anything else you need, but what they really mean is, I'm asking because I don't want to come across as rude or uncaring, although in reality, I'm not that interested. But Angela is different. She doesn't look relieved by my answer. No, you're not, she says. You've looked different lately. How? She takes her time replying, chewing her slice of cake slowly. Harried, hollowed out. Oh, cheers, I say, laughing, but she doesn't laugh back. What's going on? I sniff and bite down on my lip, pushing back the tears I can feel welling up. It's the 3rd anniversary of my friend's death next week, I say, which is the truth and something I'm genuinely upset about, although not the reason I have started my days with a racing heart lately. Angela doesn't bother to put her paper plate down before giving me a hug. Crumbs scatter to the floor, which I'll have to sweep up later, but it doesn't matter. It feels nice to be held. I remember, she says into my neck. Harper Steelcott. Awful what happened to her. Are they any closer to finding out who did it? I shake my head. What would Harper have said about the whole Cynthia thing? Would she have told me to ignore it, like I'm trying to do? Confront the deranged lunatic? Or do what Dan keeps suggesting and move away, sell up, change jobs and escape to the coast or countryside? I don't know anymore. I can't even remember what my best friend's voice sounded like. Angela pulls away, puts her plate down, and holds on to both of my shoulders so I have no place to look but into her deep, dark eyes. You don't have to do this, you know, she says. This job, helping the people we help, it's not for everyone. You won't be letting anyone down if you choose to leave. Oh God, Angela wants to sack me. She thinks I'm useless and wants to get rid of me. Have I done something wrong? I ask, my voice quivering at the edges. Oh my dear, Angela says, pulling me into a hug. Not at all. You're excellent at what you do. I just feel like maybe you're too nice to work here. I know you're a trained social worker, and you're experienced and clever, and this job is very worthy. I just worry about you, about what all these things our women have been through is doing to you. I'm fine, I say again, sniffing loudly this time and brushing myself down. I'm made of strong stuff. I know you are, my dear, I know, she says, rubbing the tops of my arms. But if you ever need to talk... Thank you. Have more cake, she says. I bought 2. Thank you. And if it ever gets too much, all I'm saying is you can afford to do literally any other job. You don't have to put yourself through this. That's what Leon said to me yesterday. Have they been talking about me? I nibble at the cake and think about what she just said. Maybe I am stupid for working here. In trying to do the right thing, am I actually putting a strain on my mental health and, in turn, my marriage? I can't stop thinking about this while answering the phone and finishing yesterday's reports. Then one of the therapists, Mallory, says something about the stockroom being a mess, and Angela covers reception while I go and tidy the shelves. There's a part of me who wonders why I bothered going to uni and training to be a social worker, only to end up stacking boxes of wet wipes and bottled water. Then I hate myself for putting my ego first, reminding myself I only work part-time and what I do saves lives. The rest of the time I get to do the things I love, like arts and crafts, and spending time with the man I love. I think about tonight's reservation at the Heron and smile. I'm going to spend the whole afternoon getting ready. I'm going to make a special effort, style my hair, do my nails, and wear the blue dress Dan bought me. Even I'm getting sick of my own anxiety. It's exhausting and a waste of time. I literally have everything most girls dream of. I'm in better spirits by the time I emerge from the stockroom at 1 o'clock, the end of my shift. You okay? Angela asks. Sometimes I feel like that's all she ever says to me. I nod. Chin up, she adds, and take the other cake with you, a little anniversary gift from me. I thank her, although I don't want it because I plan to make a nectarine and white chocolate cake this afternoon from a recipe I saw in one of the cookery magazines I subscribe to. I don't tell her that, though. The glass repairman is due at 2, so I can bake while he's there. Then I'll do my makeup and get changed when he leaves. I have plenty of time before I have to meet Dan at the restaurant. I step outside and lift my face up to the sun. It's already quite warm for late May. It's going to be a good summer. I can feel it. I open the passenger car door to put my bag and the cake inside, then stop. Something is flapping on the windscreen. It's not often people leave advertisements on windscreens anymore, let alone when the car is parked in a private driveway. I pluck the paper out from beneath the windscreen wipers. It's white with red handwriting on it, writing I've seen before. Watch yourself. Chapter 8. My hands are trembling and so sweaty, I can hardly clasp the steering wheel tight enough as I drive and keep driving. At first, I don't know where I'm going, just that I'm heading away from Muswell Hill, away from the main road, until suddenly I'm surrounded by fields. The note is beside me on the passenger seat, flipping and curling from my partially open window. Was it directed at me? It had to be. Cynthia has only ever sent Dan love letters, yet every day for the last 3 days she's gone out of her way to scare me. She hates me. She said as much in the letters, and now she knows where I work. It's not until I turn into a little side street, 30 minutes after leaving work, that I realize where I've been heading all this time. My father's care home. Even now, when he hardly knows who I am, he's still the first person I turn to when I'm scared and don't know what to do. My dad has always been the one with all the answers. I turn the engine off and the aircon on. I need to get a grip. I can't go and see my dad in this state. He may not recognize me, but he'll still see an upset woman, and it will scare him. I grip onto the steering wheel as tight as I can and take 3 deep breaths. If I'm honest with myself, I felt lost ever since my father got ill. Even with Dan being so wonderful, he can never replace parental love. My father may not have physically left me, but he may as well have. I know he would hate to know how I'm feeling right now. Even when my mother died and my father lost the love of his life, he never stopped protecting me. According to him, I wasn't planned. My parents were university lecturers who met later in life and chose not to have children. But accidents happen. My mother back then thought 37 was late enough to have a baby, until she held me in her arms, so the legend goes, and decided she wanted more, just like me. But I'd been a fluke, and getting pregnant again proved to be harder than they thought, with many near misses and losing a son along the way. By the time they had Bella, Mum was 45, and my father 14 years older still. Everyone had told them to give up by then, that one child was enough, to be thankful for what they had. But my mum was the kind of woman who, upon hearing she couldn't, would set out to do just that. She'd promised me a little sister, we'd already picked out the name, and she was not going to let me down. Beauty and the Beast is my favorite Disney film, I would say to anyone who would listen. At 8 years old, I was perhaps a little old for crowns and fairy costumes, but like my mother, the more someone told me not to do something, the more appealing that thing became. Belle means beautiful, I'd explain in all seriousness. I was teaching myself French, taking books out of the library and tracing the words with my fingers. I was that kind of kid. But Belle is clever too, and kind. That's more important than pretty, isn't it? To be kind? My father came home with Bella that day, a tiny pink mewling bundle wrapped in a soft pink blanket, and he told me that because I was a big girl now, I was allowed to hold her and help him look after her. "Where's Mummy?" I'd asked. He hadn't wavered once. His eyes remained dry, and his face a picture of restrained calm. "Resting," he'd said. "She just needs a bit more time." So we looked after Bella on our own the first day, and the second day he asked the neighbour to watch me while he had to tend to some errands, and on the third day he told me that my mother was never coming back. "Sometimes there's too much good in the world, and the angels have to take some of it back," he'd whispered into my ear. "But we have Bella now, and Bella is perfect. A gift. Your mother left her behind for us, so we'd remember how wonderful life can be if only we noticed the small things." He always said the right things. He wanted me to see my baby sister as a gift, something special our mother left behind just for me. And it worked. I cherished Bella so much, perhaps a little too much. Sometimes, when you hold on to things too tightly, they break, he used to say, taking the wriggling toddler out of my arms and setting her free to waddle around the living room. No matter how busy Dad got, no matter how sad, when I needed him, he was there with gifts and his time. When he listened, It was as if the whole world stopped turning. The trees hushed, and the birds stopped singing, and everything around us leaned in to hear what I had to say. I'd sit on his knee, or as I grew older, I'd rest my head on his shoulder, and he'd stay quiet as I told him every thought that flitted through my mind. I'd tell him about schoolwork and falling out with friends, and about the boys who didn't like me back, and he'd simply remind me, "There's good in everything if you look hard enough. The problem is we sometimes look in the wrong places." I still live by those words. I'm trying to stay positive, I really am. But when the fear starts to creep in, it's hard to spot the good things amongst the darkness. I check my makeup in the tiny mirror in the car's sun visor and run my fingers beneath my eyes, applying some cream blush and lip tint. I take a long, shaky breath and tell myself that today is my first wedding anniversary, and thanks to Angela, I have a cake for my father, and life is good. It is. It can be. There's always a way to survive every situation. I enter the care home and smile at Helen in reception. We know one another by name now. Dan rarely comes with me. It confuses Dad, and to be honest, I like it that way. When I'm with my husband, I'm always trying so hard to be the person I need him to see me as, strong and capable, whereas with my father, I get to be an 8-year-old who doesn't care that her crown is on a bit wonky. "Is there a bin around here?" I ask Helen. She holds her hand out and I hesitate before ripping up the offensive note, scrunching it up into a ball and handing it to her. "Thanks," I say, as I head for my dad's room. "He's having a good day today," she calls out. "He'll be happy to see you." We all know my father won't be happy to see me. I'm no different to him than any of the other women that come and go looking after him, bringing him food, tidying up his room. What Helen means is that today my father is less likely to shout and throw things at me. I turn the volume off my phone. He gets startled by electronic sounds, a knock before entering, so as not to make him jump. Today, a nurse has positioned him at the window so he can look out over the garden. I take a seat in the chair beside him and take in the view. There are no clouds in the sky, and 2 squirrels are chasing one another around and around a tree trunk. My father is smiling, but I have no way of knowing whether it's at the squirrels or whatever world he's currently living inside his head. "Hello, it's me, Freya," I say. I've had to stop saying the word Dad, because that confuses him too, and then he gets sad. He often says how he's always wanted a daughter, and how much he would love her. I can't keep having that conversation. He turns to look at me, a polite smile etched on his face. It kills me every time. "Good morning. I hope you are well," he says, even though it's nearly 2 o'clock. He was always a courteous man, happy to chat to anyone, no matter who they were. "I brought you a cake," I say. Dad's lunch tray is still by the bed. He's not eaten much. The knife is clean, and the bowl for his yogurt remains unused, so I cut a slice of the Victoria sponge and place it in the bowl, passing it to him. His hands remind me of tree bark, dark and mottled, and bumpy with age. He can still feed himself. He still walks around and watches TV. He just doesn't know what part of his life he's living. He takes the cake off me and bites into it, and I do my best not to wipe the crumbs from his thin lips. He doesn't like being touched. "It's my wedding anniversary today," I say. "Oh, how lovely," he replies. "I do love a wedding. Maybe I'll get married someday." He takes another small bite of cake, smiling as he chews, and I pass him some water to wash it down with. "Delicious," he says. "Aunt Elsie makes the best cakes." I agree with him, even though I have no idea who Aunt Elsie is. My father was an only child, but he had many aunts and uncles, all of whom were angry that he got to keep the house after his wealthy parents died. "Are you going to Brighton?" he asks me. I don't know who he thinks I am today, but I always play along. It's easier that way. "Not today," I say. "I'm not having a very good day." He hears the crack in my voice and hands me the paper napkin he's holding. Oh dear, what seems to be the matter? This is the hardest part, talking to my father without crying. "I'm a little bit worried," I say. He's looking out of the window again. The squirrels have gone, but the wind is blowing the tree branches from side to side, making shadows dance along the lawn. I don't know if my father is listening anymore, but I carry on talking regardless. I shouldn't complain, really. I have so much to be thankful for. I'm healthy, I have money in the bank, and I'm married to a lovely man. You like him. You met him once and thought he was your old friend Bill, remember? And I have a job I enjoy, worthy work. I do good there. You always said it was important to do good. And I have such a pretty home. The house. Oh, you'd love how Mountview looks now. And the garden. Mum's roses are beginning to bloom, and Dan built a pretty arch over the patio. It looks like something out of a fairy tale. Beauty and the Beast, my father says quietly. That's a nice story. If I ever have children, I will read them that one. I swallow down the lump in my throat and look down at my father's hands, clasped on his lap. I wish I could take his hand and hold it. He'd always do that when I talked to him, hold one of my hands, then pat it with the other as I spoke, so I would know he was fully present, that I had his full attention. I can't hold his hand now. The problem is, I dab at my eyes with the napkin, getting buttercream on my cheek. Dan has a stalker. It all sounds very dramatic, but it's not that bad, honestly, it's not. He's very handsome and very kind, so he gets a lot of female attention.
And she's a little unwell. She's not dangerous or anything, all she does is write him letters, but my father has turned to look at me. I know he doesn't recognize me, but it doesn't matter, because I can tell he's listening. I'm scared of losing him, I say. Mum died, Bella left, then Harper died, and now you're here, and Dan is all I have. And this woman doesn't like me. I think she wants to hurt me. I know I should tell him. It would be the right thing to do, but Dan would do anything to protect me, you see, and he'll say we have to leave. I know deep down he'd love to live in the countryside or by the sea like where he grew up. I guess if we sold up we could downsize. We don't need 5 bedrooms. And our house... I stop. This is awful. What would my father say if he understood everything I was saying? What would he think of me? My house, I mean Mountview, our family home. It's worth so much money now. Dan looked it up once, and similar ones in our street, although not as pretty as Mountview, they're selling for over £1 million, some close to 2. Can you imagine that much money? We could buy a cottage with that and never have to work again. In theory, if we were clever with the rest of the money. But I don't want to, Dad. I want to stay here, close to you. It's what Mum would have wanted. I don't even mention Bella and what she would say if I sold Mountview and made my husband an instant millionaire. I'm crying silently now, my hand over my mouth and my shoulders moving up and down. I can't make any noise, or I may upset my dad, which would bring the nurses running, so I let the tears run silently down my cheeks and swallow down the wail building in my throat. Dad has lost interest in me now. He's back, staring out of the window. This is why I can't tell Dan about Cynthia and what she's doing, I continue. He thinks it's all under control now. I can't tell him about the rat or the rock or the note on my car. I can't, because if I do, he'll insist we move for our own safety, and I don't want to run away. I just want her to stop. What should I do, Dad? I'm so scared. I'm dabbing my eyes again when I feel my father's hand slip into my own. His grip is tight, his skin dry, thin and warm like a snake shedding its scales. He looks sad, and for a minute I think he sees me. He's registering everything I'm saying, but he's not. He's just a kind man who hates to see a woman cry. Have you noticed how sometimes we want something so much we invent what we are seeing? It's not real, the things we believe. They are just the things we think matter. Have you seen Trevor? I hold on to his hand tighter. Who? Trevor, my dog. He's a golden Labrador. He was around here somewhere. You don't have a dog, I say, still trying to process what he said about seeing what we want and not what we need. What is it that I think I need? Do I not need what I have? Would I be safer with a different job, or none at all? Maybe I'm being stupid, grasping onto my old life, my old home, all my memories. Maybe it's time to begin afresh somewhere new, start the family Dan has always dreamed of. Perhaps it's time I had something bigger than myself to worry about. My father has pulled his hand away from mine. I look up, but he's no longer in his seat by the window. Trevor! He's shouting, attempting to crawl under the bed. Dad! I pull at his arm, trying to get him back on his feet. Get off me!
he cries, hitting out at me. "What have you done with my dog? Help!" he shouts. "This lady has stolen my dog!" One of the nurses comes in. Her name is Amma. She's young, but one of the most patient people I've ever met. "I'm sorry," I mumble. "I don't know what happened. We were eating cake and talking, and suddenly he got worked up about his dog." She smiles at me and tells me it's okay, but I can't help crying again. "We have to look for Trevor," my father is saying. "Are you the police? Arrest this woman."
She is a dog hunter. I back away from the room, unable to say sorry or goodbye or anything at all. I shouldn't have come. My father doesn't care about my life, how well I'm doing or how much I'm struggling. He has no idea I come as often as I can, that I buy him new shirts and bring him treats and comb his hair when he lets me. Sometimes he calls me my mother's name. Sometimes he accuses me of eating his food or stealing from him. This is the first time he's looked for his childhood dog. He's getting worse. "I'll call tomorrow," I say to Helen in reception as I head for the exit. I'm struggling to talk through the tears. He's not having a good day after all. None of us are, Dad, I think to myself as I get in the car. None of us are. Chapter 9. I pull up outside my house 45 minutes later, after getting stuck in school-run traffic. I turn into my road, my head dizzy and pounding. I'm hungry and dehydrated. I thought missing lunch was a good idea because I'd be having a big dinner tonight, and my dress is rather tight. But I should have at least drunk some water while visiting my dad. His words keep circling my mind. It's not real, the things we believe. They are just the things we think matter. What did he mean by that? Does he think I'm focusing on the wrong things? It's probably nothing, just nonsensical words from a senile man that I'm clinging onto in the absence of anything solid and true. He's not my dad anymore, my guiding star and safety net. He'll never be that person again. The only one left to look out for me now is my husband. I glance at the time on the dashboard. Shit, it's nearly 4 o'clock. I had no idea it was so late already. I only have an hour to get ready now, if that. I go to pull into my driveway, then slam on the brakes as a ball bounces off my windscreen. "Sorry, miss," a boy shouts out. It's Aaron, running up to my car and retrieving his football from beneath my front tire. His dark mop of hair is in his eyes, but when he sees it's me, he gives me a lopsided smile through the windscreen. I wind down the window fully and stick my head out. "I could have run you over. Why don't you play in the park?" "Full of pervs, miss. It's safer here." "Well, it's not safe to play in traffic. Go somewhere else." He rolls his eyes and saunters off, whispering something to his friend that makes them laugh. Don't these boys have homes to go to? It's not until I shut the front door behind me and catch my reflection in the hall mirror that I realize why Aaron and his friends were smirking at me. I look terrible. My hair is messy and sticking up from where I was driving with the window open, and my mascara is smudged under my eyes from crying earlier. My cheeks are also bright red, something that always happens when I'm stressed or upset. It's going to take me a lot longer to get ready than normal. I head straight to the kitchen, where I'm greeted by a very vocal Sushi, who I realize I forgot to feed this morning. Can I get anything right? I open a sachet of cat food, wash my hands, and then notice the boarded-up window. Damn it. I was meant to be home at 2 o'clock for the Glazers. I rummage inside my bag and pull out my phone. It's still on silent. I have 3 missed calls and a voicemail. I press the message button. "Hi, this is Steve from Glazing on the Hill. No one was home, so I tried calling you a few times, but there was no answer. I'm going to have to charge your card with the call-out fee, I'm afraid. Let us know if you still want us to fix the window, and we can set a new date." "Bollocks," I say out loud, making Sushi look up quizzically from her dinner. I tug at the wood at the window, thinking of Cynthia and how she knows where we live, but it seems sturdy enough. It doesn't look pretty. The kitchen faces the front of the house, but at least it's secure. I'm sure it can wait a day or 2 more. I'll just tell Dan that the Glazers cancelled. I don't want him thinking I'm losing my marbles on top of everything else right now. My phone buzzes in my hand. As if summoned by my guilty thoughts, it's a message from Dan. "Sorry, sweetheart. I'm tied up at work, so can't make pre-dinner drinks. I'll see you at the restaurant at 7. I have a surprise for you." Normally, I'd be disappointed that he's running late, but not today, as this means I have time to get ready and look my best.
It's crazy how I still feel the same about him as I did the first time we met. I was a social worker back then and was at a conference with Harper about the safety of women in London. Sexual attacks were on the rise that year, and because my friend and I worked in similar fields, we made it our mission to educate ourselves as much as possible. As a leading psychologist, Dan was giving a keynote speech about how trust in men was on the decline and whether social media and online division of the sexes was to blame. I can't remember a word he said. All I could do was stare at him. "That's a man who knows his way around a boardroom and a woman," Harper had whispered to me. I didn't even reply because I was struck dumb by Dan's presence. He had a way of standing that commanded the room, broad shoulders back, legs slightly apart, head held high. Yet he appeared far from imposing or arrogant. When he looked out at the audience, everyone in it felt like he was talking and smiling directly at them. I'd never seen anything like it. He was so strong, yet so likable, endearing, vulnerable even. Within minutes, he had everyone eating out of the palm of his hand, all of us hooked on his every word. After his speech, he was surrounded by a gaggle of women, all wanting to ask him questions, but I remained at the back, standing still, waiting. "Go and talk to him," Harper whispered, elbowing me in the ribs. I shook my head and edged back. What was the point? No decent guy paid an interest in me on a normal day, let alone a man like Dan.
But somehow, over the heads of his adoring fans, we locked eyes and he smiled.
That was the first time he made my stomach somersault, and it hasn't stopped since. He found me at the car park as I was leaving. Harper was meeting a friend that evening, so I was returning home alone. I drove my dad's Audi A8 back then. Between my mother's life insurance, the inheritance Dad got from his parents, and not having to pay rent or a mortgage his whole adult life, my father was never short of money. But the only things he spent his money on were gifts for his daughters and nice cars. "Decent ride on a social worker's salary, Freya," Dan said as he passed me. He knew my name. I looked at where he was looking, at my name badge with my job title printed beneath it. How embarrassing. "I'm a secret princess," I replied. "My tiara is in my handbag." He gave me a crooked smile, his cornflower blue eyes locking onto mine until I could feel the skin on my chest prickle red. "Well, don't let me stop you getting back to the palace, ma'am," he said, waving his hand in the air and bowing. "I shall proceed to the lowly tube station with the other peasants." "What station are you going to?" I asked. "Highgate." He may have been joking about me having money, but Highgate is one of North London's nicest areas. He was hardly struggling himself. "That's on my way home," I said, willing my heart to stop racing and feeling my cheeks pinken. "I can give you a lift if you want." He laughed in that way of his, like I was the only girl to have ever made him smile. "We just spent all day talking about women's safety, and you're offering me, a man you've never met before, a lift in your car." He was right, but this was before Harper died, and before my father got really ill. And back then, I believed doing good deeds and listening to your instincts was enough to keep you safe. "You look like you're worth the risk," I'd said, perhaps the boldest thing I've ever uttered. He'd raised his eyebrows, a light smirk playing on his lips. I'd surprised and impressed him with my confidence, and it paid off. I dropped Dan home, he asked me out, and our first date was in a local pub. The second date was dinner at Claridge's, and I joked psychologists clearly earned more money than social worker princesses. By the third date, we were making love at his flat, a few streets down from my house. The same night, my best friend was murdered. I shake the thought away and focus on tonight and our wedding anniversary dinner at the Heron. I wonder what he's bought me. The first wedding anniversary is meant to be paper, so we agreed not to spend a lot. My gift to him is that I named a star after him. Hopefully, he's stuck to the theme and not bought me anything elaborate. Although he does have excellent taste in jewelry. I look at my engagement ring and matching wedding band and smile. Dan proposed to me in Cornwall, over oysters by the bay as the sun was setting. He grew up there. He never mentions his parents. They fell out years ago, and according to him, they're a waste of space, but he loved his grandmother dearly. I never got to meet her. She passed away a few years before we met, but the ring he proposed to me with was hers. "It's been in my family for 5 generations," he told me, "and hopefully It will be in ours for many more, too. I've tried getting him to talk about his childhood, but he refuses. He occasionally tells me stories of how he used to surf with his friends, or how his dad would take him fishing, and they'd come home with their catch, which his mother would say was not the eating kind, and he'd feel bad that he'd killed for nothing. But none of his stories were too deep. They never told me anything new about him. We've lived together for over 2 years, but there's hardly anything of Dan's in the house, no personal trinkets or things from his past. He didn't hold on to anything from his childhood, not even family or friends.
Maybe that's why he doesn't understand why I miss my sister so much, why I need to see my dad as often as I can, or why our family home is so important to me. Too much has been taken away from me over the years that I can't bear to lose even more. Not all of us can live a life untethered. It's getting late. I really should stop being so maudlin and start getting ready. I shower, wash my hair, and take my time styling it into the large curls Dan likes. I take care with my makeup so I don't look too done up, but still look glamorous and youthful, although covering up the redness in my cheeks is harder than it looks. I hate that I can never look as flawless as all the women I follow on Instagram. I never used to be this insecure until I met Dan. Get a grip, I mumble to myself as I apply my mascara. I pull on my tight blue dress and smile at my reflection. I look okay. Actually, no, I look more than okay. I look really nice. Sexy, even. I'm not going to let Cynthia win. She can try to intimidate me all she wants, but she won't make me run, and she'll never get my man. Dan chose me. He wants me, and I'll do whatever it takes to keep him. Chapter 10. I was feeling emboldened in the Uber on the way to the restaurant. I felt so good in my new dress that it didn't seem right to drag myself into town on a sweaty bus or tube. I wanted to arrive at the venue in style. But as the taxi pulls up outside the Mandarin Oriental in Hyde Park, my confidence instantly evaporates. Women like Cynthia are used to dressing up and dining in places like this, but not me. The pearls I'm wearing aren't even real. A woman with a sharp blonde bob walks past, and my chest tightens. What if she's here? So far, Cynthia has known when I'm home and when I'm at work. What's stopping her from following me or Dan to the restaurant? She's done it before. She's turned up in other places we've been, watching through the window or waiting on the other side of the street as we left the venue. I can't go through that again. I can't spend every day looking over my shoulder. I feel a hand slide around my waist, and I jump. "Sweetheart, it's only me," Dan says, pulling me to him and nuzzling my neck. My God, you look and smell amazing. Every bit of fear and apprehension evaporates as soon as my husband's hands are on me. I tilt my head up, my lips finding his, and feel myself melt against him as he kisses me right there in the middle of the street, forcing all the tourists and posh hotel guests to walk around us. Dan never cares about taking up space or taking what's his. Me. And the people sidestepping us don't mind either. A handsome man kissing a woman in an evening gown is not an inconvenience. It's what movies are made of. "We're a bit early," I say. "Cocktails?" he says at the same time as I do, and we both laugh. Dan and I have spoken a lot about having children since getting married, but at moments like these, I wonder what the point is. Who would swap this for nights full of crying babies, clothes covered in sick, and weekends being exactly the same as every other day? I like my life. I don't know if being busier is the answer to me feeling calmer. Maybe I just need to do fancier things more often. Things like this. The hotel bar is busy, so I choose a table while Dan gets the attention of the waitress, which isn't difficult. We order a whiskey sour for him and an Aperol spritz for me, and I imagine how others must see us. A power couple, important, sophisticated, privileged. For a minute I consider taking some photos for Facebook, the bar and the drinks and my midnight blue dress that rustles when I walk. It's nice to create memories to look back on in the future. Then I think about the importance of staying in the present, and I put my phone away. Dan says something, clinking his glass against mine, but I was too lost in my thoughts to hear him. "Sorry, what was that?" I said, "Happy anniversary."
"Are you okay?"
Dan leans forward and takes both my hands in one of his. "Oh, right, yes, I'm fine," I say,
although I'm still scanning the room for women who look like Cynthia, even though this place is full of elite middle-aged women who all look like Cynthia. It's just that you've been a bit on edge lately, Dan says. Is it because of Harper? It's been 3 years next week, right? My anxiety is instantly replaced by guilt. I should be feeling worse because of my best friend's death. 3 years isn't very long at all. But Cynthia's attempts at rattling me have taken that away from me too. Yeah, I say. Dan nods slowly. He understands. My husband always understands. Grief has no time frame, he says, his thumb stroking my hand and sending shivers of pleasure up my arm and straight to my core. You never know when you'll get triggered. Be kind to yourself. I saw Dad today too. Oh, was he not on good form? I sniff and shake my head, and he lifts my hands to his mouth and kisses them. You can always tell me anything, you know that, right? No matter how silly you think it is, or that you're repeating yourself, I'll never judge. I'm here. I'm a good listener. It's my job, after all. I should tell him. I should tell him everything. Cynthia and the notes and the rock. It's not right to have secrets between us. I take a deep breath, wondering where to start, when 2 women catch my eye. One of them is tall and brunette with a chignon tied expertly at the base of her neck. Her dress is black and silk and hangs off her like it's made of water. The other woman is more petite with Asian features, her mouth like a tiny rosebud. They are both smiling at Dan and heading our way. Now he's seen them too. Am I imagining things, or has his whole body stiffened? Fancy seeing you both here, he says as they approach our table, his voice flat and void of any excitement. I plaster a smile on my face too, even though I instantly want them to leave.
This is my special time with my husband. I don't want to share him, not even for a second.
Jerry, they both chime, then look at one another and burst out laughing. Is this an inside joke? Hi, I'm Freya, I say. They nod but don't tell me their names. Instead, the brunette holds a hand to her chest and makes a face. Do excuse our lack of manners. Are we interrupting a work meeting? No, this is my wife, Dan says, a lot more formally than he usually speaks. He also isn't smiling. Dan is always smiling. It's our 1-year anniversary, I add. The women look at one another again, but I can't decipher what that look means. This is your wife? The brunette says. Goodness, never had you down as the marrying type. Aaliyah and I met in Italy, Dan says to me, as if that explains anything. He looks as uncomfortable by them being here as I am. It was so long ago I can't even remember what I was doing there, whether it was business or pleasure. A bit of both, if I recall, Aaliyah says. You remember my friend Mai, don't you? He nods but doesn't look at the other woman. Are you both psychologists too? I ask. They both laugh. Fashion, they say in unison. Of course. Why are they still here? Do they think we're going to invite them to join us? The woman who greeted us earlier appears out of nowhere and clears her throat. Your table is ready now, sir, she says to Dan discreetly. You're dining at the Heron? Aaliyah exclaims. How sublime. You're one lucky lady, Freya. I give her a curt smile, but Dan has already taken my hand and is pulling me away. Who were they? I whisper as we're shown to our table. Ghastly women. Awful. The worst kind. How do you know them again? He shakes his head and orders another whiskey sour. I tell the waiter I'm happy with sparkling water for now. I met them years ago, before I knew you. A boat party in Portofino. A work colleague of mine invited me.
These things are always a lot more boring than you think. I wouldn't know anything about yachting on the Italian Riviera. I don't even know why this story is bothering me so much. Is it because before Dan met me, his life was glamorous and full of beautiful women? Or because he never takes me anywhere like that? We go on holiday to the Cotswolds and the Lake District. We had our honeymoon in Venice, but even there we didn't do anything too extravagant. We spent it mainly in the hotel and sightseeing. I guess you have to be a certain type of woman to be invited to parties on super yachts. Anyway, enough about those vapid women. Tonight is about us, Dan says, his eyes and smile sparkling again. Happy anniversary, sweetheart. He pulls something out of his work bag and hands me a box wrapped in gold paper. My tummy begins to flutter again, banishing all thoughts of women in bikinis and Italian sunsets. I thought we weren't going crazy with gifts, I say.
I feel silly giving you my present now. It's just a little something. I open the box and gasp. Inside is a beautiful string of pearls held together by a diamond clasp. You said you always wanted real ones, he says. They're gorgeous. I take off my fake pearls and replace them with the real thing. Antique, he replies. They were my grandmother's. It's the last thing of hers I have left, but they belong on the woman I love, not hidden away in a drawer. I bite my lips together, lost for words. First his grandmother's engagement ring, and now this. The only things Dan kept from his past were 2 of his grandmother's pieces of jewelry, and now he's given them both to me. That's how loved I am. He wipes a single tear off my cheek with his thumb, then runs it along my lips. My breath catches, and in that moment, all I want to do is kiss Dan so hard, everyone knows he's mine. I hope those 2 women from earlier are watching. I hope they wish they were me. I love it, I say, placing my hands over the cool pearls at my neck. And I love you. I will cherish this necklace forever. We stay staring at one another for an eternity, his crystal blue eyes searching mine, until we realize the waitress from before is standing next to us, ready to take our order. I'll just have whatever he's having, I say to her, feeling my cheeks warm up from my previous drink and the way Dan is looking at me. We'll have the salmon, then the steak, Dan says to the waitress, smiling that smile of his. Am I imagining it, or are her cheeks reddening too? She walks away, and now it's my turn to fish around inside my handbag. I hand Dan a card. Remember how I said the tradition for first-year wedding anniversaries is to give one another a gift of paper, I say. Well, I wrote you a poem in a card, and here, I wrote down your gift. While he reads my badly written rhyme, I study his face. I could stare at it for hours. His thick, dark hair that he wears pushed back, the way his stubble is effortless but neat. Not quite a beard, but like he's been on holiday and not bothered to shave for a week. And his thick eyebrows framing eyes the color of a cloudless summer sky. Every part of him is perfectly symmetrical, with angular, clean lines, like he was created by a Renaissance artist drawing with a very sharp pencil. God, I hope my poem isn't as dramatic and corny as my thoughts right now. I love it, Dan says, taking my hand again. Honestly, Freya, don't make that face. I do. I love the poem and I love my gift. My very own star. What should we call it? I feel shy when he looks at me like this. I shrug. It's not an official thing. I mean, you don't literally own a star. It's just symbolic. I'll call it Freya. And wherever I am in the world, whatever I'm doing, I can look up and see you. I laugh, and he joins in. Dan's the only person I know who can make cheesy stuff like that sound impossibly romantic. I didn't forget the tradition either, he says.
I got you something else. He reaches into the inside of his suit jacket and hands me a folded piece of paper. My heart starts racing, not because of the gesture, but because something is written on it in bright red capital letters. Just like the note on my car this afternoon. What is he giving me? What is this? I take it, my fingers trembling, sweat collecting on my upper lip. Don't look so worried, he says with a laugh. It's just something I found. I glance at the writing. It says, "Open me," like some Alice in Wonderland trick. I hold my breath as I slowly unfold the paper, then let out a long, silent sigh. It's not another threat. It's just a photo of a house. Remember that little cottage by the sea you described the other day? Dan says. I think I've found it. His eyes are gleaming. I've never seen him this excited in the 3 years I've known him. He normally talks slowly, thinks before he speaks, but right now he's gabbling and tripping over his words like he's had too much caffeine. I looked into it, and apparently the owner is old and hates estate agents, so he's prepared to sell it for an absolute steal if we go direct, through a lawyer, of course. I figured we have enough in our savings for the deposit, and then, if we were to sell Mount View, we could buy it and live by the sea. Can you imagine that, Freya? We'd be millionaires with a Cornish cottage and not a problem in the world. I could take the kids fishing and teach them to surf. You could do your crafts or maybe even start your own business. Anything is possible with that much money. Just say you'll think about it, Freya. Please. For me? For us? And our future family?
I nod dumbly, turning the paper over and staring at more pictures. When did I say I wanted to live in Cornwall? The cottage in the photos is quaint, 3 large bedrooms and plenty of land to extend if we wanted to. A beautiful garden looking out over a sandy beach and vast sea. A fishing village in the distance.
It's just like the one you described, remember? Not really. I nod.
Is that a yes? He cries. You'll think about it? Dan, my Dan, who is always so poised and professional, so strong and commanding, is waiting for an answer like a little boy on Christmas Day. It's so strange to see him lose his composure and look so hopeful. I'll think about it, I say. The smile he gives me is reward enough.
Chapter 11. We spend the entire meal talking about Cornwall, and it's hard not to get swept away in Dan's descriptions of seafood restaurants and sandy coves where children paddle in shallow waters. I keep thinking of St. Ives, where he proposed to me, and how relaxed he seemed, so far away from London and closer to his roots. We eat and talk and laugh and order champagne. I've drunk too much, and now I'm stumbling as I get out of the Uber, the two of us hushing one another and giggling like drunk teenagers trying not to get caught by their parents. Is expensive bubbly more potent? I ask, wobbling on my heels. Dan catches me and holds me upright as the taxi drives away. I don't know, but it's making me feel very amorous, he says, shuffling forward until my bottom hits our garden wall. Is that right? I perch on the edge of the wall and gather my dress up, smiling as he positions himself between my legs. His fingers caress the back of my neck, and I close my eyes at the feel of his touch. A pool of warm liquid gathers in the pit of my stomach as I pull him closer, our kiss deepening. We can't do this here, I mumble into his mouth. What will the neighbors think? This is a very respectable area, don't you know? He breaks away, his breaths heavy and labored. Then I suggest we go to a less respectable neighborhood so I can have my way with you. I'll let you pick the alleyway. Ever the gentleman, I say, giggling as I hook my legs behind his knees and pull him closer again. I've had a wonderful evening. Me too, and I was serious when I said I'd think about it, I tell him. About buying a cottage. I just have a lot to consider with the house and Dad and work and... He kisses my neck, his fingers stroking my thighs as he pushes the hem of my dress higher. There's no rush. I give in to his touch, my breaths coming faster, tilting my face up to the full moon. Our house faces woodland, a small park, and a dense cluster of trees. Tonight, they shine like they're made of silver. His teeth graze my throat, and I open my eyes, releasing a whimper. With a start, I sit up and push him away. What's the matter? He says, straightening up and looking around him. I can't speak. All I can do is point. He turns around and follows my gaze at the trees. I just saw a face, a woman's face. It's her, I say. Cynthia was watching us. Who? Cynthia? What do you mean? Dan is looking over both shoulders, his face set hard and his brow knitted. We haven't talked about that woman in months. No wonder he looks so worried and confused. Are you sure it was Cynthia? He asks again. Yes, maybe. I think so. I stutter. She had a hood on, but it was definitely a woman by that tree. Stay here. Let me take a look. Before I have a chance to tell him to leave it, that he needs to be careful, he's jogging across the road towards the park. I didn't see her face clearly. I just saw a pale dress blowing in the breeze as she ran off. Was it Cynthia? It had to be. What other woman lurks in the bushes at midnight, spying on couples kissing? Less than a minute later, Dan comes back out of breath, his face glistening with sweat. She's not there, he says, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. I heard footsteps, but that could have been anyone. It's too dark to see, but I doubt it was Cynthia. Well, how many stalkers do you have? I cry, my bottom lip quivering. Hey, it's okay. He pulls me to him until my head is resting on his chest. Let's not panic. It could have been, I don't know. But it can't have been Cynthia. She gave up ages ago. Plus, the restraining order means she's not allowed to go anywhere near us, and she hasn't been. He has no idea. He really thinks he's safe now. But he silences me with another kiss.
If we see anything else, I'll report it to the police. I promise. He takes my hand and helps me off the wall. I straighten out my dress, tuck my hair behind my ears, tell myself that I'm safe.
I'm safe. I'm safe.
Dan leads me up our garden path, and I rummage through my bag to get the door keys out, but Dan has stopped walking. Why hasn't the window been fixed? Shit. My heart rate was only just beginning to slow down. Oh, I forgot to tell you. They cancelled. I keep my voice as calm as possible, but I'm not sure I sound at all convincing. I called them as I was getting ready earlier and begged them to come back the next day. They're coming tomorrow. I don't work Wednesdays, so I'll be home all day. I'll make sure it gets done. Dan is tugging on the board. I try to take his hand again, but the magic has been lost. 5 minutes ago, we were getting hot and heavy outside our house, and now I'm back to feeling like an anxious wreck. He pulls at the wood again. It doesn't budge, but he's still not convinced. It's not safe to leave the house like this, Freya. Someone could break in. You think Cynthia would? No, he says, running his hands through his thick hair. She's not like that. I treated her, remember? I know her mind. The woman is obsessive and relentless, but she's not dangerous. He has no idea. He cups my face with his hands and kisses my forehead, but I can tell his mind is far away. I don't want you to worry, okay? The window will be fixed tomorrow, and neither of us can be sure that woman was Cynthia. It was probably just one of the nosy neighbours. Dan thinks his stalker has disappeared, but she hasn't. She's still here, closer than ever. I open the front door, and he ushers me in, looking outside, left and right, before shutting the door behind us and double-locking it. We need to speak to the police, I say quietly. He rounds on me, his eyes flashing. No, he shouts. Then his shoulders sag, and he takes a deep breath. Sorry. There's no point. It's not against the law to stand in a street at night then run into the woods. I'll speak to Tom tomorrow. Tom is Dan's psychiatrist friend, who now treats Cynthia.
The friend Dan convinced to take his patient off him when she began to get unhealthily attached.
Dan shrugs off his suit jacket and hangs it on the end of the banister with a sigh. I'll let him know what we think we saw, see if she says anything. Maybe he can up her meds or something. There's always a way. I wait for him to mention that we're safer living away from London, to talk about the Cornish cottage again, but for once he stays quiet about running away. I'm exhausted, he says, looking like a completely different person than he did in the restaurant earlier. So different to the man who had my dress hitched up over my hips just a few minutes ago. I drape my arms around his neck, stroking the back of his head. Want to go upstairs and finish what we started? He untangles himself from me. I just want to have a cup of tea and go to bed, he says with another sigh. Do we have any more of that chamomile left? He follows me into the kitchen where I turn on the light. I notice it before he does. First I see the blood, a smear on the white kitchen floor tiles, then the matted black fur. Another dead rat by the side door where the cat flap is. Why didn't I shut Sushi in the house and lock the cat flap? Because I didn't think Cynthia would do this again? Leave it, I say, but Dan is already crouching down and inspecting the bloody rodent. Naughty Sushi, I mumble, as I go to get some newspaper and antibacterial spray. A cat didn't do this. I freeze. I have my back to Dan, I can't see his face, but I can tell by the strain in his voice that he's angry. My husband never gets angry. I turn around slowly. Dan is pointing at something around the creature's neck. A piece of card tied to a red string. Unless Sushi has learned to write recently. My hand flies to my mouth. What has the lunatic written this time? What does it say? I stammer. Watch yourself. A small yelp escapes my lips like the cry of a newborn kitten. I shake my head from side to side, slowly. They're the same words she wrote on the note on my windscreen, the note I threw away and now wish I'd kept. That fucking bitch, Dan says under his breath. That fucking deranged, unhinged psycho. She's not going to get between us, Freya. She's not. He storms out of the kitchen, and I run after him. You said it will be okay, I cry, trying to keep up with him as he marches down the hallway and into the living room. You said you'll speak to Tom tomorrow. Too right, I'll speak to Tom. She's going to pay for this. She doesn't get to terrorize us in our own home and get away with it. His hands are shaking as he picks up the decanter that we never drink from. I just have it on display because it looks nice, and pours himself a generous glass of cognac. I stay silent as he takes a sip, then another, his seething breaths heavy and loaded with rage. I've never seen him like this, like a man who's about to step into a boxing ring. But she isn't dangerous, I say quietly. Right? You said before that I have nothing to worry about. He gives me a look that makes my stomach twist. I can't tell him about the letters and the rock now. If this is how angry he's getting about one rat, how will he feel about two? And the fact I've kept it all from him? I'll tell him in the morning, when he's calmed down and ready to speak to Tom. She gives me the creeps, I say quietly. But I'm not scared. I know you won't let anything happen to us. You think you have a monopoly on fear, he shouts, slamming down his tumbler of cognac. You treat me like I'm Superman or your bloody bodyguard, Freya, as if I can guarantee your safety. Well, I can't. I'm no match for anyone who wants to do me harm, male or female. How much do you think I could actually do if she broke into our home right now with a knife or a gun? How strong do you think I am? You're so busy working on yourself, Freya, overcoming your own issues.
You never stop to think that maybe your husband gets scared sometimes too. Dan may as well have punched me in the face. What if he's been getting threatening notes too and didn't want to tell me? I blink and blink and blink until my tears clear, not wanting him to think my crying is making this about me too. Guilt floods through me. I never thought of it from his point of view before. When Cynthia first started stalking Dan, his main focus was on reassuring me that he had it under control. He would tell me that I was safe and that stuff like that happened all the time. So pleased with himself that he had stopped her obsession. Every night when he checks the windows and doors before going to bed, I just presume it's me he's trying to appease. How awful that I've never considered the possibility that maybe Dan spends his days looking over his shoulder and his nights anxious too. Are you angry at me? I ask, placing my hand on his arm. His eyes are glassy, but I don't know if it's because he's upset or angry or he's had too much to drink. This is scaring me. What if Dan has had enough of our life together? What if he's had enough of me? I throw my arms around his neck and hold on to him, tighter and tighter, until he finally wraps his arms around me too. I'm sorry. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you happy, I say, unable to hold back my tears any longer. Anything at all. Chapter 12. Wednesday. I have a really busy day, Dan says as he grabs his work bag. So best to text me instead of calling. Oh, and don't forget you said the window is getting fixed today. Everything is back to normal, nice and domestic and calm. I'm relieved he's back to talking about work and day-to-day things and hasn't mentioned the rat or anything else that happened last night. After his emotional outburst, we both went straight to bed, Dan falling into an alcoholic stupor while I stayed awake all night, terrified he was going to leave me. When I get like this, it's hard to be reasonable. I begin to analyze all the things he said, any little passing comment, his body language, and every undecipherable glance. I convinced myself that the girls in the restaurant last night were past lovers and he wants to return to that glamorous life. That after he saw them, then got home to chaos and hysteria, he looked at me and realized the last 3 years had been a mistake. I was certain that when he woke up, he'd announce he was leaving me. But he didn't. Much to my relief, he simply carried on as normal. Are you home for dinner? I ask. He nods his head. I'll call Tom in the evening once he's home. He's impossible to pin down during the day. After last night, I promised myself that I'd put less pressure on Dan, that I'd stay strong. But I can't do it. I need to hear him say the words. Everything's going to be okay though, right? I ask, leaning up to kiss him on the lips. Nothing to worry about, sweetheart, he says, chucking me under the chin. He's saying the right things, but I can see in his face that he no longer means them. We can both pretend all we want, but after last night, I now know he's just as nervous as I am. No matter how much I try to convince myself that real life is as rosy as my online life, when I go back into the kitchen, I'm instantly reminded that there are now 2 dead rats wrapped up in the bin that I should have put outside.
The bin men come on Friday, so at least they won't be outside that long. I take the rubbish out and make a start on sterilizing the entire kitchen from top to bottom. I already feel better now that the cat flap is locked, and once the window is fixed, the house will be as secure as it can be. I'm going to tell Dan everything tonight. I'll put some relaxing music on, prepare a special meal, make myself pretty, then tell him all about Cynthia's threats before he calls Tom. He no longer seemed upset this morning, so maybe he'll take it well.
Especially if I explain I was simply trying to protect him, that I didn't want to worry him. I move on to wiping down the surfaces with disinfectant, smiling at the peonies Dan bought me at the market on Sunday. They're in full bloom now, so fluffy and delicate. I hang the washing out in the garden. Nothing smells as good as fresh sheets blowing in the wind. Then I go on Instagram and watch some videos of Cornwall. I told Dan I'll think about moving, and I will. Once I clear my head, I'll have a serious think about it and do some proper research. It's time I considered my husband and his needs too. While online, I look up recipes for tonight and write a grocery list. Dan loves red meat. I wonder if I have enough time to cook a rack of lamb and creamy mash for dinner. I'll have to pop out to the shops and get a few more things, including thyme and butter. I glance at the kitchen clock. It's only 11 o'clock, and the Glazers are coming at 2. Plenty of time. An ad for one of my favorite online boutiques pops up on the screen. There's a sale on. Oh, I love their dresses. We can afford it, and a bit of shopping will cheer me up after the stress of the last few days. Besides, everything is on sale, so I'm saving money, really. The shops on the high street were busier than I expected, and the walk is always longer coming home. Not to mention my favorite charity shops had new stock out, and I got carried away buying some cute, tulip-shaped egg cups and a book I've always wanted at the fraction of the price. I'm buoyed by my day of bargain hunting and looking forward to making tonight's dinner. I'm sure once Dan talks to Tom about Cynthia, everything will be sorted, and we can go back to normal again. I'm just turning into our street when I hear someone shouting. It's that boy again, Aaron. "Want a hand with your bags, miss?" he asks, bounding over to me. I put them down and check my phone. It's 1:30. I still have time to get out of these sweaty clothes and shower before the Glazer comes. I have no idea how long it takes to change a pane of glass, but I need to get going with the dinner. The lamb needs marinading. I'm okay, thank you. Why aren't you in school? Teacher training day, he says. Likely story. Where's your husband? He asks. Why on earth is this kid so obsessed with Dan? Is it because he shouted at him and his friends the other day? Although I've noticed it hasn't made a blind bit of difference. They still play football outside our house every day. He's at work. That's where you should be, at home doing your homework. He rolls his eyes and walks away, and I heave the rest of my bags to the house, regretting my decision to buy potatoes and a hardback book. For a moment, I think the Glazers have somehow been and gone already. The wooden board is no longer nailed to the kitchen window, and the glass is in one piece. It's not until I get closer that I realize the wood has been prized off and is lying in the flower bed below. "Aaron!" I shout. He comes running up my garden path. "Did you see anyone near my house?" He shakes my head. "I only just got here," he says. He looks up at the window. "Wait up, where's your window gone?" Where before there was a window, smashed and jagged with broken glass, there's now only a clean, empty space. An open space big enough for a grown adult to climb through. I drop my shopping on the ground, ignoring the potatoes rolling down my front lawn. I need to call the police. What if somebody's inside, waiting for me? Chapter 13. The police car is still in our driveway when Dan comes home, although thankfully all the neighbors have finally stopped gawping and gone inside. The Glazer turned up when the police were searching the house. Once they confirmed no one was inside, nothing had been stolen or disturbed, and it wasn't a crime scene. The Glazer was free to fix the glass, while I gave the police my details. The police car is backing out of our drive when I see Dan's car slow down and stop in front of our house. He looks worried, but he's not getting out. I run over to him. "It's okay," I say as he winds down the window. "I'm fine. Everyone's fine." Dan stays in the car. "What the fuck are the police doing in our house?" he says through gritted teeth, the veins in his hands popping as he grips the steering wheel.
Jesus, Freya, I thought something had happened to you. The tone of his voice turns my blood to ice. This is all my fault for forgetting the repairmen were coming the first time. It's nothing serious. The wood was pulled off the window while I was at the shops. I was worried we may have been robbed, so I called the police, but it's fine. No one has been inside the house, and nothing has been taken. I don't tell him how the police officer looked at me with pure derision after checking the house, or how he muttered something about wasting their time and that they have real emergencies to attend to. I haven't dealt with the police since Harper died. It brought everything back to me, feelings of helplessness and being dismissed. I shouldn't have bothered calling them. The police drive away, but Dan still hasn't said a word. The adrenaline is leaving my body, and I feel so dizzy I have to lean against his car window to steady myself. Sorry to scare you, I say. Are you hungry? I've lost my appetite, but there's plenty of food in the fridge. You went shopping? Dan replies. Why did you leave the house when you knew the Glazers were coming? I needed to buy lamb for dinner, I say quietly. And the window got fixed. Look, everything is fine. The police said it was probably just kids. I think of Aaron hanging around the house and his obsession with Dan, always asking where my husband is. Surely it wasn't him. Perhaps it was Cynthia, and when Aaron started playing outside,
She got scared away. But I don't get it. The window is right at the front of the house. How could anyone have pulled the board off and not been seen? I'll have to ask the street WhatsApp group if they saw anything. Not that I want my neighbours thinking their own houses are unsafe now too. Dan still hasn't moved. Why is he not parking the car? Are you okay? I ask. He looks pale, his eyes circled with grey shadows. Perhaps he didn't sleep as well as I thought he did last night, or he's hungover from yesterday's cognac. No, Freya, everything is not okay. Everything is a fucking disaster. Get back inside. I'm calling Tom now. I know he's not angry with me, but it still feels like I've done something wrong. This is all Cynthia's fault. It's her he's angry with, not me. I go inside the house, checking the floor is clean from all the glass I cleaned up earlier. I'm unloading the dishwasher when Dan enters the kitchen. He hasn't taken his coat off, which is strange as he is very particular about hanging up his work coat and lining his shoes up in the hallway. Sit down, he says. I'm calling Tom right now. I can't bear another second of this. I've never seen Dan like this. His skin is waxen, and his hands are shaking as he takes his phone out of his work bag. Oh God, this is it. I have to tell him the truth. Dan needs to know the full picture before he tells Tom anything. He takes a seat at the dining table, coat and shoes still on, scrolling through his phone looking for his friend's number. Wait, I say, placing a hand over his. Dan looks up, his eyes rimmed red. I'm not Superman. God, what have I done? What's going on, Freya? My throat is so dry I can hardly speak. I get up, pour myself some tap water, sip it, and sit back down next to him. Last night's dead rat, I say. It wasn't the only one. I found one the day before yesterday, the same day I got a threatening note on my windscreen, and the window wasn't smashed by a football on Sunday. Someone threw a rock at the house. A rock with a note attached. Dan is looking at me like I'm talking in riddles. A rock? What did it say? I can feel my cheeks stinging. I should have kept the stone, and the notes, and letters, and every other terrifying item I wanted out of my sight. It said, I see you, I say quietly. Dan's eyes widen. And the note on your car? Watch yourself. The same message as the note on the second rat, I reply, desperately searching his face for any signs of how he's feeling, trying to gauge what his reaction is going to be. But there's nothing. No shock or anger, no fear or disgust. Nothing. Dan, I say, putting my hand over his. He pulls away, making my stomach spasm. So where are all these threatening notes? He snaps. And why are you only just telling me? I threw them all away. You did what? Why? I didn't want to worry you, I stutter, my voice high and whiny. God, it all sounds so stupid now I say it out loud. I clear my throat and try to speak normally. Anything else? He asks, his face still a blank mask. I've messed up. I've messed up so badly. I may as well tell him everything now. I take another shaky breath and close my eyes.
Cynthia never stopped writing you letters. I've been intercepting them, then throwing them away, most of them unread, especially the last few. Silence. A beat that stretches out for eternity. You open my post? He says, low and slow, virtually a growl. He needs to understand that I did this for him, for us. I did it because I didn't want to worry him. You've been so busy lately, and we both thought her stalking was under control. So when she started writing to you again, I thought it would upset you. So I got rid of everything. I'm sorry. I really am. A single tear rolls down my cheek, but I don't wipe it away. Neither does he this time. I messed up, Dan. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I'm going to call Tom, he says.
Go upstairs, please.
But, Freya, he says, his voice chillingly calm and slow. Client confidentiality. I can't discuss Cynthia in front of you. Go upstairs, run a bath, relax. I'll sort this. He's pretending to be calm, but I know he's angry. I've made him angry. And now he has to tell Tom that his stupid wife has made everything worse. It's probably best I do go upstairs because I don't want to hear Dan make excuses to his colleague as to why his wife is so bloody irresponsible. I'm sorry, I say again, jumping up and wrapping my arms around Dan's neck from behind. I squeeze tighter, resting my cheek against his, whispering how sorry I am over and over again. He still has his coat and shoes on. Please don't be angry with me, I say, kissing his neck and cheeks. Please. He turns his face to the side until his lips find mine. It's fine, Freya. Just go upstairs. His words are of little comfort to me, but I leave him to it anyway, shutting the door quietly behind me. It's not fine, though, it is. It's far from fucking fine. The entire thing is one big, horrid mess. Instead of running a bath, as Dan suggested, I climb the stairs and sit on the top step, listening to the murmur of his voice below. I can't hear what he's saying, but I can tell by the intonation when he's calm and when he's not. At one point I hear him say, "What? Are you sure?" Because he shouts that part out, but the rest is mumbled. I change into my pajamas, giving up on the idea of cooking dinner altogether. I don't know whether it's safe to go back downstairs, or whether I should wait for Dan to summon me like I'm a naughty schoolgirl, and he's the exasperated headmaster. I hate myself when I get like this, anxious and fearful of Dan's reaction. I'm acting like he's some kind of bully when he's not. In all the time we've been together, we've hardly ever argued. I don't blame him for being angry and stressed right now.
Who wouldn't be if their ex-patient was stalking them and targeting their house and his wife, a wife that keeps secrets from them? But I can't help myself. I know I'm making everything worse by being needy and clingy. If I was watching myself in a movie, I'd think my character was a pathetic wet rag. But I just need Dan to know how sorry I am, how much I love him, how terrified I am of losing what we have. Freya? I freeze, pulling on my dressing gown. Dan is at the bottom of the stairs calling my name, but that one word is not enough for me to be able to tell if he's happy or further irritated. Freya. Dan enters our bedroom, and at the sight of me standing there, staring at him wide-eyed like a fearful rabbit, he opens his arms. I breathe out a sigh of relief and run into them, burying my face into his chest. He sorted everything out. I knew he would. What did Tom say? I ask, looking up at his tired face. He leads me to the bed, sitting me down. Cynthia has gone, he says. She's dead? Dan laughs softly. I wish. No. She moved to Sydney, Australia, 3 weeks ago. What? That doesn't make sense. She was still sending letters a week or two ago. Dan shuffles up on the bed until he's leaning his back against the wall. I follow and he draws me in so I'm resting my head on his shoulder. I close my eyes at the weight of his arms around me, the rhythm of his breathing. I spoke to Tom and he said she left last month. She told him she'd written lots of letters to me but was struggling to send them. Maybe her assistant posted them after she left. You said you didn't read all of them, so maybe they were the ones telling me she was leaving. I'm shaking my head in disbelief, trying to make it all make sense, but Dan keeps talking. It's the truth, Freya. I googled Cynthia. You know she's always in the news, and she was in the Sydney press at some charity function a few days ago.
Maybe she flew over to do all those things, I say. You think she flew nearly 24 hours to put a rat through our cat flap? That's not her style. Also, one of the photos I saw of her on social media was taken yesterday by the Opera House. She's not the one who has been doing these weird things, Freya. I sit up. But then who's been threatening us? Dan pulls me to him tighter and kisses the top of my head. I don't know. Those teenagers, maybe. That awful boy that's always hanging about outside. I sit up again. Erin wouldn't do that. You know him. I look down. I really don't want to get Dan worked up again. No, not really. He just talks to me sometimes. He offered to carry my bags this afternoon. He's not a bad kid. So he was outside the house when the board was taken off the window. Yes, I asked him if he saw someone, but he didn't. Please don't talk to him anymore, Dan says. I'll have a word with him. No, there's really no need. He's just a child, Dan. Freya, he says, turning me so I look at him. In my line of work, I see a lot of things. Terrible things. And let me tell you, there's no such thing as just a child. He's what? 14, 15 even? You think boys that age don't do bad things? You think just because he says hello and offers to carry your bags, he wouldn't terrorize us for fun? Hurt you? I don't know what to say. If it wasn't Cynthia, then who else would do such a thing? Maybe Dan's right, and Cynthia's assistant posted her letters after she left. Maybe those teenage boys have been picking on our house for fun. And maybe the note on my windscreen had nothing to do with the rock or the rats and was left for me by that violent man at the crisis center the other day. As for the woman watching us, that could have been anyone. Maybe she wasn't even staring at me. There's probably an innocent explanation for it all. It's dusk outside now, and my stomach is grumbling. It must be close to 8 o'clock. I go to get up, we need to eat, but Dan stops me.
I love you so much, he says, cupping my face in his hands. Please be careful.
Careful? How can I be careful when I don't know who I'm meant to be scared of?
Chapter 14.
We got a Chinese takeaway in the end, but I've lost my appetite. We're sitting on the sofa, a documentary about cruise ships gone wrong droning in the background, but I can't focus on that or anything Dan is saying. All I keep thinking is that nothing has changed. Even if Cynthia is no longer in the country, that doesn't mean whoever is targeting our home is going to stop. I'm going to cancel my work trip, Dan says. I look up, my chopsticks mid-air. What trip? Dan puts his empty bowl on the coffee table and rubs his eyes. I meant to tell you last night, but with everything going on, I totally forgot. I need to go to Milan on Friday. I've been invited to give a keynote speech at a conference over the weekend, but it won't take long. I'll be back Sunday evening. Is it really important? I ask. More important than me? I want to add. Yeah, it's a really big deal, but I'm going to have to say no, because I don't want to leave you here by yourself. I put my noodles to one side and cuddle up to him, his hard chest against my cheek. I like to feel how strong he is, how safe I feel with him near me, but I'm stifling him. I can't have such a tight rein on him all the time, or he's going to end up resenting me. He said himself he's not a superhero, he's just a human with his own emotions and needs. I think back to what my dad used to say to me when I wouldn't let go of my baby sister. Sometimes, when you hold on to things too tightly, they break. Go, I say to Dan. I'll be fine. Are you sure? And leave you on your own after all of this? What's the alternative? Have me under lock and key for the rest of my life? We've established it wasn't Cynthia, so it was probably just some stupid prank by the local kids. If they wanted to hurt me, they would have by now.
They're just bored.
Dan doesn't look convinced. Or maybe I could come with you, I say, searching his face to see what he's thinking. Dan is so hard to read, I can never tell. I'd love that, he says, but I'll be sharing a house with 3 other psychologists, all men, don't worry. He gives a light laugh. And we'll be busy every day. Plus, I have to leave Friday afternoon, and you have work all day. He's right. I can't miss work on such short notice. It wouldn't be fair on them. We're understaffed as it is, plus I don't have anyone to feed the cat. Dan has no idea how hard it's been working at Hope House lately. I hardly ever talk about my job with him anymore, and he never asks. I didn't even tell him what happened with that violent man and the equally violent woman. It probably wouldn't be a big deal for most people. I bet Dan has plenty of patients at work who flip out. But since Harper's death, then Cynthia's stalking, it doesn't take much to put me on edge. But I can change that. Courage is a choice, and I'm tired of being weak and pathetic. Go to your conference, I say. I'll be fine. Dan picks up my discarded noodles and slurps some up. I don't know. I don't even have a small suitcase. I threw mine away because it broke. When did his break? I have one, I say. Your one has a wheel missing. We really need to upgrade our luggage situation. Why? I want to ask. It's not as if we ever go anywhere. I have a new suitcase, I say. A small one. It's pink. Dan gives me a quizzical look. Were you planning to run away, Elle Woods? I laugh. Legally Blonde is one of my favorite movies, and Dan is always teasing me that pink and girly Elle is my role model. I stick my tongue out at him, and he grins. No, it's a fancy high-tech one and brand new.
I spotted it at the charity shop for a bargain price. And it's pink? I thought you said gender identity was nothing more than a human construct, and that pink was originally a boy's colour anyway, back in the Victorian times. He shakes his head at me, his eyes shining and a smile dancing on his lips. You're very sexy when you remember every little thing I say to you. Like it's hard? I reply. He narrows his eyes and puts his bowl down, clasping the back of my head and running his thumb up and down the side of my neck. I shiver, and he notices. It might be, he says, his voice like gravel. I did that. I have the power to make this perfect man want me whenever I want. He leans me back on the sofa and strokes my hair out of my face, his features turning suddenly serious. I'm sorry for all of this, he whispers. I hate that my job has caused you so much pain. Your job keeps a roof over our heads, I say, even though that's not technically true. He may earn a lot more than me, but I have enough money in the bank to last me years. My father's savings will cover the care home fees for a while yet. Plus, I've been saving up my whole life. For what? I'm not sure. Dan says we need to leave it in there. All this drama with Cynthia is because of me, and now I have to go away and leave you on your own. It's not fair on you, Freya. Well, maybe you won't have this job forever, I say, thinking of the pretty little cottage by the sea he found, and all the money we'd have in the bank if we sold Mountview. I don't want to leave my father behind, yet if he was able to tell me, I really believe he'd want me to go for it. He used to say that life is never as complicated as we think it is. I just want you, Dan says. An easy life, me, you, and more of this. He starts to unbutton my pajama top, and I close my eyes, succumbing to his touch. He peels away my clothes and covers me in kisses, working his way down my body until I'm clasping at his hair and arching my back, and giving myself over to him fully and wholly and forever. That is indeed extremely pink, Dan says. We're both kneeling on the carpet of the spare room, peering under the bed. He really didn't want me to show him the new suitcase, but I insisted. It's more of a magenta, I say, grinning at him. But it's really well made. You should see the inside. The lady said it's indestructible, whatever that means. And you're sure you're okay about me going to Milan? Not really, but I have to be. If I keep living in fear, I'm going to drive him away. It's time to toughen up. Of course, it's fine, I say. I slide the suitcase out from under the bed. It feels heavier than I remember. Wait a minute, I think there's something inside it, I mutter. Been hiding your secret shopping stash? Dan teases. It's stupid how hard my heart starts to beat with the thought of having left anything inside the case. What did I buy again? Some books, teacups, a few other silly things, but I'm sure I unpacked all of that. I turn the suitcase around to unzip it, but it's locked. Its little black padlock swinging off the zip. It's meant to be empty. Don't tell me you bought a locked suitcase with something inside it, Dan says. His voice sounds all light and jokey, but his face says something else. I don't want another long talk about my spending habits. I promised him I had it under control. I fiddle with the combination on the tiny lock, not that I have any idea what number I would have used. I'm sure I never locked it. Did I? It's not opening, I say. Dan gets to his feet and brushes the cat hair off his trousers. Don't worry about it, he says. That suitcase is far too Barbie for me anyway. Wait, you don't understand, I say, yanking at the zip.
I didn't lock it. It was empty when I bought it. I remember testing all the zips and pockets, and the original tags were inside. It's never been used.
I didn't fill it up or lock it. Dan makes a face, as if to say, it's a mystery, and mutters something about getting ready for bed.
Did you put something inside it? I call out as he heads for the bathroom. How would I fill up a suitcase when I didn't know it existed until now? I push it back under the spare room bed and join Dan in the bathroom to brush my teeth. My memory isn't great at the best of times, but I know I didn't leave the things I bought inside the suitcase. I wander downstairs with my toothbrush still in my mouth and check the bookshelf in the kitchen. There it is, the cookery book I bought, along with the pretty teacups I was going to turn into candles. I'm not going mad. The suitcase was empty when I put it away. Don't worry about it, Dan says, getting into bed. He looks like a different person now that he knows Cynthia is out of the picture. I'm sure the amazing sex we had on the sofa earlier helped too. I give a long sigh. He's right. I worry too much. I take off my makeup, then remove my earrings, opening up my mother's old jewelry box to put them away. The small case is dark leather and cracked with age, but I love the way it concertinas when I open it, revealing its 3 layers. Bella has no memory of our mother, so her jewelry never interested her. She picked out Mum's diamond studs on her 21st birthday, the most expensive item, and said I could keep the rest. All my jewelry either once belonged to my mother, or it's something Dan has bought me. I don't wear a lot of rings, just my engagement and wedding rings that I never take off. But sometimes I wear my mother's engagement ring. It's sapphire and diamonds, and according to my father, it's been in my family since before Mountview was built. I pick up Dan's grandmother's necklace, my anniversary gift, running the cold pearls through my fingers. So pretty. I put it back down and finger an old brooch of my mother's, shaped like a peacock,
smiling at the bright colors of each glass gem. It has no value, just costume jewelry, but I remember her wearing it to one of my school plays. I thought it was the fanciest thing ever. There's not much in this box, but everything means something. All of it matters to me. I run my fingers over each item again, then stop at the empty space on the padded section. Where's my mother's sapphire ring? Dan! I shout over my shoulder. He sits up in bed and puts his book down. What's the matter? My mother's ring! I can't find it. Have you seen the ring? The one with the blue stone? He shakes his head slowly. When did you last wear it? I hardly ever wear it. I think the last time was on our wedding day. It was my something old and my something blue, remember? I have to find it. I'm rummaging through the jewels, tangling up the necklaces, some pieces dropping on the floor. Hey, Freya, Dan says in his calm therapist voice, appearing behind me. Take it easy. It's probably fallen down the side of the dresser or in one of your many handbags. Why don't you look for it in the morning? You're exhausted. I won't sleep knowing it's missing, I say, my voice high-pitched and once again on the verge of tears. Poor Dan. He must be so sick of me constantly weeping. He cups my face in his hands and looks at me until my body turns liquid and my breathing goes back to normal. He nods slowly, and I nod slowly, and then he holds me tight. Oh, Freya, he breathes into the top of my head. The horrors you have been through. I'm going to make it all better, sweetheart. Everything is going to be back to normal soon. Promise? I say with a hiccup. I promise. Chapter 15. Thursday. Today has been an increasingly frustrating day. Dan left early for work, as usual, but instead of me relaxing by making my teacup candles, as planned, and marinating the lamb I was meant to cook yesterday, I've been obsessively looking for my mother's ring and trying every combination I can think of to unlock that stupid suitcase. I'm completely baffled. I keep wondering whether I accidentally locked the case myself, but I definitely emptied it, and whatever is inside feels heavy and like there's more than one item. When I mentioned them both to Dan again this morning, he implied I have a dreadful memory and that he was sure I'd find the ring in a coat pocket or something. But I'd never put my mother's ring in a random pocket, and why would I lock a brand new suitcase? I've worked myself up into such a frenzy that after a few hours I force myself to sit down and watch an episode of Gilmore Girls. It normally cheers me up, but today it's making me well up. That happens sometimes. I'll watch it
and remember what life was like when I was an only child, and it was just me and my mother. Then I'll imagine what would have happened had my mother not had Bella and was still alive today. Would we have been as close as Rory and Lorelei? I think we would have. She was so much younger than my dad, she would have really understood me growing up. I would have had a totally different childhood without a sister to raise or a mother to mourn. Something washes over me, and I can no longer tell if it's guilt, grief, or I just miss my sister. I turn the TV off and go into the kitchen to make a cup of tea. It's 4 o'clock. The street is busy with families, mothers walking hand in hand with their children, and cars returning from the school run. There's a little girl on our street who likes to draw on the pavement with colourful chalk. I watch her for a moment as she sweeps her tiny hand along the paving slabs, creating arcs of colour into a rainbow. One day, she drew a hopscotch, and I caught grown adults jumping on it on their way to work. It doesn't take much to inject joy into your life, even if it's simply adding some colour to your day.
Maybe having a child would heal something inside me. Or maybe it would tear everything open again. Someone is waving at me from the other side of the street. It's that boy again, Aaron. I don't wave back, instead moving away from the window and closing the blinds. Dan's right. You never know who you can trust, no matter their age. I check the kitchen door that leads to the side entrance. It's locked. I check the cat flap, also locked. I had to let Sushi out this morning, which means she's been in the garden all day. I keep checking on her. She doesn't like that she can't come and go as she pleases anymore, but I don't like that someone can throw things into my house via the cat flap, so she'll just have to sit outside until it's time for her to be fed. I peer through the slats in the blinds. Erin is still there, watching the house, not too far from the cluster of trees where that woman ran into. What does that boy want? Where's his own mother? A pang hits me in the chest at the thought that maybe he doesn't have a mum, or he has one who's ill, or not looking after him properly. I very nearly consider going outside and talking to him, torn between wanting to help the boy and wanting to shout at him to leave us the hell alone. I take my tea back into the living room and put Gilmore Girls back on. At least in some make-believe world, there are communities where people don't fear their neighbours. Dan is late home. I've called him twice, but he hasn't answered. I texted him about dinner. He knows I made the lamb and mashed potatoes for tonight, but he hasn't seen my message. He must be caught up at work. I glance at my phone again. No reply. It's nearly 8 o'clock. He's normally home by 6:30. This isn't like him. The peonies he bought me on the weekend didn't last very long. 2 have died, and the others I've cut down and added to a small glass vase, which I place on the table along with the nice gold cutlery and the bottle of Merlot, which I've been letting breathe for the last 2 hours. I sit down at the table and search my phone for public transport problems. None. Then I look at the news and search Harley Street and Marylebone and Baker Street, but no incidents. Then I begin to imagine the worst. Cynthia isn't in Australia after all. She's been faking it and has finally caught up with Dan. Or maybe it's not Cynthia but someone else, someone out to hurt my husband. I take a deep breath and close my eyes. I'm being ridiculous. Dan probably has plans that I forgot about. I check the messages he sent me lately. There are so many telling me he loves me, red hearts and bouquet emojis, but none saying he's out tonight. I go downstairs and turn off the oven, the lamb now dry and the mash congealed. I have gravy too, but it won't be the same heated up in the microwave. I find myself picking up the phone and dialing my father's care home, even though he lost the ability to reassure me a long time ago. At least it's easier to see if he's okay. "Hello, Freya," Helen, the receptionist, says. I can't help but smile at the sound of her soothing voice. I like that she knows my name. "He's doing fine," she tells me. "He's not eaten much today. Says he feels a bit dizzy, so he's having a lie down." I don't know what I expect every time I check up on him. Perhaps a small part of me hopes the nurses will say, "Oh, Freya, so glad you called. Your father was asking after you today. His memory has returned. Seeing as he's back to his old self, we're sending him home." Whereas a darker side of me is waiting for him to die, waiting for the inevitable, "Are you sitting down?" call so I no longer have to worry about the day that he does die. And he will. I know he will die one day.
And when he does, my sister will disappear from my life forever, and the only one left to catch me will be Dan.
I thank Helen and text Bella with an update. She replies with a thumbs up emoji. So that's that. By the time the key turns in the lock, it's 8:30, and I've bought a pair of walking boots from an online shop that I saw in an Instagram ad and ordered 2 books on Amazon about seaside living. Dan can't get angry about me buying these little things. They're an investment in the future he wants us to have, after all. "I'm in the kitchen," I call out. I used to run to the door when Dan came in from work, but after a while I could tell it was annoying him, so I stopped. I thought he'd like it. I used to watch videos online of women running to their husbands after a hard day at work, other men in the comments saying these men had won at life, so for a while I was that wife. I'd eagerly open the door to Dan, throw myself into his arms, hug him, and tell him how happy I was that he was home. He'd stand there rigid, mumble something about how I was blocking the front door, that he was tired and hot, and that it was too overwhelming to have me throw myself at him like that. So now I wait in the kitchen and let him come to me, which he does. "Hey, sweetheart," he says, his voice heavy with fatigue. "Where have you been?" He was about to kiss me and now pulls back. I didn't mean it to sound like that. "I was volunteering at that AA meeting," he says, "the one in Charing Cross. I told you about it this morning." No, he didn't. He didn't say anything about volunteering tonight. He never volunteers on a Thursday. Or maybe he did tell me. I don't know anymore. I'd been too stressed about the ring and the suitcase. "I made lamb," I say, forcing a smile onto my face, "but it might be a bit tough now." "I ate on my way home," he replies. "Sorry, but I did tell you I'd be late. I need a shower." He walks out of the kitchen, and I follow. It's fine about the lamb. I can cut it up and put it in a curry tomorrow, and I can make fish cakes from the mash. I'll just have a sandwich tonight.
"How was work?" I ask as he strips off his shirt and throws it in the wash basket. "Exhausting." "Want to talk about it?" "No." Have I done something wrong? Is this about me keeping Cynthia's letters a secret? "I can run a bath for you if you like," I say, hating the tone of my voice. So needy, so desperate. "I just want a shower, Freya. Give me a minute to wind down, please." When I get like this, I imagine him feeling my fear emanating from me like electricity, radiating off me like one of those repelling electrical plugs that scare away mice. So why isn't he holding me? If he senses I'm worried, he should be closing the distance between us, hugging me, telling me that he's not going anywhere. That's what he normally does. He's a psychiatrist. He's great at reading body language. He knows I need reassurance and comfort when I'm feeling anxious or neglected. Why isn't he feeling protective of me right now? I can hear the shower running in the ensuite as I picture him in there, water cascading down his strong shoulders, running over his taut stomach. I open the bathroom door and watch his silhouette through the steamy glass pane of the shower. He has his back to me, so I silently remove my clothes and slide open the door. "What are you doing?" he says as I shut the door behind us. The shower is huge. It was one of the things we loved about it when we refitted the bathroom. We've had sex in here many times, my hands against the glass, water dripping from his hair into my mouth. "Let me help you," I say, standing behind him. I massage the shampoo into his hair as I run my lips over his shoulder blades. "I'm not in the mood," he mutters, even though I can feel him relax against me. He lets out a sigh as I glide my hand over his arms, his waist, over his thighs. "Freya," he says, turning to face me. I reach up to kiss him, but he pulls back. "Why are you being like this?" I ask.
I just want some peace and quiet. I pull his face towards mine, but he shrugs me off.
"I said I want some space." "But, Freya, just fuck off," he shouts. I run out of the shower and into our bedroom. I don't grab a towel, I don't dry myself off, I just throw myself onto our bed, soaking wet, and burst into tears. Chapter 16. Friday. Dan left for work before I woke up this morning. The peonies are dead, and Angela is telling me something about a woman who got attacked in the woods last night. "That's close to your house, isn't?" my boss asks as I hang my coat up and join her behind the reception desk. "What is?" "Where that woman got attacked." "What woman?" She hands me a newspaper. It's not a local one, it's the free one you get on the bus sometimes. She turns the page and points at a photo of Highgate Woods. It's not a very long article, and it only made it to page 4, so it's not even the biggest story of the day. Perhaps, had the women died, she'd have made it to the front of the newspaper, although not for long, I'm sure. My God, there are some sickos out there. Look, it says here one of her shoes was missing. Angela points at the section describing the woman's age and what she was wearing. Pink Uggs! I didn't know you could get pink Uggs. The paper trembles in my hands, the words floating like alphabet soup over the page. Clearly, Angela doesn't remember me telling her that one of Harper's shoes was missing when she was killed, or she wouldn't be laboring the point. I don't say anything. I can't even think straight. My head is like static, one long buzz of nothing. Says she was divorced, Angela says, taking the paper off me, folding it up, and placing it on the front desk. Probably the ex-husband. It's always the husband. If you work at Hope House, then you know the facts. Over half of the women murdered in the UK are killed by their spouse or ex-partner. The rest, more often than not, by another man in their family or someone they know. When bad things happen to women, it's very rarely done by a stranger, and it's nearly always a man. Not all men, but always men, Harper used to say, never imagining that she would become a statistic herself one day. That poor girl, she was only going home from work, Angela mutters. We can't even walk to our own bloody house without risking our lives. My boss is like this once she gets her teeth into something she wants to talk about. She goes on and on, saying the first thing that comes into her head. You walk through those woods sometimes, don't you, Freya? I look up from the folded newspaper beside me. Angela is waiting for me to answer, like she just asked what my favorite ice cream flavor is. I can't feel my face. Every part of me has grown numb. Only when I walk to the tube station. Stick to the road, dear, she says, patting my hand. You never know what creeps are lurking in the bushes. It was broad, bloody daylight, for God's sake. Not even 7 o'clock, and she still got smashed over the head with a hammer, a bloody hammer. Why did Angela have to say smashed? Now I can't help seeing things I don't want to see. The blood, the congealed hair, the crack like a spoon hitting a hard-boiled egg. The same way my best friend died, although I take it this woman didn't break her neck when she fell. Is she dead? I ask. My lungs no longer have air in them, my voice coming out in a hoarse whisper. No, she's alive, but she's not said anything yet. It was from behind, so police are saying she might not have seen who it was. They didn't steal anything, and they didn't abuse her. She says that like the woman got off lightly. Harper wasn't mugged either. She wasn't sexually assaulted. There was no altercation or motive or logical explanation, just mindless death. We're having a meeting this afternoon for any of our women who may have found the news triggering. I nod along. Is Angela inviting me? Is she even considering me as one of the triggered? I don't think so. I'm staff. I'm here to make the vulnerable women feel safer, not join in with the mass hysteria. I tell myself this latest attack doesn't mean anything. It's probably not the same person who killed my friend. People die all the time. Yet it happened nearly 3 years to the day Harper was murdered. And the shoe. Why did they take one shoe? I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. To think it could happen to any one of us, Angela says under her breath, shaking her head in disgust as she throws the newspaper in the recycling bin. But can it? I take out my phone and Google. It says here that in London alone, an average of 29 women are killed by men a year. That's more than 2 a month. Not gang-related, not because they got into a fight, not by accident. Murdered, at the hands of a man they probably knew. Did this woman know who tried to kill her? What had she done wrong in his eyes? Reject him? Betray him? Simply not notice him? I look up how many women live in London, and the answer is over 4.6 million. 29 women out of 4.5 million isn't a lot. I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. Yet, 29 a year. The number should be 0. I wish I could turn my fear into anger. I wish I could be one of those women who reads this and starts a petition for more CCTV in the woods, or organizes a march, or posts about it on social media. Harper was my best friend, and I did nothing. I should have set up a charity in her name, or given talks on safety at schools and at crisis centers, but I didn't do anything except try not to be the next one. I folded in on myself like a dead spider, curled up, not out there being scary, but frail and useless, withering like a dead flower. I don't feel well, I say to Angela, who's now in her office, photocopying posters for tonight's meeting. Do you need to go home? I shake my head. I don't want that either.
I don't want to be home alone.
I can see the woods from my bedroom window, albeit just the tip of them, the trees so bright and green this time of year. It's one of the reasons why Mount View is worth so much. On a sunny day, if you look out of the right window, you'd think you lived in the countryside, not 7 miles from the centre of London. The woman was attacked at the other end of the woods, nearer to Archway Road than my house, but it's still close enough. Why didn't she walk home along the road, where there are shops and other houses? Why am I blaming her? It's still light at 7 o'clock this time of year. She did nothing wrong. I'm going to vomit. I run to the bathroom and get there just in time as I drop to my knees and throw up nothing but the tea and water I drank this morning. I'm sweating, my hair plastered to my face, my chest heaving. Angela has followed me in. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot, she says, crouching down and holding my hair back. I'm so thoughtless, rabbiting on about that poor woman and totally forgetting about your friend. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Can I get you anything? Maybe you should talk to Mallory. Mallory is one of the counselors, but she doesn't like me. I've seen the way she looks at me, like I don't belong here. She's one of those no-nonsense types. I've heard her talking to Angela before, asking her whether someone so clearly riddled with anxiety is the right person to work here. She also thinks there's no reason for me to work part-time. I don't even have children. I'm being self-indulgent. They need a full-time admin assistant who can actually be relied on. I'm fine, I say. But I'm not fine. I haven't been fine for a long time. I'm calling Dan, Angela says. I try to say something, but she hushes me and waves me off. Angela has his number because he's volunteered at the centre in the past. It was him who got me this job. Dan doesn't like me calling him at work.
But he must have picked up for Angela, because I can hear her saying something about how physically distraught I am about a story in the papers and how she blames herself. I don't know why she's troubling my husband about this. He must get so tired of how feeble I am, so codependent. His words keep going through my mind about how he's not Superman, and he has feelings too. He'll be here in 30 minutes, she says. I get up off the floor, using toilet paper to wipe my mouth. Pardon? Dan said he was on his way back anyway because he leaves for Milan this afternoon, so we'll pick you up on his way home. Oh yes, Milan. I'd forgotten about that. That means I'm on my own all weekend while a dangerous man stalks the woods near my house. Chapter 17. Angela insists I wait for Dan in the waiting room. She's covering reception while I stare at the wall and try to think of nothing. By the time she lets my husband into the building, I've stopped crying, although I can only imagine what a state I look. Dan crouches down to talk to me, his hands in mine. Can you stand? He asks. I nod and he helps me up. We hardly spoke last night after he shouted at me, yet here he is, on his knees at my feet, helping me when nothing bad has even happened to me. I'm so pathetic that some poor woman I don't even know gets attacked, and it's me who needs to be rescued. As he gets to his feet, I throw my arms around his neck and he holds me tight. I can see Angela over his shoulder, my husband's love for me reflected in her eyes by the way she's smiling. Our car is outside. I didn't realize he'd driven into work this morning. I get in, and although I know it's the worst thing I can do, because it won't help me feel better, I look up the attack on my phone and read the updates aloud. She's 37, I say, as Dan drives us the short distance from my work to our house. She's a lawyer. Adelaide Rose. Pretty name. I'm jolted in my seat as Dan slams on the brakes at the traffic lights. My phone falls to the floor. Sorry, he mumbles. I was listening to what you were saying and didn't see the light turn red. That's awful. Is she okay? Well, she's alive,
I say, echoing Angela's words. I pick up my phone, but I don't think she's ever going to be okay after that. Dan stays quiet the rest of the way, taking my hand as we get out of the car and enter the house. The pavement is covered in bright, colourful drawings courtesy of the neighbour's daughter. A pot of her chunky chalks are still on the wall. I hope it doesn't rain or both the drawings and the chalks will get ruined. Erin isn't playing outside today. Good. I wish I knew why he's always staring at the house. Mount View is pretty, but I think it's more than that. Maybe he doesn't have a father at home and that's why he's obsessed with Dan. I know Dan would make a wonderful father, but would I make a great mother? When I think of my own mother, all that comes to mind is warmth and kindness. But when I think of her, I also think of how she died, and then I'm immediately filled with dread. I don't know if I could put myself through a pregnancy. Every week of that baby growing inside me, I'd be asking myself if I was carrying the person who might kill me. It's nearly always someone you know. I didn't think you'd be back from work this early, I say to Dan, switching on the kettle. Did you have breakfast? I could make us some brunch. Sit down, sweetheart, he says, leading me to the table and crouching down again so we're eye level. I want to apologize. For what? He hangs his head and runs his hands through his hair. I was really stressed yesterday. I shouldn't have shouted at you in the shower. Oh, that. I'm fine, I stutter. No, you're not. First that and then this. Want to talk about the woman in the woods? No, I don't. I never want to think about it again. I shake my head.
You didn't have to come and get me. I know how busy you are. I was on my way home anyway. I need to prepare for the speech at the conference, he says, playing with my fingers. I would have preferred to have stayed home all day, but I had a client appointment this morning, so I had to see him first. It's silly how relieved I am every time he mentions a client is male. Very silly considering men can get just as obsessive as women and are probably more likely to hurt or kill another man than any woman is. I'm glad we get to have some time together before you leave, I say. Dan looks at my hands overlapping his, tracing the tip of his finger over the diamond in my engagement ring. It makes me think of my mother's missing ring, but I push that thought aside for now and concentrate on the sensation of my husband's hand in mine. I shouldn't be leaving you on your own, he says. I'll be fine. I'll stay home and keep busy with my crafts and TV and stuff. He looks dubious, but Cynthia isn't a threat anymore, and the window has been fixed. I have enough to keep my mind off things. I might even look up that cottage Dan showed me in Cornwall, see where it is and research the local area. I don't want to get his hopes up, but I did order those books about living by the sea, and I did say I'd think about it. I'm much better at making decisions when I have the space to do so in peace and with no pressure. I bet you'll be eating a lot of pasta this weekend, I say, getting up as the kettle clicks off. What do you mean? In Milan. Dan sighs like he's being dragged to the worst place on earth, not to one of Italy's most beautiful cities. Wasn't it Italy he was in when he was partying with those stunning women we saw in the restaurant? I push away all thoughts of yachts and bikini-clad models from my mind too. It's not a holiday, Freya. It's work. I prefer to be here with you. The only reason I'm not joining him is because I was meant to be working a full day today, but instead I got sent home because I can't cope with a newspaper article about someone I don't even know getting hurt. I should have phoned in sick and joined Dan in Milan. I could have spent the weekend looking around the city and shopping and meeting him for antipasto in the evening. He said he has to share a house with others, but I'm sure I could have found us a cheap hotel nearby. We have the money. Never mind, it doesn't matter now anyway. He has to leave in a few hours. I don't like you working there, Dan says. Hope House? I reply. But it was you who found me the job. He reaches for my hand again and pulls me up to my feet. It's not good for your mental health, he says. I'm not saying don't work. You're smart and wonderful at everything you do. But is that the best place for you to find peace? I know it's not, and he's the third person to say as much to me in a week. But my job has worth. It's important, which in turn makes what I do important. I think I only reacted like that because it's Harper's 3-year anniversary on Monday. Dan pulls me to him and kisses the crown of my head. Shit, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. Of course you're going to be extra vigilant,
and on edge at the moment. "I'm going to stay home this weekend. I won't go. You need me." "No!" I cry, pulling away from his embrace. He has to see that I'm healing, that I'm strong. I don't want to be a weight around his neck the whole time. He may have apologized about shouting at me yesterday, but it was partly my own fault for being so overbearing. I don't want to give him even the smallest of reasons to walk away from me, because Lord knows he could have his pick of any woman. "I'll be fine," I insist. "It's important you go to that event. You're on the bill. Everyone knows you're giving the keynote speech. You can't let them down." "Yeah."
"You're right," he says with another sigh. "I just worry about you." I smile at him. "I know, but I have to process this on my own. I can't keep relying on you to save me. You're right about my work and about London. Neither of them is the best place for me to manage my anxiety." He pulls me close, and this time I dissolve into him. "I'll be home by Sunday afternoon," he says, kissing me. "You need to start packing," I murmur into his mouth. In one fell swoop, he lifts me up, effortlessly, like I weigh nothing, and carries me towards the stairs without breaking our kiss. True, but first let me show you how much I love you. Chapter 18. Saturday. I'm doing okay. Dan left yesterday afternoon, so I made myself a pizza and watched a rom-com with a glass of Merlot and sushi curled up on my lap. I kept telling myself I was having a nice time, but it didn't stop me checking that the doors and windows were locked every few hours. It's 11 o'clock in the morning now, and I'm still in bed researching the best places to eat in Cornwall when my phone pings. It's Dan again. He messaged me twice yesterday, once to confirm he'd arrived safely in Milan and he hoped I was okay, and another to say goodnight. This morning he's already messaged me twice wishing me a good morning and to see how I'm feeling. "I'm fine," I say. "No problems at all. I had a great night's sleep." I'm not lying, there haven't been any more notes or attempted break-ins, but I'm not exactly telling the truth either. I stayed up late researching police procedures for stalking and whether it was worth reporting what happened. In the end, I decided it wasn't. Most websites say that you get nowhere without evidence. I didn't sleep well either. I was wondering if you've had a chance to think about Cornwall yet. A ball drops into the pit of my stomach. Cornwall. He's not going to let it drop. "Yeah, I'm researching areas right now." Another lie. "Let's chat about it when you're back," he replies with a row of smiley faces. I look up Rightmove on my phone, but it's not the West Country I'm searching for. It's my neighbourhood and houses similar to ours. It's ridiculous. Every 5-bedroom house in Muswell Hill costs over $1 million, some double that, and those ones don't have the amazing view and garden we have. Is this a no-brainer, and I'm making my life unnecessarily complicated? I'd definitely feel safer if we lived outside London, but then I'd never see my father again, and I'd lose my childhood home forever. I can't imagine what that would be like. I'm not like my sister. I've never gone anywhere for more than a 2-week holiday. Even my university was in London. Would moving house solve all our problems, or make life worse? The sun is shining, bathing the bedroom in a rich golden light, the heat making the stench of the dying peonies on my windowsill smell even stronger. I'm contemplating getting out of bed and making breakfast when the sound of smashing glass makes me jump. I freeze, my skin erupting into a million goosebumps. Someone is downstairs. I strain to listen, but there are no banging doors or thumping footsteps, just someone in the street shouting. Silently, I get out of bed and walk to the window, peering from behind the curtain. Outside, a woman is hollering at a man holding a plastic bag with a hole in it, 2 glass bottles smashed at his feet. I breathe a sigh of relief and inwardly chastise myself for being so jumpy. My phone rings and I let out a yelp. For God's sake! I run to the bed and pick it up, recognizing the Hope House number. "Hello?" I say breathlessly. "It's Angela. Are you okay? Did I catch you at a bad time?" I laugh, relieved it's not an emergency. She's the first person in months to call my phone who isn't some kind of medical person or my husband. "Yeah, I'm fine. I just ran up the stairs," I say, my heart rate slowly falling back to normal. "By the way,
I'm so sorry I went home yesterday.
I was okay after a short while. I should have stayed. Angela makes a shushing noise and tells me not to be silly. Don't be silly. I should be apologizing for upsetting you. Me and my big mouth. I was just thinking about you because Dan mentioned he was going to Milan this weekend. Did he go? Yes, I insisted. And you're okay on your own? I'm fine, I say far too quickly. Absolutely fine. I hope you've made plans to see friends, she says. Anxiety can get worse when you're left alone with your thoughts. I know Angela means well, but this just proves how little she knows me. The truth is, I don't have any friends or family. Not really. Not anymore. Maybe I should invite her over. I could bake a cake as a thank you for the cake she bought me. If you want to pop over for a cup of tea, I'm around all weekend, I say. I'm so sorry, I wish I could, but I have to finish some things off at work, then I'm with family all weekend, she says. You know how it is. I don't know how it is, but I pretend I do. Listen, Freya, she says, her voice growing heavier. I wanted to say to you, if work is too much at the moment, we can talk about it on Monday. Hope House isn't for everyone, and that's okay. We do a lot of good, but the bad stays with us, you know? That I do know. I tell her I'll see her next week, and I hang up. I was thinking about making myself some breakfast, but I've lost my appetite now. I spent the next couple of hours making jam from all the fruit we bought in the farmer's market and taking photos for Facebook so Dan can see I don't have a care in the world. After a late lunch, I went upstairs to watch some more Gilmore Girls in bed because I was still in my PJs and it felt decadent. But I must have fallen asleep for a couple of hours because I've just woken up and the sun is low. Someone is shouting outside, making me think of the woman from this morning. I rub my eyes and peek through the curtains. It's Aaron. He's obscured by the tree in front of my house, but I can still make out his curly dark mop, his tall friend, and the smaller one. I know they irritate Dan, but I kind of like them hanging around. I strangely feel safer with them outside my house. I'm watching Aaron walk out of view with his football tucked under his arm when he turns and looks up at the house. I jump back. Did he see me? I'm in the dark, I doubt he did, but it's as if he was waiting for me to appear. I close my curtains and check the time, thinking about what I should cook for dinner. I need to feed the cat again too. Crap. I've left Sushi out in the garden all day with the cat flap locked. I race downstairs and pull open the garden door. Sushi! I hiss into the dim evening light. That's strange. She normally comes darting into the kitchen, dramatically meowing for food. That's not like her. Dinner! I call out in a sing-song voice. It normally does the trick, but I can't see any movement outside. Where is she? She was sunbathing right next to me while I was picking the strawberries for the jam. I slip on my trainers and go out into the garden. Sushi! I take a couple of deep breaths and try to calm down, telling myself this doesn't mean anything. The cat is probably asleep somewhere. Yet I can't stop thinking about the dead rats. Whoever tried to scare us caught a rodent and killed it, then was unhinged enough to tie a tag around its neck before pushing it through the cat flap. If someone is crazy enough to do that, then they could easily steal a cat, or hurt it, or... I shudder. Then I see something under a bush. Is it the cat? I don't want to startle her, so I approach slowly, getting my phone out and using the torch to peer through the undergrowth. There's something under there. Psst, psst, I call out gently, crouching down to take a closer look. Whatever it is turns its head, eyes flashing like mirrors in the glow of my torchlight. I yelp and stagger backwards, falling onto my bottom on the grass. It shoots out with something in its mouth. It's Sushi. Oh my God, I say, my hands shaking on my chest, my heart beating wildly. You scared me half to death. I call her over, squinting in the half-light to see what she's caught. Is it a mouse or another rat? I'm almost too scared to look. The cat places it at my feet and I laugh, ruffling her head. It's a leaf. All that excitement over a leaf. Come on, I say, scooping her up under my arm. Time to get you a proper dinner. Sushi purrs as I take her back into the kitchen and feed her. While she's eating, I clean out her litter tray. You're staying inside tonight, I call out to the cat
as I take the stinky bag of litter to the wheelie bins outside. They are still on the pavement from where Dan left them yesterday morning for bin collection. I should put them back in their place. Dan normally does this mucky job, but today it falls on me, and I'm pleased it has. As silly as it sounds, I want him to come back tomorrow and see how capable I am. I can make jam and look pretty. I can also hunt for my cat in the semi-darkness and deal with the bins. I'm not weak and pathetic. It's time I return to who I used to be. Dan has driven to the airport, making it easier for me to wheel the bin back up the drive without worrying about scratching his car. It's not until I'm pulling them behind me that I notice the drive isn't clean and white as usual. It's covered in chalk drawings. Has the neighbor's daughter been using it as a canvas? Wait. No, it's not drawings. It's writing. And this hasn't been done by a child. Someone has chalked a message on my drive so large I have to walk towards the street again and turn to see what's been written. And there, in the light of the setting sun, is a huge, bold message in pinks and blues and greens for all the world to see. Your husband is a liar. Run.
Chapter 19. I'm in the garden, but the hose doesn't reach to the front of the house. My hands are trembling as I yank at it, each breath hurting my chest as I attempt to pull in air. I need to wash off that awful message before the neighbors see it. I wish I had one of those power hoses. I can't think straight. My head is buzzing and feels heavy. A broom. I can clean it with water and a broom. I run into the house, fill up a bucket with soapy suds, slopping water all over the kitchen floor. Once outside, I empty it over the writing, brushing at it furiously. I can't stop shaking. My hands slick with sweat, making me drop the broom with every ferocious scrub. My beautiful white driveway turns pink, then green, then a sludgy brown as I keep running back into the house to fill the bucket with clean water. Why does someone think Dan is a liar? And why are they telling me to run? Shit, I should have taken a photo, but it's too late now. My arms ache. My greasy hair is stuck to my sweaty face, and I'm sopping wet. My pajama legs are completely soaked through and splattered in wet chalk, and my slippers are ruined. This is impossible. The writing isn't coming off, not entirely, so now I have a driveway that looks dirty with faint illegible lines all over it. What will Dan say when he gets home tomorrow? Do I tell him? I'm going to have to tell him. I can't lie to him again. A lump is forming in my throat, but I swallow it down. I can't do this anymore. What do you want from me? I scream into the night, fists balled up, my nails digging into my hand. I look up at the sky, spin around to look behind me, then face out onto our street. Leave us alone! I throw the final bucket of water onto the drive, followed by the bucket itself and the broom. Whoever is doing this to us, are they watching me right now and laughing? How dare they? How dare this person destroy my peace like this? But my anger is short-lived, as a wave of exhaustion hits me so hard I have to fight the urge to curl up on the ground and cry. This is why this person is terrorizing me, because they know I'm weak, because I'm easily scared. They know me, and they're enjoying watching me fall apart. I run back inside the house, Sushi eyeing me quizzically from the kitchen stool, as I take off my slippers, throw them in the bin, and leave my wet pajamas by the door. With trembling fingers, I double-lock the door, then I run to my bedroom, put my dressing gown on, and rush to every other room checking the windows and doors that I know have been locked all weekend. What did the message mean by liar? What is Dan meant to be lying about? I need to call him. He needs to know what's going on. Come on, I mumble under my breath, as there's a long silence at the other end, and his phone goes straight to answer phone. Dan sometimes puts his phone on the do not disturb mode while out to dinner or when giving his speeches. But I need you, I say out loud to no one. You have to come home. I text him, telling him to call me back urgently, then call 999. What's your emergency? The woman asks me. Police. Someone wrote a message on my driveway, I say, my voice quivering. As soon as I say it out loud, I realize how stupid I sound. Are you in danger? The operator asks me. Is there someone inside your home? No, I'm fine. What am I doing? The message wasn't even threatening. I'm sorry, forget it, I say. It's not an emergency. I'll call the local police station tomorrow. If you feel unsafe or...
I don't let her finish and hang up. I don't want to be in this house alone tonight. I can no longer pretend someone isn't after us. I wish I'd asked Angela for her mobile number when she called from the office phone. She said she was busy, but surely she would have come if I begged her to. I don't even know where Dan is staying.
Maybe I can call the conference venue and they can track him down. Did he tell me the name of the event he was going to? He must have. I trawl through the memories of every conversation we had before he left, but I can't remember what the conference was called. I start to look up hotels in Milan. Then I recall he said he was staying at a house with others. This is impossible. I need to tell him what happened. I type in all the keywords I can think of into Google: Psychology Conference Milan and Milan Summit Psychology. Every combination of those words I can think of, but nothing is coming up. I text him again, but it's only showing one tick. He's not even seeing my messages. Your husband is a liar. Where the hell is he? I breathe in deeply and rub my face. I need to calm down and think practically. There has to be a way to stop this person from terrorizing us. I click on the Amazon app. What if we install security cameras? I scan the online options for cameras, choosing the best one I can find. It links to your phone, so you can see who is near your house at any point in the day, wherever you are. They're not as expensive as I thought. I add 2 to my basket and search for weapons, but all I can find are fake props and something called a smoke bomb. What was I expecting to find on Amazon? An AK-47 next to toys and bestsellers. This is Muswell Hill, not the Wild West. I've never even seen a gun in my life. So why am I suddenly imagining myself breaking the law and walking around armed? I add the smoke bomb to my basket and look up self-defense. Again, there's not a lot there. Stupid alarms to put on a keychain, as if anyone is going to come running because they hear a high beeping sound coming from an alleyway. Knuckle dusters? Baseball bats? None of this is making me feel better. The only thing that would make me feel safe right now is having Dan here with me. I fleetingly consider staying in a hotel, but that's far too drastic. It's late. I have no car, and it would cost a fortune. Not to mention not wanting to leave Sushi on her own in an empty house. I add a self-defense spray to my basket and go to check out, but the credit card won't work. I try again, but it's not letting me check out. This is ridiculous. It's normally so easy to buy things online. With my card details saved, it's just one click of a button and done. I check my banking app, and my stomach twists. Crap. I've reached the limit on my credit card. Dan and I have our own bank accounts, and a shared one we put money in for bills, including the credit card. I check our shared account, but it's lower than it should be, so I can't use that, and I don't get paid until the end of the month. I have savings, but it's in a special account, and it's the weekend. Any transfer I make won't clear for a few days. I've gone from feeling exhausted to being on high alert. How could I have been so stupid as to max out the credit card? This is all my fault. Dan mainly uses his work account for spending, as he puts everything through expenses, which means it's all my fault. I've gone overboard again. I log off my banking app and scroll through Instagram instead. Aside from shopping, Instagram is my automatic self-soothing solution, helping me empty my mind of all my worries. And for a short while it works. I click on interior design accounts, specializing in seaside living. With each image that appears on my screen, my problems dissolve a little as I imagine living in each house I see, whitewashed walls and pine furniture, the cries of seagulls outside and the crash of waves. My sprawling London home is too big to feel safe in. I've tried to instill a country cottage vibe, but the ceilings are too high, windows too large. I don't feel safe. I'm a sitting duck, and for the first time in my life, my home brings me no comfort. I want to feel cocooned, to shut the door to the roaring winds and raging seas and light a fire, safely tucked up in my cozy cottage that's more than big enough for my little family, but small enough that I can hear when someone is at the door or in my garden. I'm too nervous to stay downstairs any longer, so I grab a packet of biscuits and take my phone and seaside fantasies to bed with me. I've locked up, the cat is indoors, and there's nothing I can do but keep trying to get through to Dan and wait for tomorrow to call the local police. I'm about to turn off the hallway light when I see the postman has been.
3 letters lie face down on my doormat. My heart begins to thunder in my chest again, my legs turning so soft I have to sit on the bottom step of the stairs to gather myself. I place my head in my hands, breathing in for 4 and out for 6, until I find the strength to pick up the letters. Surely Cynthia will be leaving Dan alone now she's on the other side of the world. Unless whoever is harassing us is turning to letters as well. I pick them up one by one. 2 are white, 1 is brown, none of them are pink or written by hand. 1 is for me, just a newsletter from a charity I support, and the others are for Dan and look like bills. I breathe a sigh of relief. He was furious I opened his letters from Cynthia, so I won't touch these, he can deal with them tomorrow. Upstairs, I get ready for bed, then push the chest of drawers along the floor until it blocks the door. Then I try calling Dan again. Once again, it goes straight to answer phone. I call my father's care home and check on him. They say he's still feeling dizzy, but is eating again. I contemplate calling the work number for Hope House, on the off chance Angela is there, but no one will be there at this time. I finally text Bella, as it's daytime in China, if that's even where she is right now. Hi, how's it going? Dad's a bit under the weather, but all is good here. I'd love a chat if you're free. I'm not doing so great. A chat? Why am I acting like she's going to have time in her busy schedule to talk to me? And I shouldn't have added the last line about not doing great. Now she's going to worry, and that will stress me out even more because she's bound to somehow blame Dan for whatever I'm going through. No blue tick appears anyway, so the message hasn't even been received. So that's that. I contemplate letting Sushi sleep on my bed, but then I'd have to leave my bedroom door ajar so she can get to her litter tray, and I don't want to do that. I'm on my own. Literally, in every way possible, on my own. Our bedroom has a lock, the old-fashioned type with a large key. I turn it with a satisfying click. That, along with the drawer barricade, helps me feel a bit better, but not by much. I try to stop thinking about that awful message, but nothing helps. Not Instagram or the rom-com I've been attempting to read for weeks. I can't even do any online shopping now the card is at its limit. All I can do is rack my brain as to what Dan could possibly be lying to me about, until I eventually cry myself to sleep to the sound of rain outside. Chapter 20. Sunday. If Dan were here today, we'd be at the farmer's market already. We'd be choosing avocados together in the sunshine, planning what to cook for lunch. He'd be buying me more peonies. But he's not here, so I'm in bed with wet toilet paper on my eyes in an attempt to reduce the swelling from all the crying last night. It was at least 2 in the morning by the time I fell asleep, so I woke up late too, my face tender and puffy, every part of my body aching. A bang wakes me up. Then another. Someone is trying to get into my bedroom. I sit up with a start, my heart hammering in my chest as the bedroom door vibrates with each bang. Let me in! Someone is kicking the door. Someone is trying to get in. Freya! My lungs deflate and my entire body softens. It's Dan. Dan's back. I jump out of bed, stumbling in my baggy pajamas as I run to the door, using all my strength to push the chest of drawers to one side. I'm here, I call out. Just a minute. I go to turn the key in the lock, but it's stuck. Dan is calling out my name, making me panic and my hands sweat as I keep trying to unlock the door. The key finally turns and Dan runs in. He scans the room, sees me, and sweeps me into his arms. Are you okay? Are you hurt? What happened? Nothing, I say into the crook of his arm. I'm fine. I've been calling you all morning. Why didn't you answer? I glance at my phone by the side of the bed. The battery is dead. I thought I put it on charge, but I can see from here that it's not switched on at the wall. I wonder if Bella texted me back. I hope I didn't worry her. Dan strokes my hair. Sweetheart, you had me so worried. I woke up to all these garbled voice messages you left me in the middle of the night, saying someone was at the house, that they were after you, that you didn't feel safe. Jesus, Freya. He holds me closer, kissing the top of my hair and stroking my back. He hasn't even taken his shoes or coat off. He must have run straight upstairs as soon as he got home. Why didn't you call the police? I did. I rang 999, but I felt like I was wasting their time. All I wanted was for you to come home. It's okay, he says. I'm here now. Tell me what happened. He leads me back to the bed, takes off his clothes, and joins me under the covers in just his t-shirt and boxers. As soon as I curl up beside him, I'm crying again, my entire body shaking as his strong arms circle around me. My breaths are ragged, my voice shaky, as I tell him about the message on the driveway. They called you a liar and said I should run. Dan doesn't react to the news. He's very good at his job, the perfect listener. He stays silent, lets me speak, doesn't interrupt or get angry or suggest solutions. When I'm finished, he holds me tight again, rocking me,
until I finally calm down.
"What am I meant to be lying about?" he asks. "I don't know. Do you want to leave me?" What? How could he say such a thing? Fear grips my chest, making me bury myself into him deeper. Of course not. That's the last thing I want to do. I don't know why they wrote that. Why would anyone do anything so cruel? His arms remain around me, one hand stroking my hair and the other holding me to him, my body flush against his, the perfect fit. "I'm here now. You're safe," he whispers, the two phrases he knows I need to hear. "I should never have left you on your own." "But Dan, aren't you worried that you have another stalker? Someone saying awful things about you?" I say, looking up into his handsome face. "What if they've been watching you? What if they want to hurt you? This house doesn't feel safe anymore." He stays silent, holding me tighter as I try to match his steady breaths to calm down. This is his cue to talk about leaving the city, to tell me more about the quaint seaside cottage he found, to ask me to get a quotation on the house. But he doesn't. "Have you eaten?" he asks, looking at the empty packet of hobnobs by the bed. "I mean, proper food." "Not really." He kisses my forehead and gets out of bed. "Have a shower," he says, pulling on his tracksuit bottoms. "I'll make us something to eat." I nod and he gives me a sad smile. "It's going to be all right, sweetheart. I'm going to help you." The smell of fried onions and bacon fills the house, making my stomach rumble. When I enter the kitchen, I see Dan has laid the table, a large bowl of steaming carbonara in the center. "Sit down. You look exhausted," he says, serving me a large helping of creamy spaghetti and pouring me a glass of water. I haven't felt hungry all weekend, but as soon as I take my first mouthful, I can't stop. Dan is giving me a strange look, not just concern, but something else. "How was the conference?" I ask him.
He winds some spaghetti around his fork and takes a small mouthful.
I thought Dan would return from his work trip exhausted and irritable. He finds public speaking draining, but he looks rested. It must have been nice weather because he's even caught a bit of color. It suits him. "Fine," he says. "I'm surprised you're not sick of pasta already," I say with a light laugh. He doesn't react. "So how did it go?" "Nothing to talk about, really." I take another mouthful and chew slowly. After a few more seconds of silence, Dan places something on the table. It's a white piece of paper. My heart skips a beat. "I'm worried about you," he says. "I'm okay now, thanks. I feel a lot better after having a shower." He holds the paper up. I opened the credit card bill. "Oh. What on earth is going on, Freya?" His voice stays level, measured, controlled, which in a way is far scarier than any angry reaction. I put down my fork and take a sip of water, but it doesn't make my throat any less dry. I bite my lips together so I don't start crying again. I'm so tired of crying. "I'm sorry," I say in a small voice. He shakes his head slowly, like a disappointed parent looking at a bad school report. "I don't need an apology. I want to know how the hell you spent so much money on..." He scans the bill in his hand. "Clothes, jewelry, art supplies. Why, Freya? You have so much of this already." He's still not shouting. I stay silent, so he continues to chastise me. "We don't have that kind of money to waste." "We're not poor," I mumble. "Your work is going well and..." "My work is not going well," he says with a heavy sigh. "It isn't?" He tips his head to one side and shakes it slowly. Please don't make that face. It's not a big deal. I'm sorting it out. But I can help, I exclaim. I have loads put away, plus all the money my dad left me. I'll move some over from my savings and… This isn't about money, he says. I'm worried about you, Freya. Me? Why?
I'm worried about him and the person who has a vendetta against him. I'll be fine. I've just been getting a bit worked up about Cynthia, at first, and now whoever has been leaving those notes. It's why I keep shopping. But I'll be okay. He takes my hand across the table. While I was away, I had the opportunity to talk to a lot of experts in the field of psychology, people who specialize in grief and PTSD, and it's made me even more concerned about you. Sweetheart, I know there have been a few unusual goings-on around here lately, but nothing that should make you this unsettled. Why is he brushing all of these awful things under the carpet? But we're being stalked, Dan. This is serious. He rolls his eyes, like a tired parent full of their child's nonsense. Is it? I shake my head in tiny motions, my mouth opening and closing. What do you mean? I mean I'm yet to see any evidence. The rock which had the message attached, Cynthia's latest letters, the note left on the car, the writing on the driveway. I haven't seen any of those things. That's because I threw everything away. So you say? What? He doesn't believe me. But the rat, I say. Who do you think pushed that through our cat flap? He looks at me steadily, waiting, like I'm in his therapy room and I'm about to have a huge revelation. Me? I shout. You think I'm making this up? You think I killed a rat and put a note around its neck? I think Sushi killed a rat. But you're saying I added the note for you to find. Why would I do that? Dan breathes in deeply and gets to his feet, walking around the table towards me. Oh my God, he thinks I'm lying for attention. He crouches low at my feet, like he did at Hope House on Friday when I freaked out about the injured woman. My husband, always kneeling before me. Grief and trauma don't just disappear after an allocated time. Harper has been dead 3 years tomorrow, and the stress of how she died and that no one has been caught yet is a heavy weight for you to carry. I know this because I've been by your side every single day since it happened. But sweetheart, you're getting worse. The panic attacks, anxiety, all your irrational fears, they're getting more serious, and your dependency on me is growing. He's talking about the shower incident the other day. He's calling me needy. I just feel safer when you're around, I say in a small voice. I understand that, which is why I think you're trying to keep me close by creating drama where there is none. It started with the broken window, and it's snowballed ever since. But you were also angry about the rat. You were furious with Cynthia. I jumped to conclusions. Who wouldn't? But we've since established that Cynthia has been in Australia for weeks. It wasn't her. She stopped stalking me months ago. But what about the writing on the drive? That was done last night. There's no writing on the drive, sweetheart. It's clean. It rained last night. He sighs again. You haven't called the police. You didn't keep any of the notes or letters. You didn't even take any bloody photos, Freya. People don't destroy evidence. They keep it so that others believe them. I didn't want to worry you. I wanted to stay strong for you. Strong? All I'm seeing is you so worked up you're barricading yourself in the bedroom at night and starving yourself. It wasn't like that. I was scared. I was being careful. I was going to speak to the local police today. He holds my hand and looks me deep in the eyes. I think you need help. I have you. Professional help. But you are a professional. This is it. He's going to leave me. I can feel it. Please, I say, my eyes growing blurry from the tears. I don't want to lose you. He gives me that sad smile again. You're not going to lose me. I'm saying this because I'm worried about you, because I love you. I've spoken to my friend Tom, and he's agreed to talk to you. It's better that you speak to someone unbiased. I can't be your therapist. I didn't make it up, I shout. You're not safe, Dan. You have to believe me.
He gets to his feet and pulls me up too. Don't get yourself worked up. I'm not. What about the suitcase? The one that was locked when I told you I didn't lock it. I promise. Weird stuff is going on around here, and I'm not imagining it. The suitcase you spent £70 on for no reason. It's a special one, I mumble. Indestructible. Clearly. I take his hand and pull him towards the stairs. Let's open it together if you don't believe me. I don't know what's inside, but I swear I didn't put anything in it. Get some scissors or a knife and we'll bust the zip. I'm not going crazy. I thought you said it was indestructible, he says under his breath. He gives me a dubious look as he picks up the letter opener he just used to open the credit card bill and reluctantly follows me up the stairs. I'm not lying, Dan, I say as we head for the spare room. It's all true. It may not be Cynthia this time, but someone is trying to intimidate us. What about the woman watching us the other day? I didn't see her, remember? He says, as we drop to our knees next to the spare room bed. Well, she was definitely there. The same as there's definitely something inside this suitcase that wasn't in there when I bought it. Dan gets on all fours, peers under the bed, then turns to look at me, frowning. What? I say, joining him. Get the suitcase out and I'll prove it to you. I can't, he says. Why? I push him out of the way and take a look. The suitcase is gone.
Chapter 21. Monday. Angela's office is smaller than I remember. I haven't been in here since she interviewed me over 2 years ago. Her desk is littered with leaflets and paperwork, an empty box of tissues, and lots of different biros with the ends chewed. Thanks for taking the time to talk to me, I say. It's no problem at all, Angela says, even though we've had to leave reception unattended. It's been a busy morning. One woman came in with a black eye and a burn on her arm. It took us a long time to convince her that we had to call an ambulance and we'd keep her safe. There's a counseling session happening in the main room today about substance abuse, and I can still hear the muffled sobs of a woman in the waiting room who Mallory is talking to about sheltered accommodation. How are you feeling now? Angela asks me. I'm fine, I say. My favorite word. Fine, fine, fine. Did Dan have a nice time in Milan? Yeah, I say. His event went well. He's even caught a bit of sun. I don't know why we're doing this, making forced small talk when we both know why I'm here. Angela, I begin. My underarms are prickling with sweat, and I regret wearing a tight light grey top. I know what you're going to say, and there's no need to be nervous, she says. You are really valued at Hope House, Freya, and we love having you work here. But if you want to reduce your working hours, we will help you. If you need time off, we can look at dates. And if you need to leave, that's okay too. No one is here under duress. Hope House concerns itself with the welfare of all women, including those who work here. I didn't expect to start crying again, but I do. Angela automatically reaches for the box of tissues on her desk, sees it's empty, so hugs me instead. It was 3 years ago today, I say. Harper. She was murdered 3 years ago today. I thought I'd be okay by now, that I'd get over it, but Dan thinks I'm getting worse. Angela smiles kindly. Tell me about her. No one ever asks me about her. I realize, in that moment, that I need to talk about my best friend. Harper and I did everything together. She was more of a sister than a best friend. We even looked the same, dyeing our hair the same color and sharing clothes. I close my eyes at the memory of me insisting she wear my expensive pink and green heels on her date, saying how lucky we were to have the same shoe size. The police never found that missing shoe. We met at sixth form college, and she ended up working in social care like I did. When my sister left for America, Harper moved in with me so she could save up money for a deposit. My dad didn't mind. He kept himself to himself and our house was big enough. I think he liked having 2 girls in the house again, the laughter and giggles and gossip. Life has been so quiet since she died. Angela makes all the right soothing noises. I'm surrounded by people who know exactly what to say, but none of it is helping. I don't even think seeing Dan's psychologist friend, Tom, will help either. The only thing that will ever make me feel better is Harper's killer being found and the stalker leaving us alone. Failing that,
I just want to get as far away from my old life as possible. We might be moving to Cornwall, I say. Angela unravels herself from me, but keeps hold of the top of my shoulders. You're going to sell that lovely big house of yours? She asks. I nod. You know, if you rented it out, you could get a mortgage on your new house and have cash to spare. Then you'd still have the house to sell in the future, you know, if things didn't work out one way or another. I already thought about renting it, but I can't bear the idea of seeing other people in there with their own furniture and belongings. It will have to be all or nothing. Dan says we could cash in and live like kings in Cornwall, I say.
But I thought the house has been in your family for years.
I didn't realize Angela knew so much about me. I guess I talk more than I realized. It has. 4 generations of my family have lived there. My father's grandparents bought it. She purses her lips. When it comes to finances, you have to think carefully. But Dan and I are married, I reply. What's mine is his. Exactly. I didn't come here for financial advice. I came here to hand in my notice. Either way, I can't keep working here, I say. It's not good for my mental health. I'm sorry. Angela nods as she rummages around in her desk drawer, pulling out a form and handing it to me. No problem at all, dear. Just fill this in and we can take it from there. That was easy. Too easy. I didn't want her to make me feel guilty about leaving, but equally it doesn't feel nice that she let me go so readily. Is that it? I say. When do I leave? She opens up a spreadsheet on her computer and frowns. You haven't taken any of your holiday days this year. You even carried some over from last year. I work part-time and I have nowhere interesting to go, so why do I need more days off? You can leave after today if you want, she says, unless you prefer to work until the end of the month and we pay you for the holiday days. Dan and I talked for hours last night. After everything he said about me making things up, the suitcase no longer being there was the last straw. It took so much convincing that I hadn't moved it, that in the end I started to question myself. Did I throw it away instead of the broken one? Maybe I put it under the stairs with the others, or in the loft. I need to look. In the end, we both agreed I simply needed to look after myself better, to take it easy, spend more time in the garden and doing my crafts. Then we got onto the subject of the cottage, and Dan looked so happy when I showed him the books I'd bought and all the research I'd done.
He said the owner of the cottage would do us a cash deal if we went direct. I argued that we should spend a week down there, look around, see what's on the market before we bought the first thing we saw. Maybe I should quit my job and focus on the house sale, I said to Dan last night. Angela already told me she'd understand if I left. I was worried that he'd tell me I was being too rash, but the look of relief he gave me was all the permission I needed to call it a day. I prefer to leave now, I say to Angela. If that's okay, does that mean I can just go? She gives me a pitying look, then hugs me harder than she's ever hugged me before. Yes, you can leave right away, if that's what you want. I nod dumbly, too overcome with emotion to speak. I just want you to be happy, Freya. You will visit, won't you? You won't leave London without saying goodbye. I promise her I won't. Then I grab my bag and coat and walk straight out of the building without a backwards glance. Letting go was easier than I thought. Dan is waiting for me when I get in. He worked from home today in case I needed him. Back already? He says, looking at his watch. I go to kiss him, but he runs into the kitchen, appearing again with a large bouquet of flowers wrapped in brown paper. I had to go all the way to Crouch End until I found a florist selling peonies. Among the pink roses and eucalyptus foliage are 6 white peonies curled up tight as fists. They're beautiful. Thank you. I smell the flowers, but they don't smell of anything yet. I'm free, by the way, I say. Free? I gave my notice in, and Angela said I could leave right away. Dan's hesitant smile grows into a wide grin, showing his perfectly straight white teeth, the kind you only ever see on movie stars. So what's the plan? He asks. I shrug, and we both laugh. I step into him, and he wraps his arms around me. I spoke to Tom about you, he says. He wants to talk to you tomorrow, if that's okay. At first I was upset and ashamed that Dan thought I needed to speak to a psychiatrist, but now I'm relieved. He's right, I'm overwhelmed,
and he's only trying to look after me. Fine by me, I say. I'm not sure how much speaking to Tom will help. I doubt anyone can switch off my anxiety in a matter of hours, but I already feel better knowing I don't have to go to work tomorrow or be surrounded by any more suffering women. Dan looks happy that he's helping me, which in turn makes me happy. I smile to myself, knowing that what I'm about to say is going to change everything. And I think we should sell the house, I say. His whole face lights up, and he hugs me so tightly I can hardly breathe. Really? He cries. You're in? It's the only option I can think of. Walking away from my job was easier than I thought, and although leaving Mountview and my father behind won't be as easy, Dan and I deserve a fresh start. Health is more important than anything. Yes, I'm in. I'll call the estate agent tomorrow and talk about getting an evaluation. Sweetheart, this is going to be the best thing ever. You'll see. Let's put down the deposit for the cottage as soon as we can. The owner said he's getting interest, and I don't want us to lose out. It's such a bargain, Freya. Perfect to raise a family in. We can go down and view it after I run everything past my solicitor. You're still okay with that, aren't you? Using the savings for the deposit. We'll get it back once we sell the house. Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I be as supportive as I can? We're married. We share everything. Dan has no idea just how far I will go for us to live a peaceful, happy life together. Whatever it takes. Chapter 22. Dan runs his hand along my waist and kisses the back of my neck. I'm a lucky man, he says, our bodies pressed tightly against one another. We've been in bed together all afternoon. He cancelled an online therapy client, telling them it was a family emergency, then spent the afternoon making love to me. I've never seen him look so relaxed, like the weight of the world has been lifted off his shoulders. So we're doing this? He asks. For real? I giggle as he covers the back of my neck in butterfly kisses. I told you. Yes, I reply, not adding that I've already mentally chosen the colour scheme for our Cornish living room. Oyster white for the neutrals, with accents of trade wind blue and sea salt green. I'm going for a tranquil seascape of hues, with natural accessories like driftwood and handmade ceramics. We'll have so much money left over, Dan says, I'll have total freedom to do what I want with the interior. I get butterflies in my stomach when I imagine just how idyllic my life will look. I mean, not look, but actually will be. I need to talk to Dad, though, I add. I know it sounds silly, he probably wouldn't even notice if I stopped visiting, but he was always the one I went to when I had a big decision to make. Like when we got married. You asked his opinion about marrying me, Dan asks. But he was already in the home by then. I smile. The memory always brings a tear to my eye. I know. He thought I was his sister. He said no woman should marry a sailor. Then he sang a song about being lost at sea. Dan pulls me to him and holds me. I promise I'm going to make you the happiest woman ever. You already do. I know it's hard, but don't feel guilty about your dad. Maybe your sister can step up and take responsibility for a change, instead of gallivanting around the world only thinking of herself. I know he means well, but I don't like it when Dan insults Bella. She's not that bad, I say. You don't know her. He sighs, his warm breath tickling my ear. Exactly, I don't, because she never visits you or your dad. Is it because she's still angry about you owning Mountview? I shrug because I can't tell him the truth, that my cynical, overprotective little sister does visit, but I don't tell Dan because she doesn't trust him. She's convinced his too-good-to-be-true personality is an act. Maybe everything will change when we move, and Bella sees how great my life is, how happy I am, and how Dan has only ever done what is right for me. None of that matters anymore, he says. We need to focus on our future. He's right. This house, London, my sick father, they all represent the past. When I'm here, all I think about is my dead mother and dead best friend. When I envisage our little house by the sea, anything is possible. I'll finally be able to breathe again. I'll talk to the bank tomorrow and sort out the deposit transfer, I say. Then I'll get Mountview valued. It shouldn't take long to sell, not when we're chain-free. I can feel his smile press against the back of my neck. And you're sure you're okay with me popping out this evening? He asks. There will be food there, so don't worry about dinner. Of course. What else can I say? Tonight he's volunteering at a homeless shelter in Euston. How can I take him away from that? I promised him I was feeling better. which is true now that I don't have to worry about work. I think about calling an estate agent in the morning, and my stomach knots. But it has to be done. Change is never easy, but neither is being chained to my old life expecting things to be different when I keep everything the same. It will be fine. I'm sure once I get the wheels in motion, I'll start to feel more excited about a fresh start. And it will do me good to have some time alone to think and plan tonight. I'll order myself some noodles and catch up on my TV series. Dan will only be gone a couple of hours. I can manage that. I'll keep my phone on this time, so call me if you're worried about anything, and I'll come running, he says, his hands reaching over my thighs and between my legs. I just want you to be happy, Freya.
Are you happy?
I drop my head back against his shoulder as he strokes me with one hand, his other hand caressing my breast, his hungry mouth on my neck. I groan with pleasure as over and over he tells me how much he loves me until I'm weak in his arms, lost to him, gone. When Harper died, everyone had an opinion. It doesn't matter how old you are, what you are wearing, or even if you're no longer alive, if something happens to you as a woman, people will try to make sense of it. And most of the time, it will end up being the woman's fault. A lot of people question the shoes she was wearing that night, and why. She was found in the woods, just meters from the street where her car was parked. Someone had hit her over the head so hard her skull was cracked, but it was the fall that broke her neck and killed her. She was only wearing one high-heeled shoe when she was found. Social media loved that part, the mystery of it all. Who wears heels anymore? Everyone knows you can't run in heels. Maybe they were expensive, and he was interrupted before he got the other one. Maybe her shoe fell off as she was trying to get away. If her car was nearby, perhaps he hit her over the head, then dragged her into the woods. Yeah, no sane woman would walk through the woods at night, especially in heels. But why just one shoe? For a while, I was the only one who knew what kind of shoes she'd been wearing, because they were mine. They matched her black trousers and pink top. She paired them with a green handbag, bold but fun. I know this because she sent me a video of herself getting ready and did a twirl at the end. I sent the video to the police. They asked me why I thought someone would have wanted one of her shoes. I don't know, I said. Why would I know? Maybe she would still be alive if I'd not lent them to her. And now the girl found in nearby woods, the one hit on the head with a hammer. She's talking, and she's saying the person who attacked her took one of her shoes.
Do we have a serial killer on our hands? The tabloids are asking. Is this a copycat attack on the 3rd anniversary of Harper Steelcott's murder? Attempted murder 3 years and 2 miles apart. I didn't hear them come up behind me, the latest victim says in the news report. Her face is scratched, her mouth lopsided, one of her eyes is bruised shut. They didn't say anything. They didn't want anything. I fell down. I felt them tug one of my pink Ugg boots off, and then they ran away. Yet people don't believe her. They're saying she must know the man who did this. They're saying a real lawyer wouldn't wear pink Uggs, or Uggs aren't expensive enough for someone to steal, or Uggs fall off all the time. One person on Facebook said women will do anything for attention. Where have I heard that one before? Did you read about the woman who was attacked in Highgate Woods? I asked Dan, showing him my phone. He shakes his head but doesn't look. The one you mentioned in the car? Yeah, Adelaide Rose. It's terrifying. All that doom scrolling is going to make you ill, he says. He's getting ready to go out, but I can't stop flicking through my phone, app to app, from one horror to another. But they don't believe her, I cry, as he gently takes my phone off me and places it face down on the bedside table. Why don't people believe women? Why would she make anything up? I don't know, Dan mutters. I'm going to run you a bath. Try not to get yourself worked up. I hear the sounds of him turning on the taps. He's humming. Then he's downstairs, clattering around in the kitchen and saying something to the cat. While he's out of the room, I keep reading the articles about this woman. Adelaide Rose, the lawyer. She says she has no idea why she was a target. I look up Cynthia, something I've started doing every day now. I like to see that she's still in Australia, as far away as possible. But this article says she's coming back to London next week for a charity gala. My chest contracts. Should I tell Dan? I hear him heading upstairs again and put the phone down. I've fed sushi and emptied the dishwasher, he says, putting on his shirt and doing up the buttons. He's positively glowing.
An afternoon of sex will do that. The cat was at the bottom of the garden again, but I found her in the end. She's nothing but trouble, that one. I grin, and he grins back, an unspoken conversation humming between us that this is what it could be like if we were parents. A perfect little family, living by the sea, playing with the kids and calling them little rascals, even though they would be his whole world. I won't be long, he says, kissing me on the lips. A slow kiss, the kind that would normally lead to more. I'll lock the door behind me. You just relax. I follow him to the landing and watch him pad downstairs and pull on his coat. Thank you. I love you, I call out, blowing him a kiss as I open the door to the bathroom, eager to melt into a sea of bubbles. I grind to a halt. On the mirror above the sink, something has been written in bright red lipstick. Your husband isn't who he says he is. I step back. Is Cynthia back already? I want to call out to Dan, tell him to stop, not to leave. I want to scream, but my words are caught in my throat. I turn to run, my legs threatening to give way beneath me, but as I reach out for the door, I collide into someone. A woman. Bye, Dan calls out. I open my mouth to shout, to scream, to call out his name, but a hand is clamped over it so tight I can taste tobacco. The front door shuts behind Dan. I hear the key turn twice in the lock. I can't breathe. I can't move. I look up at the face of the person with their hand over my mouth. It's not Cynthia. Chapter 23. The woman in my bathroom is young, 26, maybe 27. She's wearing black and white stripy heels paired with a black dress, her alabaster breasts spilling out of it like a 1950s starlet. Her lips look like a little plump heart, her eyes rimmed black, and her hair bright pink. This isn't a woman who blends into a crowd. Neither does she look like a burglar. I struggle against her, but she's stronger than she looks. Her hand remains over my mouth until the rumble of Dan's car fades off into the distance. Via the mirror, she locks eyes with mine and holds her finger to her lips, telling me not to make a sound. I don't move. I couldn't even if I tried. I'm frozen to the spot, a thin trickle of pee working its way down my bare leg. All I'm wearing is my satin robe, long and cream and edged with black lace. Dan loves this robe because I usually wear it with the matching underwear, except right now, I'm naked beneath the satin. Slowly, she prizes her hand away from my face and waits for me to compose myself, staring at me like I'm on stage about to give a TED talk. I take a shaky breath, holding onto the sink to steady myself, but she speaks first. Hello, Freya. My name's Holly. Her voice is clear, sweet, like a children's TV presenter. She's not scared. She's not even that scary. But she's in my home, and she's written something terrible on my mirror using my expensive MAC lipstick. I think of all the training I've had for my job at Hope House. Stay calm, keep your voice steady, no erratic movements. Who are you? I say, each syllable scratchy where I've had to squeeze it out of my throat. And what are you doing in my house? I'm here to save you, she says. I planned to just leave you the message, but then you came into the room, so I thought we'd have a little chat. A little chat? Is she insane? All of this is happening in slow motion, yet somehow my brain is thinking triple fast. I'm thinking how if this were a man, I'd be trying to run away or fighting him already. I'd be ready to bite and scratch, collect his DNA in my mouth and under my nails, because that would be the best way to stay alive. And even if I didn't survive, I know I'd be helping future victims by scraping parts of him off with the sharpest parts of my body. If there was a strange man in my bathroom, I'd be expecting the worst. Yet although I'm scared right now, I don't believe this woman, this Holly, is going to hurt me. Killers don't introduce themselves. Women in pretty dresses with bright pink hair don't attack other women. And Holly is not wearing the kind of shoes you escape a murder scene in. We both look up at the mirror at the same time where her message is scrawled in bold capital letters. I recognize the writing immediately. It's you, isn't it? You're the one who's been sending me notes, I say. Your husband is a liar. Run. She shrugs, a delicate movement making her collarbones twitch like two S's. They weren't all for you. The rock and the rats were for Danny. Danny? I've never heard him called that before. She says his name easily, flippantly, like he's an old friend. What do you have against my husband? Who the hell are you? The shock is wearing off now, and I suddenly feel cold beneath my flimsy gown, goosebumps on my arms, and my thighs sticky with urine. I keep catching my reflection in the mirror beneath the blood-red writing, my face as pale as the satin I'm wearing, my dark eyes hollowed out from my puffy face like someone has stuck their fingers in bread dough. Sit down, Holly says, shutting the toilet lid and gesturing to take a seat, like I'm a guest in her house. Why is everyone always asking me to sit down? I do as I'm told. Your husband is not who you think he is. He's a crook, a con man. He preys on vulnerable, often rich, women through his work as a therapist, then steals money off them. I laugh. I don't expect to, but all of this is ridiculously farcical, like I'm in a play. This Holly is so beautiful and so glamorous, standing there in stripy shoes and a fitted dress, telling me that my husband is a lying thief, her face earnest and clear.
She either has the wrong house, or she's one of his ex-patients, another deranged woman obsessed with my man. You don't want to believe me, she says, her perfect little lips puckered like a rose, but he will show you his true self soon enough. Get out of my house, I shout. She doesn't scare me. That surprises me too. She should do, she's clearly mad, but she's not holding a weapon or threatening me. In fact, I think she really believes she's trying to help me. I'm not going anywhere, she says, perching on the edge of the bath that Dan ran me, the expensively scented water growing cold. You work for a women's charity, don't you? I used to. Was it only this morning that I gave in my notice? And your friend was murdered, wasn't she? How does she know this? How much does this woman know about me and Dan and our life together? Yet when a woman tells you that a man is bad, you choose not to believe her. I try to swallow again, but my mouth is still too dry. Because that's my husband you're talking about, I say, and he's never hurt anyone. He hurt Jade. Who? You think you're the only one who's lost someone they love because of a man? Danny, your oh-so-perfect husband, dated my best friend. Much like you, Jade adored him, thought he was too good for her. She was always so hard on herself, putting herself down, saying her hair was too thin and her stomach too flabby. And then along came this too-good-to-be-true knight in shining armor who just happened to be volunteering at her support group. Support group? I mutter. That's right. She lost her whole family in a car accident, and this group was for sole survivors. She was carrying a lot of guilt and anger. You know how that feels, don't you? And there was Danny at her group, asking about her feelings and sense of self-worth. Really seeing her, you know? He made her feel like $1 million. Probably because she was worth $1 million. Literally. She inherited a lot of money when her family died. Sound familiar? What is this woman talking about? Dan dated lots of women before he met me, and yes, some of them had money. So what? He makes a lot of money himself. He's no gold digger. What has any of this got to do with me? I don't care who Dan dated before he met me. Because he killed her, Holly screams, getting to her feet. I jump so much I slip down the side of the toilet, and I have to right myself. Holly is looming over me now, her flawless face inches from mine. She disappeared, Freya, and was never seen again. And I know Dan had something to do with it. She gave him money, nearly all of her money, and jewelry, and bought him the expensive watch he still wears today. He fleeced her for all she was worth and left her empty. Then she disappeared, and he'll do the same to you. This is absurd. Dan would never do anything like that. You have the wrong man, I say. So where is he tonight? Holly asks. Volunteering in Euston. She rolls her eyes. No, he's not. He's with another woman. Probably another weak victim who will give him all her money and then we'll never hear from him again. You can't trust him, Freya. I've been 3 years following him, trying to out him, warning other women. He's dangerous. Get out! I shout again. I've had enough of this. Who does this woman think she is, coming into my home, spewing lies about my husband? I grab the first thing I see that's sharp and pointy, my nail scissors, and clasp them in my tight fist. I mean it. If you don't get out now, I'm calling the police. I expect Holly to run, or maybe launch at me, but instead,
She calmly holds a hand towel under the tap and wipes her message off the mirror. "You're not going to call the police," she says with a smirk. "You have no evidence. You can't even prove I was here tonight. You kept the other notes a secret too. I've been watching you, Freya. You cleaned the driveway.
You ripped the note off your windscreen. You didn't even tell Dan the truth when I threw the rock through your window. I wondered why at first. Then I got it. You can't bear the idea of any blemishes on your perfect little life. Calling the police would make it real, and you don't want to open that can of worms. But it backfired anyway because now your perfect husband thinks you're making it all up. I bet Dan is calling you paranoid, telling you to calm down, slow down, run away. I'm right, aren't I?" I shake my head. She's mad. Dan is a good man, and he loves me. "Get out!" I scream. I push her out of the door and into the hallway. I can feel my tears run hot down my cheeks, but I'm still not scared. I'm angry, furious. How dare this crazy lunatic come into my life and try to destroy what I've worked so hard to build? She doesn't know me, my past and my dreams, how Dan and I are at night when it's just us whispering into the darkness. I hate her. I want her gone. I grip the scissors in my hand tighter. Would I hurt her? I don't think so, but I can imagine how easily I could. I would only have to swipe once, and these sharp scissors would slice her pretty face in two, or I could plunge them into her throat, or puncture an eye. If she's considered any of this, she doesn't show it. She doesn't appear to be at all scared of me. "You think those pathetic nail scissors are going to do any damage? You could never hurt me as much as your husband has," she says. "Look." She holds out her arm where a vivid red line shines bright like a smear of lipstick. "He did this. When he first started seeing you, I told him to leave you alone, that he'd done enough damage to one life. Then he cut me. Dan would never. You have no idea what your husband is capable of. I went to the police and they questioned him. But of course, they believed him, a handsome psychiatrist, over me, a hysterical woman. Men like him get away with murder because women like us are seen as crazy and weak. Everything he does is a lie." She's wrong. I've been with Dan for 3 years. Other than Cynthia stalking him, he's never had any issues with women. He's never been cruel to me, never hurt me, never stolen from me. I know what he earns. I know how much money we have. It's impossible to live with a man all this time and not notice anything. Holly must be another of his crazy patients. No wonder he's sick of his job. No wonder he's so eager to move away. I follow her downstairs and grab my keys from the sideboard to unlock the door Dan locked behind him. My hand is shaking and sweating so much I fear I'm going to lose my grip on the scissors. But Holly stays calm as I open the front door for her. "Believe what women say," she says. "Don't be his next victim." She leans closer, and I raise my hand, ready to hurt her if I have to, ready to defend myself. As she moves her face closer to mine, I'm struck by her perfume, vanilla and jasmine. So feminine, so gentle. She isn't trying to hurt me. She's kissing my cheek. "Did you really think a man like him would marry a girl like you?" she whispers in my ear, her words landing like barbed feathers on the side of my neck. "He doesn't love you, Freya. He just wants your money. Then he'll hurt you too." I blink back tears. She's the one trying to hurt me. First Cynthia, and then this nut job. All these women obsessing over my husband and trying to split us up. "You're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. You haven't even got any evidence," I cry, opening the door wider. "Evidence? Who do I sound like now?" "Give me your telephone number then, if you're so eager to help me." She laughs and steps outside, her stripy shoes clicking against the paving slabs, her pink hair blowing in the gentle breeze. "Oh, don't worry, you'll see me again," she says with a smug smile. "I'm not going anywhere until your husband gets what he deserves." Chapter 24. As soon as the front door clicks shut behind me, I collapse in a heap on the hallway floor, my head in my hands, my whole body shaking. I can't breathe. No air is coming in. I curl up into a tight ball, head on the wooden flooring, my arms wrapped tightly around my knees. I need to call Dan. He needs to know this woman is after us, that she's dangerous and accusing him of terrible things.
I screw up my eyes, mouthing the words, "I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe." I try to pull air into my lungs, but they refuse to fill up. I could have died. I could have killed her. She says my husband can't be trusted. I pull myself up on all fours, lift my head up to the ceiling, and breathe in and out, like I do in my yoga classes. In and out. I'm alive. I'm safe. I'm fine. Once I stop shaking, I crawl on all floors back up the stairs, tripping over my robe that's gaping open, my body naked and slick with sweat. Where did I leave my phone? I need to find my phone. I'm trying not to cry. I can't cry because I need to call Dan, and he'll ask me to speak clearly, to explain what's happening, and I can't do that if I'm snotty and gulping and hyperventilating. My phone is in the bedroom. I pull my robe off, place it in the wash basket, and return to the bathroom to sit in the cold bath while I call my husband. I'm expecting it to go to answer phone, but he answers after the first ring. "Dan!" I cry. "Thank God you answered. You have to come home. A woman broke in and she—" "Please." "No, I'm okay. I don't know." He's trying to calm me down, just as I knew he would. He's asking me questions, but now that I know he can hear me, it's impossible to think clearly. I just want him here. "Come home!" I shout. "Please, I need you." He says he'll be as fast as he can, so I hang up and wash myself properly, fixing my eye makeup and putting the lipstick-smeared towel in the wash basket too. As I busy myself cleaning up the bathroom, keeping my hands occupied, I think about the woman who broke into our home. How did she get in? And how does she know so much about us? Holly knows everything. She knows that Dan hasn't seen any evidence and that he already thinks I'm paranoid and imagining things. She also knows where I work, used to work, and how to get to me when Dan is out. Jesus, I don't even know how she broke into our home. What if she comes back? I put on my thickest pajamas and check that all the windows and doors are locked. They are. How the hell did she get in? I check the basket by the front door where we keep our keys, including the spare key, but they're all accounted for except for Dan's that he used to lock up behind him earlier. Did she sneak into the house this afternoon when Dan was looking for sushi in the garden, then hide in a cupboard or wardrobe until he left the house? The thought of her hiding in our home, waiting, watching and listening, makes me want to vomit. Back in the kitchen, I sit up at the table and pull my laptop towards me. Holly's words circle around and around my mind. She accused my husband of being a con man, said that he couldn't be trusted. But I know everything there is to know about him. It's all online. I type in his name and every variation of it. Dr. Dan Green, Danny Green, Daniel Green, Dr. Green psychologist. I look up his Harley Street clinic and the events he's given talks at. Some of the ones abroad are hard to find, but he's there, on LinkedIn and Facebook, or his work website and other sites about his profession. There are even articles about him and his charity work. How could this man ever be anything but the professional doctor he is? How could that crazy woman think I could ever doubt my husband, the man I've been in love with for 3 years? Yet, her words niggle at the back of my mind. "Believe what women say," she said, echoing the "Believe Women" stickers and bookmarks we hand out at Hope House. And I do. I always believe women. Wasn't I just getting angry about the newspaper article this afternoon, about the woman attacked in the woods a few days ago and how no one believes that she didn't see her attacker? I believe her. I believe every woman who steps into Hope House and all the terrible things they tell me have happened to them. But I don't believe this woman, because if I believe Holly, then I have to believe the life I love is pretend, and I refuse to do that. I hear the key in the front door and snap my laptop shut. "Freya!" Dan calls out, his voice sharp with panic. The man Holly described wouldn't have left his work and rushed straight home to his wife, his voice singed with fear. That's what a man who loves you does. "I'm here," I say, walking into the hallway. He gathers me into his arms, holding me to him like we're drowning in a raging sea. "What happened? Who is this woman? Have you called the police?" I shake my head. My words are stuck now, bubbles of tears forming thick like plastic in my throat. All I can do is stare into my husband's beautiful face, searching his mouth and eyes and facial expressions to see if I can spot something I haven't seen there before. But all I can see is Dan. My Dan. "Tell me everything," he says, leading me into the living room where Sushi is curled up on the sofa fast asleep. "Maybe we need a dog, because we've had an intruder in the house, and the whole time this useless cat hasn't even unfurled herself from her favorite sleeping spot." "Her name is Holly," I say, sitting on the sofa and accepting the drink he's handed me. It's cognac, and it works. She was wearing a smart black dress and stripy high heels, and her hair was bright pink. Dan is making a face, like I'm describing a manga character. Does he think I'm lying? Exaggerating? Imagining things? "I went to the bathroom just as you were leaving,
And she'd written the message on the mirror saying that you aren't who I think you are." I leave out the part saying I wasn't safe. It's her I'm not safe from, not Dan. "Show me," he says, going to get up off the couch. I pull him back down. She rubbed it off, but my lipstick has been used and the dirty towel is still in the wash basket. "Did she hurt you?" I shake my head. "Did she threaten you? Did she have a weapon?" I keep shaking my head. "All she did was tell me that you're a con man and you hurt her friend Jade." I watch Dan as I say Jade's name, but his face gives nothing away. No flicker of recognition, fear, regret, nothing. All I detect is confusion and a hint of incredulousness. She sounds troubled. "Did you get any photos? Did you take a picture of the message or her as she left the house, or of anything at all?" "No, I didn't have my phone." "So what did you do after she left?" "I cleaned." Oh God, as soon as I say it, I realize how stupid I've been. I'm telling Dan someone was in our home, someone accusing him of doing terrible things, then I wiped away all evidence. But I wanted all traces of her gone. I wanted to feel clean again. He doesn't say anything because he doesn't need to. I can tell by the way he's looking at me that he's concerned, but not about her, about me and my state of mind. "Why didn't you call the police before calling me?" The same reason I hung up on them last time. Because they rolled their eyes the last time I called them about the window, I want to say. Because dealing with them reminds me of the day I found out my best friend had been murdered, and I realized they were useless. "It doesn't matter. There's no point calling them now," Dan adds with a heavy sigh. "We'll buy some security cameras, and I won't go out in the evenings anymore." A wave of relief washes over me, along with something cloying and unshakable. I don't know what it is until I realize there's a part of me that wants Dan to keep going out. I need his life to carry on as normal, so I can monitor him more closely and prove that crazy woman wrong. "So you don't know anyone called Holly?" Dan's face remains blank. "I think I'd remember if my client had pink hair. I've never met anyone called Jade either. She must have the wrong man." "She called you Danny." He makes a face. "No one has called me Danny since I was at school, and I lost touch with those wasters years ago." "I'm scared," I say, moving closer to Dan. He holds his arm out until I'm snuggled under it, my legs curled up, making myself as small as possible. I bury my face into his chest, my makeup leaving marks all over his pristine white shirt. "Don't worry. We'll buy and fit some cameras, see if they catch anything, then we'll have something concrete to go to the police with. In the meantime, you speak to the estate agent, and I'll call Tom. I'm putting a stop to this once and for all." Chapter 25. Tuesday. Dr. Thomas Lancaster is nothing like I expected him to be. Maybe it's because he's Dan's friend, the only man I've ever heard him mention, that I expect him to be young, dark, and ruggedly handsome too. But he's none of those things. He's old. Too old to still be working, in my opinion. Thomas, because he looks far too serious and studious to be a Tom, wears thin tortoiseshell glasses on the tip of his nose, which he peers over like he's judging me, even when all I've done so far is offer him a cup of tea. "Do you have Earl Grey?" he asks. I say I don't. He says water is fine, as long as it's not tap water. It is, so he chooses not to drink anything. "I feel bad," I say quietly, showing him into the living room where Dan has left us both alone. He's upstairs in one of the bedrooms we converted into an office for him. I can hear him talking to his patient,
although I can never hear the exact words he's saying. "You feel bad because you don't have my favorite hot beverage in your kitchen?" Dr. Lancaster asks,
taking out a small notebook and pen.
Is he going to write that down? "I just meant that it would have been nice to offer you a drink." "But you did, and I refused your options." "Would you like a biscuit?" I ask. I found some more chocolate hobnobs in the fridge, but he refuses them too. "I only eat shortbread." I should have baked some biscuits. I make lovely shortbread. Why didn't Dan mention that to me? Again, I feel like a failure, followed by wondering why it's so important to me that this man, this old, stuffy stranger, likes me. Dr. Lancaster pulls up the fabric of his beige suit trousers before sitting on the armchair, leaving me with the entirety of the sofa. Am I meant to lie down like in the movies? How do we do this? Is this how it is with Dan? Do his female patients get all awkward with him? I doubt that. I bet they get bashful and giggly and extremely self-conscious. How can they concentrate on their ailments when my handsome husband is staring at them intently, hanging on every one of their words? "So, Dr. Green tells me you've been struggling with anxiety lately." Dr. Green. My chest instantly swells with pride that I'm married to someone who literally saves lives. I nod. "Tell me when this began," Dr. Lancaster says. "How far back am I meant to go? Holly? Harper being killed? Growing up with a dead mother?" "I've always been easily stressed," I say. "I think it started when my mother died giving birth to my sister." He looks at me over his glasses again, making a low humming sound as he scribbles on his pad. "And how old were you?" 8. I helped raise Bella, that's my sister. My dad worked a lot, and he didn't really talk about Mum's death much, so I filled in the blanks. You know, cleaning and helping with dinner, then taking Bella to school once she was old enough. "So you're very close to your sister?" I was. She lives abroad now. "And your friends? Do you have a large group of friends?" I shake my head again,
my eyes prickling with tears. "Not anymore.
We've been talking less than 5 minutes, and I already want to cry. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not, so I hold back. "So you're heavily reliant on your husband to regulate your moods?" Where did that come from? "I don't know. I suppose so." He hums again and keeps writing. "Dan has a stalker," I blurt out like a child tittle-tattling to a teacher. Dr. Lancaster stops writing and peers at me over his glasses, his heavy brow knitted into a tangle of deep lines. A stalker. "Well, you know about Cynthia, his old patient, and now there's someone else, a woman who wasn't a patient but claims to know his ex-girlfriend, and she keeps warning me about Dan, calling him a liar and saying I'm not safe. She came to our house last night. Thomas doesn't move. He doesn't write anything down or say a word, so I keep talking. Her name is Holly. She's really pretty and has bright pink hair and was wearing an expensive-looking dress. She said Dan is cheating on me to steal women's money, which is ludicrous, I know. I think she's the one who put the dead rat through our cat flap and wrote on the driveway in rainbow chalks. She's probably jealous of me and wants him for herself. I mean, I doubt it's anything serious to worry about, right?" Dr. Lancaster clears his throat, which makes me jump. "And what does your husband say about these things? Holly is leaving for him?" "Oh, he hasn't seen any of them yet. It's just me who's received the messages. I threw some away, washed away the others. Actually, she wiped off the lipstick on the mirror herself. But Dan said he'll stay home from now on, so I'm not alone." Right. Why did he say right like that? One long word, stretching it out like taffy, as if he needs the sound to help him think. He's still not writing anything down. Why isn't he writing it down? "And when did this woman start appearing?" he asks. "Well, around the time his other stalker, Cynthia, moved abroad. I thought it was Cynthia writing me notes. You know how deluded she was about my husband. But then you told Dan she went to Australia, so I realized it must be someone else. Dan said I should have called the police, but what good have they ever been? He's going to set up cameras instead, you know, around the house." Dr. Lancaster is nodding, but he's still not writing anything down. "I believe you recently left your job. Because of the stress. I nod. Although you only worked part-time, he adds. Yes, but a woman's refuge is a very triggering place for me. It was too much, too dangerous. I thought helping other women would help me, after what happened to my friend Harper. But it didn't. Yes, Dr. Green told me about that unfortunate occurrence. Unfortunate occurrence? Harper was murdered. She was smashed over the head. She was killed, and the useless police never found the man who did it. It was more than an unfortunate occurrence. I wonder whether Dr. Lancaster can read my thoughts. Can he see how outraged I am by his flippant comments? I don't think he can, because he keeps talking. I believe your friend died a few days after you and Dr. Green started dating. Am I right? Yes. So, you could say your relationship with your husband became somewhat codependent from the onset, and due to various situations brought upon by his line of work, you have maintained that sense of anxiety, that need to keep him close. Well, I suppose so. I mean, I feel safer with Dan around, of course I do. I see. He takes a deep breath, as if he's considering the best way to phrase the next sentence. Mrs. Green, we often create archetypes of those we love, the carer, the joker, the sage. Whether you're aware of it or not, your husband is, in your eyes, the hero, the one who rescued you when the foundations of your world became unstable. What we tend to do in relationships is hold on to those archetypes, so when circumstances or people change, we create scenarios to justify our perceptions. Are you following me? Not really, but I nod anyway. Have you ever heard of confirmation bias? What? I'm still trying to work out what he means by archetypes and me thinking of Dan as a hero. I don't answer right away, so Dr. Lancaster takes my silence as a no. Confirmation bias is when people seek out, favor, or interpret information in a way that confirms pre-existing beliefs or opinions, while ignoring or discounting evidence that challenges them. People rarely view things objectively. We look at our lives through a lens shaped by past experiences and beliefs. In your case, because of the loss of your mother at a young age, and then the loss of your closest friend while you were starting a new relationship, you view life as a woman to be dangerous, and you see your husband as your only savior. So, needless to say, your anxiety will worsen when your husband is not around, interpreting any situation outside of the norm as a threat to your only source of safety. And if there is no threat, you will seek one out. Dr. Lancaster is saying these words like he's reading from a fact sheet, like he knew exactly what he was going to say to me before we met, before I said anything to him. I seek them out? I parrot. Is he implying that I'm imagining everything? That I'm making up the creepy notes and a stranger entering our home? Does he think I want to feel scared, keeping Dan close by acting like a pathetic damsel in distress? I'm not a victim, Dr. Lancaster, I say quietly. No, you certainly are not. You're stronger than you think you are. I know I'm strong. Look at everything I've coped with over the years. I'm stressed because some random woman is trying to break Dan and me up, I shout. He tips his head to one side, fixing me with a long stare that makes his bushy eyebrows knit together. Then he smiles, just a hint, but enough to light up his small, watery eyes. And what makes you think anyone has the power to pull apart two people in love? Surely you're the only one who can decide whether to walk away from your husband or not. I wouldn't do that, I cry out so loud and fast I take the doctor by surprise, and he flinches. I'd never leave Dan. Never. He's done nothing wrong. I just want us to be left in peace. The doctor takes a long breath, then lets it out slowly, while at the same time straightening up like our time together is over. Has it been an hour already? I don't even know if this is a paid therapy session or simply a friend helping out another friend. We find our own peace, he says. It's a choice. Life is never going to stop delivering things we don't like. We lose people. We're let down by those we love. Obstacles will be thrown in our path, and that's part of life. But we have more control over the outcome than we realize. We can change our lives to give us the things we seek, and we can also decide how we feel about changes to our circumstances. Everything in life is a choice, Mrs. Green. You are right. You are not a victim, but neither are you a passenger. Your power lies in you, your decisions and your actions. It's all about mindset and reframing. He's already on his feet, so I guess that's the end of our talk. Thank you, I say, holding out my hand to shake his. That was very helpful. Although I'm not sure it was. I'm still trying to unpick all the things he said to me, reorganize the words in a way that makes sense. I think he's saying shit happens, and it's up to me how I deal with it. That I'm being unfair putting the burden on Dan and forcing him to be my savior. Or am I getting that mixed up with what Dan told me, about how he's not an infallible superhero, that he has fears and feelings too? I'll pass some information on to your husband, Mrs. Green, reading material and the like. Plus, I'll write you out a prescription for fluoxetine should you feel the need to stabilize your emotions during this transitionary period. Transitionary? I echo. The house move. Dr. Green told me all about Cornwall, and I must say it's a marvellous idea. St. Ives is a lovely part of the country. But the cottage isn't in St. Ives, is it? I'm sure Dan said it was near Padstow. I will need to ask him. Not that I mind where in Cornwall we move to, they're both beautiful places, but I'm not a passenger. This has to be my decision too. Remember to take deep breaths and be aware of your cognitive bias, Dr. Lancaster says to me, smiling for the first time. Often life isn't as scary as we believe it is. You'll be fine once you get some sea air and a change of pace. Yes, of course. And starting a family is often a time of real calm for women who struggle to find a purpose in life. You'll soon put all of this behind you once you have your hands full with little ones. What the fuck is he saying? That no woman is complete without children? I must be looking at him strangely because he gives a hearty laugh, telling me how his grandchildren bring him nothing but joy. Dan is already waiting for us at the front door. I really appreciate you coming over at such short notice, Tom. I'll see to it that Freya gets all the support she needs. I'll email you the prescription, Dr. Lancaster says to Dan, and maybe I'll see you on the golf course sometime. Absolutely, my husband says, patting the old man on the back. Dan walks into his car, and I watch as they talk in hushed whispers, occasionally looking in my direction. Dan pats him on the back again, and Dr. Lancaster nods gravely. Is he telling Dan that I'm a nutcase? Is he updating him on Cynthia? Is he telling him that he's a great man for putting up with all these crazy women in his life? Feeling better now? Dan asks, stepping back inside and taking a good look at me, as if I'll have magically transformed into a brighter, lighter version of myself, after chatting to the old man for half an hour. It's easier to lie. Yes, thank you. He gives me a long hug, relieved that he can tick that off his list. I love you so much, Freya. You know that, don't you? You know I'll do anything to make you better. I normally melt into his embrace, but this time I stay rigid and still, the doctor's words circling my mind like hungry vultures. It's all in my head. That's what they both believe. Dan thinks I'm ill, and that he's healing me, and Dr. Lancaster thinks I'm looking for drama where there isn't any. But Holly is real. I just hope what she's accusing my husband of isn't. Chapter 26, Wednesday. Maybe talking to Dr. Lancaster did help, because I've started the day full of energy, focused on a long to-do list and choosing change. I can't erase what has happened in my past, but he was right about everything in life being a choice. It's up to me what happens next. Dan says the security cameras will arrive soon and he'll install them, but they are only a temporary solution. If I ever needed a sign as to whether or not to sell Mount View, Holly was it. Because whoever she is, she can't get to us if we're not here. Seeing my father less often is a small price to pay for feeling secure in my own home. I'll move the money over, I say to Dan as I make him his favorite banana pancakes, sprinkled with granola, fruit, honey, and some edible flowers. I take a photo for Instagram before handing it over to him. He kisses my lips. So you're all in with the cottage? I nod. I keep thinking about what Dr. Lancaster said, about looking at life through a negative lens. It's up to me to change my life, and this is the clear answer if I want a happy future with my husband. I'd like to see the property before we put the deposit down, though, I say. Dan grabs me by the waist and sits me on his lap. Of course, you'll love it. I know you'll work your magic and make it spectacular, like you've done with this place. A warm glow blossoms in my chest. It's always nice when those you love appreciate your talents. With all that extra time and money we'll have, maybe I could retrain and become an interior designer. I'm sure there are lots of people on the Cornish coast who could do with a home makeover. I'll get a quote for Mount View today, I say, forcing out the words I know Dan needs to hear. With each step towards the move, I feel both lighter and heavier, but it has to be done. I'm so proud of you, Freya. I know none of this is easy, but it makes sense. He's right, it does. We can't keep going like this. Time to take charge of my own life. By lunchtime, I've cleaned the whole house, made the money transfer to our joint account, and contacted the best estate agents in Muswell Hill. It doesn't surprise me when the agent says he's free in an hour and turns up 30 minutes later. I'm sure the commission on this place justified him skipping lunch. I'm Dexter, the man says, shaking my hand vigorously. He's wearing a thin beige suit that shines a little beneath its arms. I was excited when you called. This is an incredible house. It is, I say, already feeling the lump forming in my throat. It's hard to look around and see only memories. The corner where we used to have the Christmas tree when I was little, and how my mother would hide small gifts amongst its branches. The nook beneath the stairs where Bella and I would play hide and seek. The sofa where my dad sat when I told him he was going into a home. The new wall colour for the bathroom that Dan and I chose the day after we got engaged. Dexter walks around the house taking notes, occasionally saying things like, "Wow, and that's really lovely. Your gardener has done an amazing job," he says, pointing out at the arch of pink roses climbing over the trellis where Dan and I eat our breakfast on sunny mornings.
"We don't have a gardener," I say, "or a decorator. I've done all of this myself." "Amazing. You're a very talented woman, Mrs. Green. So it's 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and this magnificent conservatory. When did you convert the garage?" "That was Dan's idea. The drive already fits 2 cars, so the garage was just a dumping ground for my dad's DIY projects and bits of wood that he never got around to using. We cleared it out and turned it into a 1-bedroom, fully equipped studio apartment with a large, shed-like storeroom attached to the side, so we still have somewhere to put our Christmas decorations, lawnmower, and tools. More of a lean-to, really. We did the renovations last year," I say, "although we haven't used it yet. We thought it would be nice for guests, but we don't really have anyone to stay." I force out a laugh, but it sounds both sad and desperate. I'm not even sure why I spent so much of my savings on that little conversion. The house itself is big enough. I think deep down, I was hoping it would be enough to entice Bella to stay with us. But when she comes to see Dad, she always insists on booking a central London hotel. "Well, it was a smart investment," Dexter says. "The conversion takes the house to a whole new price bracket." Well, that's good, I suppose. I do remember Dan at the time saying it would double our investment, even though I never saw my home as a money-making scheme. I offer Dexter tea, and he looks very excited to get to eat homemade cookies out in the garden. "Mrs. Green, I don't know if you are aware, but this house is likely to fetch a lot more than any other in the street. We sold a 4-bedroom house 10 doors down back in February for $2.2 million, but this is a lot bigger and much nicer. It could easily command 3, maybe more if there's a bidding war." I splutter, the crumbs of my cookie lodging in my throat. I take a sip of tea, but my hand is trembling, making the hot liquid spill over my hand. "Did you say 3, as in £3 million? Dexter is grinning and nodding. "I was expecting close to 1 million, which would be more than enough, but 3. "It's in terrific condition," Dexter continues. "With a house of this status, we normally recommend the odd touch-up and invest in a team to style it for the photos. But it's so beautifully maintained, we wouldn't have to do a thing." "You've done an incredible job, Mrs. Green. It already looks like something from an interiors magazine." I feel my face flush hot and hold the back of my hand up to my red cheeks. He likes my home. This man, who looks at houses every day of his life, says I've done an incredible job. No one but Dan and I get to see the hard work I've put into this place. I can't even remember the last person I invited over. Dr. Lancaster doesn't count. All this time, I've been making the place beautiful. For what? To impress Dan and show off on social media, even though hardly anyone follows me? It's so silly when you think about it. Surely the whole point of a beautiful home
is to enjoy it with others. Something heavy drops into my guts at the thought that we're going to sell up without once having held a party for friends or a barbecue for neighbours. I can't even think who I would invite except maybe Angela from work. After Harper died, I couldn't face making any new friends, and any acquaintances I had started to drift away once they realized how hard it is to be friends with a sad person. No one knows how to deal with something like murder. Not that I cared, because I put all my energy into my relationship with Dan. Perhaps, once we move to Cornwall, Dan and I can be sociable again. They say people are friendlier outside of London. So, where do we start? I asked Dexter. He gets to his feet, brushing cookie crumbs off his suit and onto the grass. We'll send a photographer round and we can have the house on the market by next week. We already have a list of high-profile buyers who would be very eager to view the property straight away. People like that aren't caught up in chains, Mrs. Green. They won't mess you about waiting to sell their own places or negotiating bank loans. Many are cash buyers. I can't imagine having millions in the bank, yet that will be Dan and me when we buy the cottage in Cornwall. We need to go and see it soon. It's crazy to buy a place without having visited. Then it hits me. I'm selling my house. This is actually happening. Once Mountview goes, I'll never get it back. I'll never step through my front door again, and neither will my father or my sister. This is huge. Am I making the right decision? I can feel tears building as I usher the estate agent out of the door and thank him again, asking him to email me all the info so I can pass it on to my husband. As I shut the door behind me, a tear rolls down my cheek, followed by another, until I'm sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 27. When Dan gets home, I tell him everything Dexter said, and when I reach the part about £3 million, Dan grabs me around the waist and swings me in circles. "Oh my God, Freya, what the hell?" he shouts, grinning like a lunatic. "We're going to be rich beyond our wildest dreams." He's laughing and spinning me too fast to see I'm not smiling. I wish he wouldn't keep talking about the money. It's making me think of the horrible things Holly said about him dating rich women and using them for their wealth. In the 3 years we've been together, Dan has never cared about money. He's not anything like the way Holly described him. Yet, right now, his enthusiasm for the huge profit we'll be making leaves a sour taste in my mouth. I wish he'd see how hard selling this house is for me, how hard it's going to be to live so far away from my father. I haven't even told Bella yet. She may not own this house, but it's still her childhood home, and I know she'll blame Dan for us selling it. "Put me down," I say, squirming out of his hold. "You're making me feel sick." He sighs and lets go, going to the oven and taking out the lasagna I made. I follow him. "I hope you like it. It's a new recipe with a touch of chili. I made dinner early because you always go to that bereavement group on Wednesdays, so I thought you wouldn't want to rush." He cuts himself a slice, adds salad, and does the same for my plate. "I'm not going," he replies. "I've dropped all my volunteer work." I take both plates and follow him to the table. "You've stopped your pro bono work? Why? You do so much good there." He sets me with a stare that makes me wither inside a little, the look of an exasperated father. "I stopped because of you, Freya. I promised I'd stay home with you in the evenings until you were feeling less nervy, didn't I? And I'm a man of my word. Plus, I'm hardly helping anyone if I have to keep taking calls from you halfway through and rushing off." He's talking about Monday, the night I called him hysterically crying because Holly had broken into our home. He's making me sound like a nag, one of those whining wives who don't let their husbands work in peace or have a hobby, except a woman broke into our house. That was an exception. I was terrified. He loads his fork and looks up at me, his eyes softening, a warm smile back on his face. "I know, sweetheart, but I've checked all the locks and I'll put the cameras up soon. We're safe." "Did you go to the chemist to get the pills Tom prescribed?" Not yet, I say. I want to keep a clear head so I can focus on the house move. I'll be okay. I don't want you to keep worrying about me. Well, I do. You need to look after yourself. Do less. Let me take on more things, like dealing with the estate agents. I hum along in agreement, but I'm not really listening.
I'm too busy thinking about all the weird stuff that's happened lately.
By the way, I say, I couldn't find that suitcase. No idea where it's gone. I showed the estate agent around the whole house. I even showed him inside all the cupboards and wardrobes, including the shed and loft, but I couldn't see it. It's not as if a bright pink suitcase is easy to hide. Dan chews his food slowly, his eyes still locked on mine. It takes him a while to answer. Why are you so obsessed with that suitcase? His question takes me by surprise, and I find myself stuttering out my answer. I'm not obsessed, I just think it's strange. I bought it empty, yet we found it full and locked, and now it's gone. He sighs, putting his fork down so heavily it clatters against the plate. Just drop it, he sighs heavily. I'm sure we can find something more interesting to talk about. Maybe he's right. I'm beginning to annoy myself. I rack my brain for something scintillating to talk about, but all I can think about is stupid stuff I've seen online, how Dexter said the house was pretty, and the new crumble recipe I've tried for dessert. God, I'm so boring. I might pop into Hope House tomorrow, I say, even though I've hardly given that place a second thought all week. I didn't really say a proper goodbye. I could take Angela some flowers. Dan screws up his face. You want to go back there? A place that never took your mental health into consideration, then let you go without a fight? Why? They weren't your friends there. I guess they weren't. Not really. I take a mouthful of my lasagna, even though I've lost my appetite now. Time to change the subject. I'm very excited about the Cornish house, I say, injecting more enthusiasm into it than I'm currently feeling. I transferred the money, by the way. It should take a day or two, but we need to see it first before we sign any paperwork or make a down payment. Dan is looking at me like I'm speaking in tongues. Freya,
Of course we're not going to buy a house without having the proper checks in place, structural and legal. Please don't get yourself in a state about this. I have it all under control. There's nothing for you to worry about. Except there is. I don't want to leave my father behind. Are you getting cold feet? Dan asks, putting down his knife and fork. It's okay if you are. I don't want to railroad you into anything. No, I just meant, whatever. It would be nice to see the house first, get an idea of what furniture to take and what to sell or get rid of. Oh God, I hadn't even thought of all that. How am I going to pack up this huge house full of family belongings, dating back more than a century, and fit it all into a little seaside cottage? How will I choose what to keep and what to throw away? Everything in here once belonged to someone in my family, going back generations. Many pieces are over 100 years old. I can't eat any more of my dinner. I'm going to be sick. I don't feel well, I say. Dan pours me a glass of water. He looks frustrated with me. I'm being needy and annoying again. Go and get some rest, he says. We can discuss everything tomorrow. It's clearly all too overwhelming for you. It's fine, I just wanted to... Come on, he says, helping me out of my chair and patting me on the bottom. Get to bed. Doctor's orders. I do as I'm told and head upstairs. It's not until I get to the bedroom that I realize I've left my phone and laptop downstairs. I don't care. Dan will only tell me that I should stay offline if I want to look after my mental health. He's right. Social media is either full of scary news or other people's perfect lives that make me feel bad about my own. I'll read that rom-com I've had on my bedside table for months. That will make me feel better. My husband is a doctor. He knows what's best for me. Chapter 28, Thursday. I took a sleeping pill last night, So I didn't hear Dan leave for work this morning.
By the time I'm showered and dressed and head downstairs for my morning tea, it's 10 o'clock. Hey, baby, I coo as Sushi winds around my ankles. I don't know why cats think they'll get fed faster if they trip you up on the stairs. It's warm in the kitchen. It's the first place in the house that the sun hits in the morning. I see Dan didn't feed the cat before he left, and I'm hit with a spasm of guilt that she's hungry. Feeding Sushi is my job, and she never has to wait this long normally. Then I get another jolt of guilt by the thought that we'll be taking her away from her home soon. Are we being selfish? Sushi didn't ask for all this upheaval. I give her extra treats with her kibble as an apology for being such a bad cat mum, then do a double take at the sight of a note on the kitchen worktop. My heart starts pounding and my breath stops in my lungs. Has Holly been back? Or maybe Cynthia posted another letter and Dan opened it. My first instinct is to put it in the bin, but that would be the worst thing I could do. I've learned my lesson. With trembling hands, I pick it up and see it's in Dan's handwriting. My breath returns to normal, and my heart rate starts to slow down as I sit down to read it. Sweetheart, try and take it easy today. I saw the money has cleared into the joint account, so I'll start work on the legal paperwork for the house and secure the cottage. I've been worried about your mental health, so I've changed the Wi-Fi password. I'm giving you a whole day to disconnect and unplug from reality. Watch TV, read a book, or do some of your crafts that you're so good at. If you fancy a walk, your prescription is waiting at the chemist. I won't be home late. Call me whenever you like. Love you, Dan, kiss. I read it again. Dan changed the internet password? I look at my phone that I left on the kitchen counter and see that I'm not connected. Why would he do that? I switch on my 4G, and that's not working either. It says my data is maxed out. I have unlimited data. Did Dan alter my phone plan too? I call him, but he doesn't answer, so I send a text. Why would you cut me off from the internet? Call me. I'm not angry about it. Well, I am a little. I'm more confused than angry. Dan has no right cutting me off. I know he means well and he's a psychologist, but I'm not one of his crazy patients. He can be such a supercilious prig sometimes. I stay seated at the kitchen table, drumming my stubby, chipped fingernails on the rustic pine. The white peonies Dan bought me on Monday shine like white orbs in their little pink vase, their centers glowing a butter yellow. I breathe in their scent and instantly feel better. Then I feel guilty that he bought me them on the anniversary of Harper's death, and I've hardly thought about my best friend all week. God, I'm so tired of feeling guilty. It's exhausting, like leeches sapping me of energy, but I don't know how to stop it. Even Dr. Lancaster mentioned it. How embarrassing. He no doubt said something to Dan, who is now making a big fuss over me for no reason. Okay, I need to learn to be still with my own thoughts. Let them in like passing clouds, don't dwell on them, and let them float away. I try, but there's too much noise in my head, and it's making me anxious. I need to go back to doing my yoga, or maybe some Pilates, except I normally follow those classes on YouTube, and I have no internet. For God's sake, what am I meant to do now? There's only so much cleaning and cooking I can stomach, and Dan has annoyed me too much to be able to focus on reading or a movie. I glance out of the window. The sky is a pale blue full of fluffy clouds that look like they've been coloured in with crayon. It's quiet on the street. I haven't seen the boys play football outside for a few days now. Is it May half-term already? Shouldn't there be more children outside if it is? Maybe I should go for a walk. No, I haven't left the house since I went to work and gave in my notice on Monday, the same day Holly broke into our home. My chest contracts at the thought, and I breathe in and out until it loosens again. I know it's not healthy to be shut up indoors all day, but the idea of bumping into that pink-haired nut job again, or coming home to more messages from her, makes me want to vomit. I pour myself a glass of water, read Dan's note again, and feel the fury build in my veins. What did Dr. Lancaster say about choices? I'm not a victim. I can choose to do whatever I want with my day, and my husband and some mad woman are not going to stop me. I'm going out, and I'm going to have a lovely, relaxing day all by myself. I change into my grey tracksuit bottoms, a t-shirt and trainers, choosing comfort over what I look like for a change. I have a whole day to do whatever I want. The possibilities are so endless, I actually feel dizzy. Maybe I could walk to Highgate Station and get the tube into the West End. No, better not wander too far from home or spend too much money. Muswell Hill Broadway is a 10-minute walk from my house. I could catch a movie at the fancy cinema we have here, or treat myself to lunch out. As if to answer my ponderings, the sun cuts through the clouds and bathes the kitchen in an amber glow, making all the objets d'art on my bookshelves glitter like gold. It's going to be a beautiful day. I'll make sure of it. I'd never admit to Dan that he was right, but a day away from the internet might well be the best thing for me. It's quiet in town, and for that I'm thankful, as with every step I take, I'm scanning the tops of everyone's heads for a flash of pink hair and the floor for a glimpse of black and white stripy heels. Surely Holly wouldn't accost me in the street, would she? What if she's at my house right now smashing my windows or spray painting my front door? I take a deep breath and wipe my clammy hands on my jacket. I can't keep thinking this way. Dr. Lancaster told me it was about reframing. Maybe he's right. I can't look at everything through a lens of fear. Dan loves me, and Holly is clearly not well. I need to actively choose a calmer life, starting with today. My first stop is the cinema, but looking at the listing there's nothing showing that I want to see. From there I go to my favorite bakery, Eggs and Flour. I never go in as their cakes are overpriced, but today I deserve a treat. I join the queue just to take a look at the artisanal pastries and hand-decorated cakes, but the line moves faster than I anticipated, and next thing I know I'm next. I can't walk away now. I panic. There's too much choice. An almond croissant and a cappuccino, please, I tell the girl behind the counter. I pay for my order, using my own debit card now I've been paid, and find a table. This place is so expensive, but it's meant to be amazing. I don't know why, but it feels almost illicit to sit on my own and indulge in a pastry that I haven't baked myself. I try not to feel guilty about that. While at the cafe, I log into their Wi-Fi and spend a pleasant 30 minutes sipping my cappuccino and nibbling on the croissant. Pastry always bloats me, but this croissant is so good I don't care. A mother at the next table is bouncing a baby on her lap. I've not been around kids much, so I have no idea how old the baby is. 6 months, maybe? 9? She can't be too young because she's sitting up and waving at me with her chubby starfish hands. I wave back and she smiles, one single tooth glinting like a pearl in her gummy mouth. She coos, and it makes something hot swell in my chest. What the hell was that? I keep staring at the baby and the glow builds, like a yearning, like the pull I felt when I first met Dan and I knew he was the one. I've never been broody in my life. But, well, I'm 32 and happily married and about to sell up and move to the seaside. Would now not be the perfect time to start a family?
The idea scares me, but 2, it's about reframing. It's up to me whether I view childbirth as something dangerous, because of my mother's death, or a beautiful honor Harper never had the chance to experience. The idea of being someone's mummy fizzes in my chest like sherbet on the tongue. Dr. Lancaster painted the picture that babies solve everything. I'm not naive enough to believe that's the case, but maybe there's some truth in what he said about having a purpose. Children certainly cement a family, and Lord knows with the little family Dan and I have left, it would make sense to start creating one of our own. This is it. The solution to everything that has been worrying me lately is so crystal clear, I don't know why it's taken me so long to get here. I want to be a mother. The thought of me cradling my own baby, mine and Dan's little bundle of joy, fills me with so much light, I feel like my kitchen this morning flooded with sunshine. I grin. I actually grin at the woman bouncing the baby on her knee and lean forward to speak to her. Your daughter is adorable. I can't wait to have kids of my own. She turns to me, her face sallow and her eyes rimmed dark brown with exhaustion, and gives me a half-hearted smile. Some days I can't even remember the woman I used to be. I smile back as if she's joking, then tell myself that it won't be like that with me. I don't know this woman's circumstances, but Dan and I are happily married. We'll have the perfect home soon and money in the bank. I need something to focus on, something that will fill me with hope instead of dread. I'll stop taking my contraceptive pill tomorrow. It will be that easy. This evening, when Dan gets home, I'll try to be my old self, buoyant, flirtatious, lighter to be around. Then I'll give him the best gift I can, a family. But first I need to buy a book on parenting. I'm blinking back tears, thinking of my own mother, as I step into my favorite charity shop. The kind old lady who served me before is behind the counter and recognizes me again. "Oh, hello, my dear. Not seen you in a while. How's that suitcase?" "Oh yes, the suitcase.
I love it, such a bargain, I say, trying not to grimace at having spent £70 on something I've now lost. I have a strange question, though. That case was definitely empty when you sold it to me, right? She chuckles. Of course, dearie. Then you filled it up with some bits you bought. Some books and teacups you were going to turn into a candle. I remember because I told my granddaughter about how clever you must be. I knew I wasn't losing my mind. I rubbed the back of my aching neck. I have to let it go or I'll drive myself mad. Sorry, I say, rolling my eyes. I have such a terrible memory. After my stupid question, I feel like I have to buy something. I peruse the shelves, spotting a baby blanket still in its box. A real bargain this time at just £5. I grab that along with 2 books, one on baby names and the other about newborns and sleep. Someone you know having a baby? The old lady asks me. Yes, me, I say. I go to add more, to explain it's just an idea right now, and my husband and I haven't started trying yet, when the old lady reaches forward and starts rubbing my swollen pastry tummy. I can tell already what a wonderful mother you will be, she says. I let her keep rubbing my belly. I don't correct her, because I want to hear those beautiful, kind words. For the first time in a long time, I get a surge of hope and excitement for my new future. You should go and pamper yourself while you still can, she says to me, as I pay for my blanket and books. Get a pedicure or a massage or something. You're right, I should, I say with a grin. There's a salon a few doors down. It's empty when I walk in. Do I need an appointment for a haircut and manicure? I ask the bored teenager behind the desk.
Or can I get them done now?
She's still checking the computer when a man with dyed blonde hair rushes forward and takes my hand. Sit down, he says, positioning me in front of the mirror. We're going to make you look like a queen. I look at my phone to check the time, which is stupid as I have nowhere to be until Dan's due home. He hasn't texted me back, but I don't care anymore, because in a roundabout way, he's actually gifted me with the best day ever. I would have been stuck indoors today, fearing going outside, obsessing about Holly and the things she said. Instead, I've hardly thought about her all day, and I've decided to change my life in the best way possible. We can do your nails while your colour sets, the hairdresser says 30 minutes later as he wraps another strand of my hair in silver foil. I've since learned his name is Derek. He doesn't look like a Derek. He looks like a Salvador or a Dane. I'm getting auburn highlights in my mousy brown hair, which I'm getting cut shorter, and a French manicure with long tips. Dan won't know what's hit him. Going anywhere nice this summer? Derek asks me. Cornwall, I say. Ooh, nice. Which part? I'm about to answer that I don't know when my phone rings, an unknown number flashing on the screen. There's no reason for me to panic at the sight of it. It's not as if Holly has called me before, but I keep staring at it, willing it to stop. Answer it, love, Derek says. Please, or turn it off. That ringtone is horrific. It's Vivaldi's 4 Seasons. I thought it was elegant. I press the green button and hold it up to my ear without saying a word. Hello? A man says on the other end. I'm looking for Dan Green. I breathe out. I really need to get myself together. This is his wife speaking. Ah, Mrs. Green. This is Dexter from Highgrove Estate Agents. I'm sorry, I've just seen we have 2 telephone numbers on the system. Wait, I call out. What's this about?
Oh, nothing to worry about. We've already spoken to Mr. Green this morning about the photographer and the listings. I was just wanting to update him on timings. I'm sorry to bother you. He did say you were unwell and that you were to be left alone. Apologies. I'm not unwell, I say. Right, well, maybe have a chat with him. I'll call him now on the other number we have. I go to ask more questions, but he's already hung up. We need your hand, Derek says, signaling to the young girl beside him who has wheeled over a little table full of nail varnish and a UV light. Did you say you wanted a French manicure? She asks. I put my phone on the shelf in front of me and nod dumbly, holding out my hand. What is Dan playing at? Why is he taking over the house sale? Chapter 29. I hardly recognize my reflection. I've been staring at myself in the mirror for 10 minutes, adjusting my outfit, wondering when I lost so much weight. I bought this underwear set, black lace with bright pink trimming,
for our honeymoon, and I've only worn it once. Now my boobs hardly fill the cups when they used to spill over them. I have more than one silky robe. This one is black and sheer, not leaving much to the imagination. It's Dan's favorite. I apply more lipstick and run my fingers through my shorter auburn hair. I keep peering out of the window, looking for his car pulling into the drive. He's normally home by now. My blood is zinging beneath my veins. I'm like an eager child waiting for the sweet shop to open. Even though I'm angry about the stunt he pulled with the Wi-Fi and going behind my back with the estate agents, I know he's done all of that for me, for my mental health. And look what happened as a result. I look and feel great, and I'm finally ready for us to take the next step in our married life together. Babies. Which also means lots of sex. And I know he won't be complaining about that.
The engine of Dan's car has a particular sound I've grown familiar with. As soon as I hear it on our street, I take one more glance at my reflection, spray a little perfume on, and run downstairs. I'm at the front door as soon as his key is turning in the lock. "Jesus," he says, starting a little as he lets himself into the house. "You made me jump, Freya. I thought you were someone else." "Are you used to having half-naked redheads waiting for you at home?" I ask, biting down on my lower lip. He glances at my new hairstyle, his gaze travelling down past my freshly painted lips, sheer gown, and my flimsy underwear beneath it. "What's going on?" he asks, taking off his coat and shoes. I twirl around. "You like? You look expensive. When I told you to have a day off, I didn't mean go and waste a load of money." That wasn't the reaction I was expecting. I drape my arms around his neck and kiss him behind his ear. It normally drives him wild, but instead of kissing my lips, he kisses my cheek briefly and shrugs me off. "You look beautiful, sweetheart. I've just had a really crappy day and I'm starving." "Oh, I haven't made any dinner. I baked a lemon drizzle cake, but in my mind, I imagined him seeing me, being unable to resist me, us making love all evening, then either having some snacks and the cake I made or ordering a takeaway. I didn't realize he was expecting dinner. I feel stupid now, and selfish, and guilty. I always make dinner. "Sorry," I say as he peers inside the oven and the fridge, lifting the tin foil covering the cake and looking confused that it's not something else. "I didn't cook anything. I wanted to surprise you with my new look." He pushes his fingers through his hair, his mouth set in a straight line. "No need to apologize. I can make something." "No, I'll do it. I'll rustle up an omelette or—" He scoops me into his arms and sits at the kitchen table, pulling me onto his lap. "Don't worry. I'll cook us some pasta or something," he says. "Is this new?" he adds with a grin, running his finger beneath my bra strap. I writhe on his lap, my stomach flip-flopping like it did the first night we made love. My husband still has so much power over me. He only has to look at me and I turn to liquid. "No, it's not new. I just haven't worn it for a while." He plays with my hair, that now sits an inch above my shoulders, and kisses my collarbone. "You are incredibly sexy, Mrs. Green." I giggle. He's the only man who has ever had me making that silly sound. "By the way, the estate agent's called," I say. "How come you're taking over the sale?" He stops kissing me. I look over my shoulder. Dan's staring at me, his brow crisscrossed in confusion. Was I being rude? I didn't mean for it to sound so abrupt. "I suggested I take ownership of more things," he says, "and you agreed." "No, I didn't. When?" He stands up, making me stumble to my feet. "For God's sake, Freya, not this again. You tell me your job is too much, so I agree that you resign. You tell me you need help, so I get Tom in to talk to you. One minute you're scared of your own shadow, and the next you're getting your hair and nails done and swanning about like a little sex kitten. I can't keep up with you. When you said the estate agents had been to see the house, I offered to take over, to alleviate the pressure, and you agreed. You think I have time for this shit?" His voice is getting louder and louder. Dan never shouts. "I work full-time, unlike you, yet I've been the one organizing the photographer, signing off the floor plans, and negotiating commission today, which is extortionate, by the way. And now you're behaving like I'm some kind of control freak." I wasn't. I didn't mean it like that. I should have made him dinner. Dan always gets tetchy when he's hungry.
I put some water on to boil and take the pasta out of the cupboard. The bow tie-shaped pasta. He likes that one. I'm sorry, I say.
I don't mind that you've been talking to the estate agents. I was just confused. Same with the Wi-Fi. You turned it off without telling me, and you were asleep, he shouts, throwing his hands in the air. Some of us don't get to sleep in till midday on a Thursday. But, I mean, why did you do that? He lets out a long, hard sigh that blows my hair into my eyes as I add the pasta to the pot. I was just trying to help you. I know, and I appreciate it. I just want— What? He says, spinning me around by my waist until I'm flush against him, the thin lace of my underwear pressing against his rough belt. I know what you want, Freya. You are making it very fucking clear what you want. He pulls at the cord of my robe, his lips twitching as the silk slides over my shoulders and pools at my feet. He stays silent as he takes me in, his eyes grazing over every curve of my body, making my chest rise and fall faster and faster. Is this what you want? He says, gathering my newly colored hair in his hands and pulling it to one side as he runs his tongue up my neck. I let out a whimper. He likes it. He's normally so slow and careful when he seduces me, so deliberate in the way he kisses and touches me. I've not seen him like this before, hot and hungry. I think I like it. I can hear the pasta bubbling behind me. I should stir it so it won't stick, but Dan has me pulled up against him so tight I can't move. Say it, he says. Say you want me. I do. I always do. I want you, I say. Louder. I want you, Dan Green. Dr. Green. In one deft swoop, he unclasps my bra using just his thumb and finger. It drops to the kitchen floor, and he kicks it to one side. I know it's all an act, Freya, he says, his searing mouth moving down my body, my chest, my ribs. I can't speak. We've never had sex in the kitchen before. He's always taken me to the bedroom, or occasionally the shower or couch, but not here. Not so close to the window overlooking the street.
Not when it's still light outside.
I know this little girl lost routine is bullshit, he says, his fingers digging into my hips. You have always known exactly what you want. You're not weak, Freya, so stop acting it. He spins me around and pushes me over the kitchen table. He takes my hair in his fist, pulling at it tightly. It hurts, but in a good way. He's right. All I kept thinking about today was him. I wanted him and I wanted him to want me, and now look, he's so consumed by me, he's not even taken his shirt off. I can hear his belt being unbuckled and the pasta boiling. It's going to dry out. I can't move. He has me pinned against the pine table, the wood digging into my stomach. But I don't hate it. I like that I'm this irresistible, that he can't say no to me. He pulls my hair tighter as he enters me, his breaths guttural, his teeth scraping the side of my neck. We never do it like this. He's never this rough, this fast, this angry. Say it again, he growls in my ear. I want you. I want you what? I want you, Dr. Green, please, I say, because I mean it. I want him to stop, but I also want more. I want whatever he wants. I want whatever makes him want me more. And he doesn't stop. And I claw at the table, my head pulled back, my lips locked on his other hand gripping my waist so tightly I can feel my flesh bruising. I can't move, and I don't want to. I'm just his. It's not until afterwards, when Dan has gone upstairs to shower and I'm throwing away the burned pasta and my ripped underwear, that I wonder what just happened. I wanted to talk to him about having a baby. I wanted to show him the books and the blanket I bought. I wanted to tell him how much better I was feeling and that everything was going to be okay now. And it is, isn't it? I'm getting everything I want, I think. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Chapter 30. Friday. Dan's alarm hasn't even gone off yet, and already we are both wide awake, thanks to the sun streaming in through the window. I make a mental note to get blackout blinds. Then my stomach clenches as I realize it no longer matters, because this house won't be ours soon. Last night was incredible, Dan says, stretching his thick, muscly arms over his head. He's talking about sex in the kitchen, then how we did it again an hour later, this time in bed, but with him pinning my hands up over my head.
I know it's not that wild. Most people get a lot crazier than that in the bedroom. But Dan has always understood that since Harper died, I need to feel safe during sex. I don't like being thrown around or held down. I made that clear from the start. Yeah, I say in response, because I don't know how to explain that I enjoyed it, but also that maybe I didn't. Because I couldn't tell the difference between my anxiety and excitement. Maybe feeling nervous as he held me down, his weight on me, his chest crushing mine, was the exciting part. Or maybe I'm really messed up and should keep that to myself. I can hardly check with my therapist since that's Dan's octogenarian friend who thinks the pinnacle of women's pleasure is motherhood. Talking of which, I meant to tell you, I whisper, I didn't take my pill last night. I feel Dan sit up behind me, his arms sliding around my waist. Did I hear that properly? He asks in my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. I turn towards him, taking in his beautiful, sleepy face and his bright blue eyes that are now staring at me wide open. I nod, and he pulls me to him. Seriously? He says. You're going to make me a dad? I'll try, I say, laughing. He kisses me, the sun sending shadows over the bed and lighting up his hair like a halo. Is he crying? I don't mean proper tears, but his eyes are glistening. In 3 years, I've never seen Dan get emotional. It makes something hot grow in my stomach. The same feeling I had in the cafe with the baby yesterday. It's love. I think that's what this is. Pure, nurturing love. He kisses me again, and this time he's slow and careful, like he's handling delicate porcelain. You know everything I do is because I love you, he says, looking at me so intently that everything in my peripheral vision disappears. It's just him and me, suspended in eternity. And this time he makes love to me like I'm the most cherished woman in the world. I hand down the sandwiches I made him and add a small chocolate bar to the bag. We all deserve the odd treat now and again. I'll be home early, he says. I can't wait to pack up this bloody job and run away with you. I grin at the image of us driving into the sunset, hand in hand, like the ending of a corny romance movie. He's waving as he opens his car door. When I see it, I let out a small gasp, making Dan's head snap up, alert, ready to jump to my rescue. Are you okay? The car door, I say, pointing. It's scratched, all along 2 panels. Oh, yeah, that. He gives a resigned nod. It's why I was in such a shitty mood last night. Who did it? Do you know? Do you think it was her? I ask in a hushed tone, stepping out onto the drive while looking around us. What if she's watching us, hiding behind the crop of trees across the road again? Get back inside, he says softly. You have no shoes on. But what if it's that Holly woman? He lays 2 hands on my shoulders and bends down to look me straight in the eye. Freya. I told you before I have no idea who you're talking about. It was probably some hooligan in town. I had to go to a rough part of East London for a job yesterday, and I should have known better than to take the car. Please, don't get in a state. I don't want to have to worry about you again. He's right. Every little thing that happens can't be because of that woman. I haven't seen or heard from her since Monday.
That was 5 days ago. Maybe she'll give up now that it's clear I don't believe her. I go back inside and tell Dan not to worry about me, which appeases him. Not that it stops me thinking about the millions of terrible things that could happen to my husband on his way to work or once he's dealing with his crazy patients, but he doesn't need to know that. The last thing I need is Dan becoming even more protective of me. It's not until I'm back in the house that I realize I forgot to ask for the new Wi-Fi password. I enjoyed the walk into town yesterday, so I do it again today. I tell myself that I need the fresh air and exercise, even though it's drizzling today and there's a bitter wind. But the truth is, I want to go back to eggs and flour and see if that woman and her baby are in there. The woman isn't in there. Instead, it's unusually empty. I pick out a bottle of lemon juice and a cute cupcake with frosted violets on the top and go to pay. But when I reach the till, I can't find my bank card. That will be £8.50, please, the woman says. £8.50? That's a bit steep for a small cupcake and a juice. I can't remember what I paid yesterday. Sorry, I say, rooting around inside my tote bag and patting down my pockets. I definitely had my card in my purse yesterday.
I never take my bank card out of my bag. It's tucked inside the zipped-up pocket of my wallet. "Do you have your bank card linked to your phone?" she asks. 3 people have joined the queue, the man next to me glancing at his watch impatiently. "I don't have 4G, I say. "You don't need it. Just tap your phone." I clutch my juice under one arm and get my phone out, but accidentally knock my cupcake off the counter in the kerfuffle. It falls to the floor, landing on the beige suede brogues of the man next to me. The oily butter from the frosting has left a dark stain on his shoe. "Sorry," I say to him. Then I say it again to the woman in front of me.
Can you get me another cupcake, please?" The queue has now grown to 4 people. "There aren't any left," she says. "Oh, whatever. Anything will do," I say, catching the eye of a woman with a double pushchair whose children have both started screaming. I grimace an apology and mouth another "sorry" to the man rubbing at his shoe with a paper napkin and making it worse. The woman plonks a piece of carrot cake onto a plate and places it next to my juice. "That will be £13, please." She charged me for the cupcake on the floor. I should say something, make a stand, walk out. But everyone is glaring at me, so instead I thank her, pay £13 for a slice of cake and bottled juice, and find a seat looking out of the window so I don't have to make eye contact with any of the other customers. My eyes are prickling with tears, and I berate myself for being so pathetic. Dropping the cake was a mistake. And so what if I kept a few people waiting while I looked for my bank card? Oh God, where the hell is my bank card? I think back to the last place I had it. Yesterday, at the hairdresser's. Did I leave it behind? No, I definitely put it in my purse. Maybe it's in my other bag. I'll look when I get home. I'm not even that fond of carrot cake, and the lemon juice is too tart for me. But I'm going to enjoy every last crumb and drop because it wasn't worth half of what I paid for it. And while I'm here, I may as well use the free Wi-Fi. I log in, ignoring my email because I have no job anymore and I don't want to be tempted by online clothing store sales, and go straight to Instagram where I post a pretty photo of my cake. As if anyone cares. I then scroll through a few photos of people's perfect homes and bodies and families, but that's just irritating, so I go to Google instead. As much as I'm doing my best not to think about Holly right now, she's always there scratching at the back of my mind. I need to know more about her. I type in Holly North London stalker and Holly pink hair terrorizing woman and any other random combination of words that I can think of to do with women being stalked and hurt. But all that comes up is the news story of the woman in Highgate Woods that was attacked last week. Not that anyone spent more than a day or two talking about her. They've all moved on to the next horror story now. I don't get it. Why is Holly so adamant my husband is a liar that she's gone from warning me to potentially scratching his car? I look up Dr. Dan Green, Harley Street, and scroll down to a few articles about him in the trade press, along with a couple of mentions of various speeches he's given over the years. Even a few awards he's won. I've seen all of this before, but this time I go deeper, picking at the information, looking for clues to anything at all, but there's not one negative thing about him, not even on his LinkedIn or the comments section of a website talking about his charity work. How could that awful woman ever think I'd believe her over my own husband? She either has the wrong man or wants him for herself, just like Cynthia did. I move on from Google to our joint bank account, take a sip of my bitter juice, then start to splutter. I refresh the app. Look again. Look through the account. Where's our money? Dan said the deposit I moved from my savings to our joint account had cleared, so where is it? I scroll down further and see that it went in and then was immediately paid into an account of someone named P. Patterson. Is that the owner of the cottage? Has Dan paid the deposit already? I thought we agreed we had to draw up the legalities first, and I was going to get to see the house. I can't buy a house without seeing it first. I grab my bag and don't even bother finishing my cake before I'm out the door, speed walking home. I don't understand what Dan's playing at. Sweat prickles under my arms and gathers on my top lip. My heart is thundering in my ribcage. I can feel the carrot cake rising in my throat, the cinnamon burning my chest. I'm going to be sick. When I reach our street, I can see Dan's car is already in the driveway, and he's at the front door talking to a man with a black duffel bag.
Thanks. I look forward to seeing them, Dan calls out as the man turns on his heel, smiles at me walking up the garden path, and heads out of our gate. Dan has seen me, his cheery smile fading as he holds the door wider for me. Who was that? Where were you? Dan replies, shutting the door behind me. I went into town. Why? I thought we agreed you'd slow down on your spending. We have a lot of expenses coming up with the move, and you're no longer working. Is this why I couldn't find my bank card? Did Dan take it out of my purse? My chest aches from the indigestion the carrot cake and bitter lemon combination have given me. I swallow down some bile and take off my shoes. I haven't been spending. So where did you go? Why is he being like this? I just bought a snack and a drink. You forgot to tell me the Wi-Fi password, and I needed to do some things online. Dan walks out of the kitchen and into the living room. I jog lightly behind him. Who was that man? I ask. Dan sighs like I'm the most annoying person in the world when all I've done is ask one simple question. The photographer from the estate agents. I told you he was coming over. No, you didn't. I did. And good job too, because while you were treating yourself to muffins and matches, I came back from my early morning appointment to deal with him. You weren't even here. I didn't know he was coming, I shout. And what about my money? Dan stops walking, turns, and raises his eyebrows. I never shout. The money from our joint account, I continue. Why did you pay the deposit already? Dan, I told you I was anxious.
I told you this house move was stressing me out, and that the whole stalker thing had me on edge. Why didn't you talk to me first before securing the cottage? I haven't even seen it yet. And someone has taken my bank card. Was it you? Did you take my card away? I don't know how, but next thing I'm on my knees on the carpet crying into my hands. My legs just gave way, and now I can't even speak for the racking sobs erupting out of me. This is all moving too fast. I do want to sell my house and move away, but I haven't gone to visit my dad yet and explained it to him, and I haven't seen the seaside cottage. I don't even know where the hell in Cornwall it is. All I've seen are a few pictures Dan showed me. I'm waiting for him to kneel on the floor beside me and say something. Do something. Anything. When I've cried in the past, he's put his arm around my shoulder. He's touched his forehead to mine and helped me manage my breaths. He's held my hand, fetched me water, told me I'm safe. But he's not doing any of that right now. He's still standing there looming over me. I look up, mascara making my eyes sting, turning his image into a blurry grey mass. Dan's shaking his head at me. It's not pity or compassion I see in his eyes, but contempt and derision. Get up, he says. I can't do this anymore. What does he mean? Why isn't he helping me? He reaches down and grabs my elbow, pulling me roughly to my feet. You didn't pick up the prescription, did you? What's the point of getting Tom to come all this way to talk to you and prescribe you meds to calm your nerves when you ignore medical advice and choose to behave like this instead? Do you enjoy being helpless so I'm always fussing over you? Is that it? I'm crying so hard now I can hardly breathe. It feels like someone has punched me in the heart. When I get in this state, it reminds me of all the other times I cried this hard. When my mother died, when my sister left for America, when Harper was killed, which only makes me cry even harder. Holly was in her house, I managed to say, my voice coming out in staccato barks. My card has been stolen, and my mother's ring is missing, and my suitcase has gone. Enough, Dan shouts. I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. There is no Holly. I flinch at every one of his words, but he keeps going. I never saw any of these notes, the rock, the writing on the drive, or this ridiculous-sounding woman you keep describing. This isn't how you get my attention, Freya. This isn't making me want to love you harder. It's making me trust you less. Are you hearing me? He tips my chin up so I'm forced to look into his bright blue eyes. Then he drops his voice an octave. Are you listening to me, sweetheart? This can't go on any longer. Your imagination is running wild and it's going to come between us. I sent you the legal paperwork to sign via email 2 days ago, which you have chosen to ignore, and now you're accusing me of bulldozing you into buying a house that a few days ago you had already decorated in your head. Yesterday you tell me you want babies, and practically jumped me the minute I got in from work, and now you're acting like some pathetic victim with a bullying husband. It's not fair, Freya. I don't know what more you want from me. It's not like that.
He's twisting my words. I reach out to him, but he pulls away. "I need a few minutes on my own," he mumbles. "I'm having a shower, and your bank card is on the dresser near the front door. I found it on the sofa this morning and forgot to tell you." I rub my eyes, the edges of my hands black from my eye makeup, and watch him walk away. I don't understand what just happened. What was it Holly said? "Your husband will show you his true self soon enough." I pull my hair back and tie it up with a hair elastic. Holly said Dan had a temper, and I didn't believe her. She also said he was obsessed with money, and I didn't believe that either.
But now, I'm not so sure. Chapter 31. Saturday. I couldn't sleep last night. I kept replaying all the cruel things Dan said to me, the names he called me, the things he accused me of. He really thinks I'm a pathetic, attention-seeking liar. But I'm not. Holly is real, and all I kept thinking about was, what if what she said is real too? So I waited for Dan to fall asleep, then unplugged his phone and locked myself in the downstairs toilet. I know his password. He's never kept anything from me. That in itself is proof that he has nothing to hide, isn't it? Anyway, it was a waste of time. All I achieved was feeling even worse about myself. I spent over half an hour checking all his emails, including his spam and deleted folders. I went through his LinkedIn messages. He's not on any other social media sites. His texts, all his apps, and even his photo albums, then put his phone back where I found it. And what did I find? Nothing. If anything, everything I saw made me feel even more unhinged and guilty for ever doubting him. My perfect husband has screenshots of websites featuring gifts that he's gone on to buy me. There are text messages to Tom saying how much he loves me and begging for the doctor's help. He even subscribes to websites for the partners of those suffering from grief. Not only is Dan not a cheating, lying scumbag, but he's even more wonderful than I first thought he was, which means it's me. I'm bringing the worst out in him. I have a great husband and the perfect marriage. Yet I'm risking it all by listening to the lies coming out of the mouth of a deranged stranger. I'm making myself unwell and infuriating my patient husband over nothing. Today is Saturday, and we're both home. We've been courteous to one another, but there's still ice there, gleaming and cracking between us, pushing us apart like two giant glaciers. The sun is back out, and normally on days like these, I'd be in my garden, taking photos of Dan's hand in mine, or us eating a pretty salad I've made with homegrown tomatoes and edible pansies. But I no longer feel like including him in my online montage. What used to feel like a confirmation of our love is beginning to feel like wishful thinking. "I made tea," I say, pointing to the pretty teapot and 2 cups and saucers I've laid out on our wrought iron garden table. I recorded a video earlier of butterflies dancing over my buddleia with tea in the background. My stomach twists at the thought of never seeing that bright purple buddleia plant again once we leave. My mother planted it the day she found out she was pregnant with Bella. Our mother is everywhere in this house. "Tea would be lovely," Dan says, giving me a hesitant smile. So formal, so careful. By the way, the password for the Wi-Fi is Cornwall, capital C. Sorry, I forgot to tell you yesterday. My bank card, the Wi-Fi. So many things my husband forgets to tell me about. "Thank you," I reply, pouring him some tea using the antique strainer I found in one of the charity shops a few weeks ago. I hope he doesn't spot it's new. It only cost a few pounds. Look at us, so polite, tiptoeing around each word like we're strangers on a first date. "I'm sorry," he says again, "for the way I've been acting this week. I'm really stressed with work and the scratch on the car, and it's no excuse for the things I said to you. I'm worried about you, and I don't know how to help you, and I should have directed that anger at myself, not you. I need to regulate my emotions better." Therapy speak. It sounds like he's taking the blame, but he's also saying it's my fault. I type in the new Wi-Fi password and check Instagram. I've been posting lots of pretty photos lately of the cakes I bought, my cooking and the garden. I scroll through the comments. People are saying such lovely things. "I wish I had your life. You have such a beautiful home. Tell me your secrets. I'm a hot mess. I need to be more freer."
"Stop lying. You lie to everyone, including yourself. I scroll back up and read that comment again. I click on the account. The account handle is Your Worst Nightmare, and it has 0 followers and no bio. There's just one photo uploaded, an image of the back of a woman's head. A woman with pink hair. With trembling hands, I search the comments on the previous video I posted. There she is again. Your life is far from perfect and you know it. Someone has answered her defending me, telling her she's just jealous and that my photos are beautiful and calming. She replies with, "If you knew what I did, you wouldn't be saying that. This is all lies." Lies she's starting to believe herself. It's Holly. It has to be. My hands are sweating so badly, I have to put my phone on the table to stop it sliding to the grass. That awful woman is following me on Instagram. Of course she is. Why wouldn't she be? No wonder she found our house so easily. I have it plastered all over the bloody internet. I search for her in the comments of some other photos I posted last week. Photos of me drinking cappuccinos with Dan in the garden. Yep, there she is again. He's a liar, Freya. Wake up and smell the coffee. My first instinct is to block her or close down my account altogether. But I can't do that. I have to be smart. I take a deep breath, glance at Dan, who's reading a newspaper, totally unaware of the turmoil coursing through my veins, and with fingers still shaking, I send her a direct message. "What do you want?" She replies straight away. "I want you gone. Leave Danny before he does to you what he did to Jade." I look up. Dan is absorbed in his paper, shielding his eyes from the glare of the sun. He has no idea who I'm talking to. Should I show him? Prove that this woman isn't a figment of my imagination? No. This doesn't prove anything. Anyone can create a fake Instagram account, including me. I need to talk further with her.
If my husband is some awful conman, then show me evidence. Nothing. I wait. I scroll through a few more videos on silent as I wait for a reply. 10 minutes pass. "That's what I thought," I type. "Oh, I have evidence. I'm just not stupid enough to post it here. I'll find you, the way I found Danny's car on Thursday. Did you like my calling card?" So Holly was the one who keyed his car. Does he know it was his new stalker? Is he lying to me? "Leave us alone," I type. "She's gone. Holly. It says she's no longer online. What does she mean she'll find me? What is she planning to do next?" "I need to go out," Dan says, standing up suddenly and folding his newspaper. "Thanks for the tea, sweetheart." "Go where?" I ask. "I have a meeting." "On a Saturday?" He doesn't answer. Instead, he does that thing again where he breathes in so deeply his nostrils flare. "Are you taking the car?" I add. "I thought I might go and see my dad today." "Sorry, I need the car. Although maybe it's not a great idea to visit your dad right now. You said he was deteriorating, and that will only make you feel worse. Maybe wait until you're less anxious." He's right. I've been really stressed lately, and this interaction with Holly hasn't helped. My dad will pick up on the jitteriness. I can go on Monday if Dan works from home or gets the tube to work. "Please sign that paperwork, Freya," Dan says, as if we were just talking about it. We weren't. "Then we can arrange a trip to Cornwall like you wanted. There's a lovely boutique hotel we can stay at nearby." He's trying to be nice, but he doesn't get it. I wanted to see the house before we paid a deposit and signed any legalities. "I just don't get why you paid him already." Dan grimaces like I'm scraping my nails down a blackboard. "Freya, I told you the owners had a lot of interest in that house, and we had to act fast. Don't you trust me?" "Yes, but..." "Then sign the damn paperwork and leave me to do all the boring stuff." "I'll be back for dinner. What are you planning on making?" "I haven't planned anything. Did I say I'd be cooking something? Why am I struggling to remember things? It's like I have baby brain, but there's no way I could be pregnant already." "I'll make us pasta," I say. "Pasta? Again? Okay, fine, sounds lovely." He kisses the top of my head and goes back into the house, leaving me feeling tearful for no reason. It's that bloody Holly and her threats that are getting to me. Why can't she just go away and leave us alone? I wait for Dan to go out before making myself some toast. I slather it in chocolate spread, hoping the sugar will make me feel better. It doesn't. I just feel worse now. The white peonies Dan bought me on Monday have bloomed so much
They're now as wide as dinner plates, some of the petals dangling from their delicate stems. The perfume is too strong and is giving me a headache. I put down my toast and grab the flowers, crushing their yellow centers into a fist until the palm of my hand is sticky and stained saffron yellow. I hate them. I hate peonies now. All of this started the day Dan bought me those pink peonies at the farmer's market. I open my hand and drop the crumpled petals into the kitchen bin, throw the toast in behind them, then wash my hands. I need this nightmare to be over. I need some air. I pull the kitchen door open, walk up the side of my house, and sit on the front lawn in the shade. I'm hidden by the large jasmine plant climbing up the side of my house. I can look out over the street, but no one can see me. My phone can still pick up Wi-Fi from here. I log back in with the new password, go on the Rightmove website, and type in the N10 postcode. It's like picking at a scab. I know I shouldn't do it. I don't really want to see if my house has been listed yet, but I can't help myself. It has. The first property that pops up is Mount View. There it is, right at the top of the page as a special sponsored property. My house,
My garden, and every one of the rooms I've painstakingly decorated and designed, so elegant, so desirable, so expensive. All those noughts at the end of the price does nothing to quell the bubble of grief building in my chest. A tear trickles down my cheek and plops onto my knee, making the denim of my jeans turn from blue to black. Another one falls, then another, until I have my knees raised and my head in my arms. Dan's right. I'm falling apart. I do want to sell this house. It was me who first contacted the estate agents. It was me who moved the last of my savings to our joint account. No one was forcing me. I could have said no at any point, but I carried on regardless. Dr. Lancaster said life was all about making choices, and that's what I'm doing, choosing to move forward. So why is it physically painful? Why am I scared all the time? Even with Holly on the scene, it shouldn't be such a big deal. Everyone is fine. No one has been hurt. I could just block Holly from Instagram and be done with it. I never have to think about her again. Yet here I am choosing to let her come between me and my husband, making me question his actions, his intentions, every one of his movements. I'm sniffing and dabbing beneath my eyes with the sleeve of my jumper when a ball lands beside me. I look up and I'm met with the sight of Erin loping up my garden path. "Sorry, miss. I kicked my ball into your garden by accident. I didn't mean to." I wave my hand in front of my face, mainly to stop myself crying, but also hoping it will send the kid on his way. It doesn't. "You sad, miss?" "I'm fine. It's nothing," I say. "Is it because you and your husband are getting divorced?" I look up so fast I pull a muscle in my neck. "We're not getting a divorce. What makes you think that?" He pulls an apologetic face and points at the side of the house. I crane my neck around the corner, making my shoulder twinge again. He's talking about the giant for sale sign sticking out of my manicured lawn. When did the estate agents erect that? Maybe they did it yesterday when the photographer was here. I hate it. I don't want to advertise my family home like a man on the side of the road selling watermelons for £1. "I was hoping you finally left that nasty rat and were selling your house," the boy says. Rat? Erin just called Dan a rat. "No, we're not divorcing," I say, my chin jutting out as if that will make me magically stronger. "We're moving away, together." Erin makes another face, this time one that demonstrates how stupid he thinks I am. "Why do you hate my husband so much?" I ask him. "Is it because he shouted at you and your friends for playing football on our street?" "Nah, he's just a wrong'un. I like you, you're all right, but he's not a nice guy. You should leave him." What the hell is going on? Why do all these strangers want me to leave Dan? I've done my research. I've even lowered myself enough to check his phone, but there's no evidence of him cheating on me or exploiting other women. Quite the reverse. Maybe Holly has been talking to the children in the neighborhood, spreading rumors about the wrong man. "Do you know a woman called Holly?" I ask Erin. He shakes his head. "Holly like the bush?" "That's right." "No, don't know a Holly." "She has bright pink hair and wears stripy high heels."
Erin scoffs. You're a bit Lula, you are. It's my turn to laugh. I'm telling the truth. Have you not seen a woman like that near my house? Nope. She sounds cool, though. She's not, I say. If you see her, keep away and don't talk to her. She's not a nice person. This time Erin laughs, a big, rumbling belly laugh. Yeah, I'm not taking your advice. No offense, but you're a shit judge of character. Chapter 32. Sunday. I have no idea where Dan went last night. I didn't want to argue when he got back, so I didn't ask. But when he returned,
He handed me a small parcel wrapped in gold paper. I just stared at it. I've forgotten how to not be suspicious anymore.
"Open it then," he said. "Is it a late anniversary present?" "No." "What is it?" He gave me an exasperated look that quickly softened into a loving gaze that filled my muscles with marshmallow. "Just open it, sweetheart." I did as I was told, oohing and eyeing in all the right places as I lifted a thin golden chain from a velvet box. "It's solid gold," he says. 24 carat. The pendant is a peony. I couldn't resist when I saw it because the flower makes me think of you. But I hate peonies now, I thought, along with wondering where the hell he'd been and what he'd been doing where he had the time to go jewelry shopping. He clasped the beautiful necklace around my neck, and it felt like I was being choked. I still thanked him, but his adoration didn't last long. "You didn't sign the contract." That's the first thing he says to me this morning before I've had a chance to open my eyes. "We could still lose the house if you don't sign the paperwork." I blink until I adjust to the sunlight streaming into the room, then stretch from side to side. My neck is still aching from when I pulled it yesterday. I need to get back to my Pilates or go for a run. "I wanted my lawyer to look at it," I say. Dan makes a face. "Your lawyer is my lawyer. Who do you think drew up the contract? The house sale is speeding up, so we need to secure the cottage. Dexter from Highgrove Estate Agents said they already have 5 viewings lined up. We can't slow down now. I don't want to talk about this today. It's a Sunday. I want to relax in bed with the newspaper supplements and be left alone." "Can I do it tomorrow?" I ask, placing my hand on Dan's stubbly cheek. "I want 1 day of rest, just me and you doing something nice. It's going to be warm today. We can go to the farmer's market again."
I didn't get to spend any time with you last week.
He places his hand over mine and nods. "Sorry. I know I've been intense lately. I'm just really excited about our new life together by the sea. I don't want to miss out." "We won't," I say. "But let's not forget why we're doing it. To be together. So let's enjoy some quality time today." Dan smiles at me. The same smile he's given me 1,000 times before, but this time it doesn't quite reach his eyes. Right. I see. We're back to being polite again, like 2 bad actors in a local Amdram production. He asks me whether I would like to take a shower first or whether he should. I ask him whether he'd like me to iron his t-shirt as I need to iron my dress anyway, so it's no trouble. He makes me egg on toast, which is so runny and gelatinous I want to vomit. Then we head off to the farmer's market hand in hand, mine clammy and his limp. "Aren't these great courgettes?" Dan says, holding up a courgette. "Lovely," I reply. "What are we doing? Is that the best we can do? 3 years together, one of them married, and we're exchanging pleasantries about courgettes." "I could make soup with them," I say, picking up 3. "Perfect," he replies. I want to cry. I turn my back to him to pay, but when I turn back, Dan has gone. I scan the crowd, then realize it's not him I'm looking for, but the woman from 2 weeks ago. The one with the pink and green shoes. I miss Harper. I miss having someone to talk to, so I could ask her opinion about whatever the hell this is, me losing my mind while an icy chasm pushes Dan and me wider and wider apart. My best friend was a social worker. She understood relationships. She would have had plenty to say about everything that's been going on lately. Harper liked Dan. She only met him once, but she called him handsome and kind. The first time they met was at my house when she came to borrow my shoes.
He charmed the pants off her and even gave her a lift to the restaurant
where she was meeting her date. She messaged me while still in the car to tell me I'd struck gold. For you. I swing around so fast I nearly lose my balance. It's Dan, holding a bunch of flowers out. An olive branch. I peer inside the brown paper. More peonies. This time they're the colour of wine. 5 tight little balls like giant blood clots. They didn't have any white or pink ones left, he says. I don't want them. I know they're your favourite, he adds. Not anymore. I hate them. I want to pluck each little ball off its stem and hurl them at his head. They're beautiful, thank you. He sees me struggling with my stupid basket full of vegetables and takes it off me, placing the flowers inside. He's already holding a tote bag full of goat cheese, eggs and some blueberry muffins. I need to get washing detergent from the shops on the way back, I say. Would it be easier if I take all this home so we're not lugging it about? My phone, keys and purse are in one of the totes he's carrying, and I can't be bothered to rummage around for them. Thanks, I say. I have cash on me. I only need washing detergent, so I'll be home in 10 minutes. He grins and gives me a wink as he adjusts all 3 bags onto his shoulders and balances my unwieldy basket on the crook of his arm. Harper was right. Dan is kind and helpful. Maybe I'm the problem. I watch his retreating figure melt into the crowd of eager shoppers, noticing how many men and women turn their heads to look at him. Dan is the kind of person strangers smile at, like it's important that he likes them back. I imagine him holding our child instead of a basket full of courgettes, and my heart flips. I'm about to receive everything any woman in her right mind would kill for, yet I feel hollow, and I hate myself for it. I take my time walking back home, looking at every item in every shop window, reminding myself that we are downsizing and need to give away a lot of belongings so there's no room for new things. Besides, all I have in my jeans pocket is £10. I'm not here to spend. I was going to go to Sainsbury's for the detergent, but instead decide to pop into Marks & Spencer, as I'll have enough change to treat myself to one of their loaded cookies. You have to get your thrills where you can find them, Harper used to say to me, which is kind of sad that in this case I'm excited about a biscuit. It's busy in here, it always is on the weekends. Out of the corner of my eye, I think I see a woman with bright pink hair. My heart flutters in my chest, and I duck behind a row of breakfast cereal. But it's just a child in a pink hoodie. Get a grip, I mutter to myself, choosing 2 cookies. I've calculated that I'll still have enough change from the £10 if I go home with a peace offering for Dan too. I wonder if things are going to lift between us. I should just sign the bloody paperwork. I don't know why I'm stalling. I'll talk to my dad about it tomorrow, more to ease my guilt than to get any sense from him. Then I'll do it. I pay at the till and head into the car park. It's quicker to cut through it and go home via the back instead of the high street. I'm halfway across the tarmac, slowing down to take a bite out of my raspberry cheesecake-flavoured biscuit, when I feel a tap on my shoulder. I turn my head and drop my cookie in surprise. The biscuit shatters at my feet, forming a pile of powdery crumbs. What the hell is she doing here? Chapter 33. Holly is standing before me, inches from my face, in broad daylight. This time she's wearing a long blue dress with red sparkly shoes. I was expecting to see her black and white stripy heels. She looks like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, if Dorothy was played by a pink-haired Barbie doll. Those are so good, she says, pointing at my cookie.
I like the hazelnut ones. Dan's biscuit is in my pocket, and I'm holding the detergent in my other hand because I thought it was more environmentally friendly to not get a bag. What if I hit her on the head with the bottle and run? Could I get away? What if I open the detergent and throw the liquid in her face? What do you want? I stutter instead. Holly rolls her eyes and looks around her. The car park is empty. How can the car park be so empty on a Sunday when the shop is so full? Is that the only question you have for me? What do I want? How about, "Oh, Holly, so lovely to see you again. Is my husband a cheating piece of shit? Is my husband a con man? Did my husband murder your best friend?" My stomach clenches like a fist, small and tight, a round ball of congealed blood. "He's not any of those things," I say. Holly delves into her bag, and my first thought is she has a gun. Why would she have a gun? No one in Muswell Hill carries a gun, for goodness sake. A knife is more probable. Is she going to hurt me? Stab me? What am I thinking?
People don't get shanked in this neighborhood. Holly brings out her phone and uses her finger to open it. She holds it up to my face, so close I have to step back until it's in focus. It's a photo of Dan next to a printed name, Jeremy B. It's a Tinder profile. Let me look at that, I say, holding out my hand. I'm showing it to you, aren't I? I want to see if it's real. How do I know you didn't make that in Photoshop or created a fake Tinder profile? I'm not giving you my phone. Are you mad? She rolls her eyes again. How much evidence do you need? Dan could be over there shagging some women against a Land Rover, and you'd have an excuse for it. Oh, she's probably choking and he's giving her the Heimlich maneuver. Women like you only see what they want to see. When people show you who they really are, believe them. Don't tell me your husband doesn't ever make you suspicious. He doesn't, I spit back.
Perhaps a little too fast. I looked at his phone a few days ago and there's nothing incriminating on it. Holly laughs, even though her face doesn't have one wrinkle. You trust him, but you're looking through his phone? Interesting. Send me the link to the Tinder profile, I demand, or a screenshot of what you just showed me. Holly shakes her head slowly. I'm not sending you anything. Take a photo. I can't. Dan has my phone. Interesting. Does he do that often? Take your phone away? Cut off your access to the outside world? Control your money, your time, your mind? He did that to Jade, you know. He told her how to dress, how to wear her hair, how she should invest her money, and the silly cow continued to be totally besotted with him. God, she was jealous too, and so insecure. He made her like that. She knew there were other women, but she told herself it was his work, that they were obsessed with him, that she couldn't blame them. After all, a man like him, with a girl like her, she was lucky to have him. She wasn't conventionally beautiful, you see. She thought she was fat, and her hair wasn't long and luscious, and neither were her legs. He made sure she knew how lucky she was, love-bombing her one minute, then acting all irritated the next. That's how he kept her on her toes. Finally, he set up a savings account for her, made out like he was a big hero helping her with her finances. Then he ran off with her money. She thought she was going mad when all her savings disappeared. She presumed she'd done something wrong. Then she disappeared. Holly looks on the verge of tears as she tells me this. I don't think she's making it up. Not the part about her friend. I blink back tears of my own, biting my lips together until my teeth leave small indents in my flesh. I know what it means to lose a best friend. I know how it feels to wonder who hurt them and why, and never get any answers. My instinct is to hug her or to walk away, but I can't do either of those things. She's a woman in pain, a woman who hates a man who she believes has wronged her best friend. I believe women. I have to, because too many people don't, and that's how these women end up dead. The only problem is the man she's accusing is my husband. What if you have the wrong man? I say quietly. I don't. I really need you to leave us alone, I say, ignoring the tear falling down my own cheek. I can't do that, she says. Don't you see I'm trying to help you? Leave him, Freya. Run away. Otherwise you only have yourself to blame for what's about to happen next. And with that, Holly turns on her heels and walks away. But I can't move. I want to cry out her name, chase after her, pull her back by her candy floss hair. But I don't. All I can do is stare as she heads down the hill and out of view. What did she mean? What's going to happen next? I need to warn Dan. I'm not a great runner. I go for a jog sometimes. I do my Pilates, but I'm not built for speed. Nevertheless, I'm running. I run back up the high street in the opposite direction to Holly, weave my way through the weekend shoppers and down our street. By the time I get home, I can hardly breathe. I lean on the doorbell, letting it ring and ring until Dan answers. What the hell? He says, as I rest my hands on my knees and take long gulps of air, the bottle of detergent now bubbly at my feet. It's Holly, I say. Who? Holly, your new stalker, the one that wants to hurt you. I saw her. Dan looks past me at the empty street and the neighboring houses, then ushers me in. Sit down. For crying out loud, Freya, you're going to pass out. He hands me a glass of water, which I finish in one, before taking a deep breath.
She wants to hurt you, I say again. Who? Oh my God, is he being obtuse on purpose? The woman I told you about, the one with pink hair and stripy shoes. Actually, they were red and sparkly today. She keeps talking about her best friend, Jade, who you dated apparently. She says you stole money from her. She showed me your Tinder profile. My what? I've never been on any online dating site in my life. I believe him. Dan doesn't even have a Facebook page. Why would he be on Tinder? He's not that kind of man. His idea of a fun night out is a sunset walk in the woods, and his only friend is a psychologist who's old enough to be his grandfather. Listen, Dan says, dropping to his knees so he's eye level with me. Whether this Holly woman is real or not, what you're saying is daft. What does he mean, whether she's real? I look over his shoulder at the kitchen cabinet where the surveillance camera we bought is still in the box. Why didn't you put the cameras up? I ask him. We need to keep her away from the house. Dan gives me the kind of smile you give a child who's scared of monsters under their bed. Sweetheart, I told you Dexter said security cameras put buyers off. It implies the street is unsafe and that they have something to worry about. So there's no point putting them up. But there is, I cry. Holly might come back. She broke in last time and wrote on our bathroom mirror, remember? And it was her who scratched your car. Dan's brow furrows. Like it was her who took your bank card out of your wallet when I found it on the living room rug. Rug? Didn't he say sofa before? Whatever. He's not listening to me. Why won't he believe me? She's going to hurt you, I scream. Maybe both of us. Just tell me the truth about this Jade woman. Tell me what's going on and why Holly hates you so much. Dan gets to his feet and runs both hands through his thick hair. I can't do this anymore, he says. Do what? This, he shouts, pointing at me, then himself, then me again. This charade. You weren't like this when I met you. You lost your best friend after I'd known you just 3 weeks, but I stayed and I helped you. You were getting better, and once we got married, everything was perfect. I know we had the hiccup with Cynthia, but she's gone now. Yet, I don't know, Freya. I think you missed the excitement Cynthia brought to our marriage, the high stakes. I think you got addicted to me assuring you that you were safe, that no one could take me away from you. It's like in order to love me fully, you need to be in competition with another woman. Do you want to be in danger? Is that it? Do you want me to pin you down again? Did it excite you? No, I shout. You don't understand. What's he talking about? It's not like that. I want a peaceful life as much as he does. It's why I'm walking away from my family in Mountview, the only place I've ever called home. And I'm doing it for him, for safety and for our future family. I just saw a Tinder profile of you under a fake name, and a woman is saying you're a cheat and a liar and that I should leave you. What the hell am I meant to do? Ignore her? Yes, he shouts back. That's exactly what you're meant to do. I work with crazy women every day, Freya. Who knows who she is? I don't. But you shouldn't believe a stranger over your own husband who has done nothing but care for you. When you love someone, you trust them. Why can't you do that? Why? I do. I trust Dan. It's just that there's no point in any of this if you don't trust me, he says quietly. What do you mean? He turns to walk away and I chase after him. Dan, wait! No point in what? When he turns to answer, I see his eyes are full of tears, just like they were when I told him I wanted to try for a family. There's no point staying married, buying a new house and starting a family if you don't trust me, he answers back, his voice cracking at the edges. Holly said when he shows you who he is, believe him. Yet here is my husband getting emotional about being the father of my children and tearing up because he fears I think the worst of him. He's showing me his true self, and it's just as pure and honest as he's ever been. No, I say, shaking my head in tiny motions. I won't let him walk away from me, from us and our beautiful future together. I love you, I say, reaching for his arm. He pulls away from me. Please, Dan, we have to talk about this. Of course I trust you. I'm just scared. I want us to be how we were before. I don't know what's happening. The Vivaldi ring tune from my phone makes us both jump. It's coming from the tote bag on the kitchen counter. Are you going to answer it? He asks. I keep shaking my head. Freya, he says, turning my name into a long, hard sigh. Answer the fucking phone. That stupid ringtone is doing my head in. What if it's her? He breathes out sharply again and snatches up the phone himself. I grab it out of his hand and answer it. Hello? Is that Freya Green? A soft female voice says on the other end. Yes, that's me. I'm calling about your father. He's had a stroke. We don't know if he'll make it through the night. You need to come as fast as you can. Chapter 34. My father's care home is a 20-minute drive away, and it takes another 15 minutes for the receptionist at the front desk to explain that he got the all clear from the hospital and he's been allowed back to the centre to rest because they have nurses on site. I have forms to fill in and proof to show I have power of attorney, so by the time I get to him, I'm sweating and flustered. Dan wanted to come with me, but I shouted at him. I can't even remember what I said. It probably wasn't very kind. All I know is that I can't cope with him and this. Not all at once. My father is asleep. He's attached to an IV drip, but other than that he looks at peace. Is this what he will look like when he's dead? Why did I just think that? I push my tongue to the roof of my mouth to hold back the tears and hold his hand. It's like picking up a dried flower. How are you,
Dad? I whisper. Everything is so unusually quiet in here. A cocoon. It's late afternoon and the sun is glowing orange against the drawn curtains. Somewhere in the corridor a clock ticks. Somewhere outside a pigeon coos. Each of my father's breaths are like soft waves on the shore of a shingly beach. In and out. Shh, shh, shh. We didn't have many holidays growing up. We weren't short of money or time. To be honest, I think my dad just liked being at home. But sometimes, during the summer, he'd drive us to a caravan park in Dorset, where I would pick seashells with Bella. Dad would sit reading his latest spy novel, and I would walk up and down the beach with my little sister, our bright red buckets swinging, and collect shells. Bella liked the pearly ones, and I liked the curly ones. Sometimes the three of us would be the only ones there, our footprints silent on the wet sand. The only noise the rhythmic sigh of the waves lapping against our ankles. My sister. Shit. Bella doesn't know what's happened to our dad. Did I bring my phone? I rummage around inside my bag until I find it. I only have 10% left on my battery, but that will do. I call her number, using WhatsApp and the hospital Wi-Fi, and wait to connect to her answer phone. Unexpectedly, she picks up on the second ring. Freya? Are you okay? Is Dad okay? Her voice is groggy. I must have woken her up. I never call Bella, so it's no surprise she sounds so worried. Sometimes I leave a voice note. Mainly I text her, but I never call. Where are you? I ask. Did I wake you? I'm still in Shanghai and it's 1 a.m. What's going on? Has something happened? My throat has closed up, so all I can manage is a series of choking and gulping sounds. Freya, is Dad dead? He is, isn't he? Oh my God! No, I manage to say. He had a stroke, but they don't know how long he has left. I'm coming now, she says, just like that, as if she's down the road. That's Bella for you. It's the middle of the night where she is in China, and she probably has work lined up, but she'll drop it all for us. Dan is wrong about her. She's not selfish. She just loves me in a different way than I love her. I don't know how long it will take her to get to London, but I know she won't hang about. She's all or nothing, my sister, and nowhere in between. Okay, I say. I'll see you when you get here. I go to hang up, but I can hear her calling out my name, echoing and distant, like she's in a tunnel. I hold the receiver up to my ear again. What? How are you? She asks. You freaked me out the other night with your text. Oh yes. I never did reply to her after the driveway incident. I'm fine. I mean, a bit shaken up about Dad, but I'll be fine. Are you with Dan? No, I wanted to come alone. I meant, are you both still together? She asks. What kind of question is that? Of course we are. For God's sake, Bella, I don't have the energy for this right now. I see the things you post online, she says. I'm worried about you. My throat closes up again. I've been trying so hard not to lose it, but Bella may well be the last straw. I'm hot. I still have my coat on. I yank it off and throw it to the floor, looking around the room for something to drink.
Why haven't they left my father some water? Oh right, he's hooked to an IV drip. I told you, I'm fine, I croak. Don't lie to me. I'm your sister, I know you. You're making macrame drinks coasters and painting shelves in shades of pastel mint and coral to match your vintage teacups, for God's sake. And the videos of you lounging around the garden with Dan, telling everyone how grateful you are for your life, #bloodyblessed? Please. We used to laugh at girls like that on Facebook when we were younger. Like my old school friend Marnie. Remember her? The one with the awful abusive boyfriend? She'd be all, "Love you, boo," on her posts, and I have the best man in the world.
Then he went and got her cousin pregnant. We talked about it for weeks after. What does that have to do with anything? I say quietly. Because you sound like Marnie, Freya, and it's freaking me out. I don't answer, and she stays silent, the line buzzing between us. Neither of us wanting to let the other go, but equally there's too much time and distance and pain between us to know how to build a new path. Anyway, she eventually says, "How's Dad doing?" I look at our father. Once upon a time, the biggest, strongest man I knew. My hero. He could do and solve anything. He looks like Yoda now, or E.T., or anything else that's very small and frail and wrinkly wrapped up in sheets. He won't get to save me ever again. Dad's asleep, I say. The nurse said he's not in a coma, but he may stay like this for a while, or get worse. I'm booking my flight as I speak, Bella says. I know she's telling the truth because I can hear the clickety-click of her long nails against the keyboard. It didn't occur to me that Bella followed my Instagram account. It's so easy to create the perfect online life when those who actually know you aren't watching you be someone else, reminding you of who you really are and dragging you back to reality. Now, every time I post something, I'm going to be double-guessing myself and feeling stupid. Dan has a stalker, I whisper, one eye on my sleeping father as if he can hear me. Which is silly because even if he could, he still wouldn't know who I was, let alone who I was talking about. That crazy aristocrat you told me about? Bella asks. No, another one. My sister makes a noise that sounds like a grunt. Are you sure he's not making it up? No one loves your Dan as much as Dan loves Dan. I've never understood what my husband has done to make her hate him so much. I'm being serious, Bella. She's really creepy. So do something about it, she cries. Is she an old patient of his like the other one was? No, but she says her friend was. The friend she's accusing Dan of having hurt. Jesus, so call Dan's secretary, find out who these women are, stop being a victim. I'm not a victim, I cry. It won't matter soon anyway. We've decided to sell the house and move to the coast, get out of London and make a fresh start. I can't risk starting a family with mad women following us. Bella lets out a string of loud swear words, her voice growing with each expletive. You're selling Mount View, she cries, and you want to have babies. With him? Why are you like this, Freya? Why are you always acting like you have no control over anything? I'll be there tomorrow night at the latest. Don't sell the house, don't go anywhere. I'm not letting you fuck up your life even more than you have already. My phone beeps. The battery is getting low. I have to go, I mutter. My phone is dying. Wait! I hang up, letting out a long sigh. I know my sister means well, but does she really think getting angry with me is going to help right now? I stare at my phone. Bella has always made out like I'm weak, like I don't ever take control. I hate that she thinks of me that way. My chest feels like it's filling up with concrete, and I'm so tired I could fall to the ground. Maybe Bella's right. Maybe I am being weak and pathetic. Before the care home called, Dan was threatening to leave me. Maybe I don't have anything to be scared of because I have nothing left to lose. I dial the number of his Harley Street surgery and wait. This is the out-of-office number for Dr. Green, a female voice says. Oh, hi, I say. I knew Sarah would be there. The surgery number is connected to her mobile outside of working hours, just in case a patient is critically in need of help. I've never spoken to Dan's secretary before. She won't recognize my voice. Dan has only ever mentioned her in passing. Crap. I have to say something. I'm going to have to make this up as I go along. It's Jade, one of Dr. Green's patients. Hello, Jade, she says kindly. Can I have your surname, please? I don't have a surname. What do I say? You might have me down as my maiden name? Let me look.
We only have one Jade. Are you Jade Winters? Yes, that's me. I'm Jade Winters, I exclaim. Are you okay? You haven't had an appointment with Dr. Green for over 3 years now. My heart drops. I want to vomit. Dan said he never knew a Jade, that he never had a patient with that name. I'm the only Jade in your system? I ask. Yes, Sarah replies hesitantly. Jade, are you okay? Is this an emergency? I can contact Dr. Green if you like and get him to call you. Dan lied to me. Holly was right. The dates match up, yet my husband looked me in the eye and said he never had a patient called Jade. Why? Yes, I reply to Sarah. Please tell Dr. Green I need him. He has my number. And with that, I hang up, falling onto the chair beside my father's bed, my entire body shaking with disbelief. He lied. I turn off my phone and place it in my bag, my breaths coming in short, sharp bursts. I'm exhausted, yet every inch of my body feels charged. I look over at my father. He's so still. I want him to wake up. I need him to open his eyes and see me and hold me. He'd know what to do. He'd make it all go away. I take his hand carefully, probably the only time he'll ever let me. I want to rub my thumb over his knuckles, but I'm scared to, as his pink mottled skin feels like it will rip if I so much as touch it. I'm sorry you had to hear Bella and me arguing, I say. She's just protective of me, although maybe she has a point. I take a deep breath, the adrenaline draining out of me and something thick and hot replacing it. You know, my friend Harper used to say Bella was jealous of me. Do you think that, Dad? No, I didn't think you would. Holly is telling me my husband is a con man. Bella doesn't trust him, and I just found out he's a liar. Tell me what to do, Dad.
I had my whole future mapped out with him. Do I just ignore it? Or do I back out of the house sale? Oh God, I never told you about that. I trail off, wondering why I'm saying all of this out loud. Although it's easier this way, my father asleep and the room quiet, turning warm and golden as the sun sets. At least I don't have to look him in the eye and see that he has no idea who I am. I don't have to worry about what I'm saying or how I'm saying it in case I set him off or stress him out. Look at me, happy that the only person I want to talk to right now is unconscious. I'm scared, I say. I think I have been all my life. For a long time after Mum died, I was scared I'd lose you too, or that something would happen to Bella, as if death was hereditary. Well, I suppose it is in a way. Then I was worried that I'd never meet someone who loved me as much as you did. And I didn't, not until I met Harper, then Dan. But Harper was killed, and Dan... I can't allow my mind to go there. I can't start imagining that Dan isn't the man I thought he was. I can't remember the last time I went to bed without fretting over something, which is why I want to move away, so I have no one left to worry about. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't talking about you. I bat away at the tears on my face with the back of my hand. There's a gentle knock at the door, and one of the care workers comes in holding an envelope. She's young. She must be new, as I've not seen her before. I'm sorry to interrupt, she says. You're Freya, is that right? His daughter? I nod and sniff. She passes me a tissue. Does she want me to leave? I don't know how long I'm allowed to stay. I need to talk to Dan. No, I don't want to go home. This was found in your father's belongings, the nurse says, handing me the envelope. It says to only give it to you in the case of serious illness or death.
I think now might be a good time to read it. She leaves silently, and I'm left holding a sealed envelope. My father's sloping writing on the front has my name on it. I trace the F with the tip of my finger, remembering how I used to marvel at the way he wrote. I sometimes wondered whether he chose Freya simply because he drew the letter F so beautifully. I open the envelope and take out the thin blue sheet of paper, the writing shakier than I remember it from my childhood. My dearest Freya, I'm writing this in our beautiful garden. The sun is out and the butterflies are dancing over your mother's buddleia. Every time I see one, I wonder if it's her coming to check up on us. She always liked the cabbage butterflies best. She felt sorry for them for being so plain and having such a boring name. She was kind like that, kind and good, just like you. Darling, how are you? I'm asking you now because I know by the time you read this letter, I won't be able to ask you any more. Maybe I haven't been able to ask you anything for a long time. At the moment, I have good days and bad days. Today, everything is clear, which is why I'm writing this letter, so I can say all the things while I still can. Firstly, I love you, but you already know that. Secondly, I'm proud of you. I did tell you that a lot, so I hope you still feel proud of yourself. And lastly, I'm sorry. I don't think I ever said that to you. I tried my best as a father, but after your mother passed away, I didn't know how to be both parents. You and your sister were always her babies, and nothing I did ever felt good enough. I know I put too much pressure on you to help me with Bella. You lost your mother, and then you lost your childhood ensuring your sister got hers. So that's why I'm asking how you are. Maybe you're married now and have children of your own. Maybe you're happily single and thriving and finally free to enjoy your life your way. Whatever you're doing, I hope you know by now exactly who you are,
What you want, and where you're heading. At least you will always have men for you, and you will always have your sister. After this letter, I will write one for her. Please see that she gets it, if she hasn't already. Oh, there I go again, asking you to look after her for me. I'm sorry. I can't imagine all that you have been through between me writing this letter and you reading it, because I know that from this day on, I'm going to become a burden, something else to tie you down and keep you under. For that, I also apologize. But I know you will have done a marvelous job of caring for me, so thank you in advance. You really are a special girl, Freya. You do so much good, not just for me and Bella, but for everyone that ever comes in contact with you. My memory is going. Soon I will have forgotten everything, but I do know that whatever happens, I'll never forget how much I love you and your sister. Remember that, my darling. As long as you both have one another, you have a home. The rest of the letter is just his name, but I can't read it because the paper is now blurred and wet with tears. Chapter 35. Monday. I wake curled up beside my dad. I don't remember getting on the bed or falling asleep, but his arm is wrapped around me and he's snoring gently in my ear. I slowly untangle myself and stand up. The light through the curtains is minimal. I'm not even sure it's day yet. It could be the glow from the streetlights outside. I know family is allowed to stay with sick patients, but was I meant to tell staff I was staying late? Did a nurse check on him, see me sleeping, and not want to disturb me? For a few seconds, everything is okay until it all comes crashing in at once. My sick father, Bella shouting at me, and Dan having lied to me about not knowing anyone called Jade. She was his patient. Holly was telling the truth. I smooth down my clothes and turn on my phone to check the time. Hope the 4% battery is enough to keep me going until I drive home. It's nearly 6 o'clock in the morning. As soon as the phone connects, it explodes into a series of beeps and alerts, making my father mutter in his sleep. Every message is either a text or a missed call from Dan. I can't avoid this any longer. I'm calling out Dan's name before I've shut the front door. He comes flying down the stairs, sees me, then sweeps me up in a long hug. Jesus, Freya, I've been so worried about you. I went to the care home last night and they said you'd been to see your dad, but they didn't know what time you'd left. Then your phone was switched off and you had the car, and I started imagining the worse. I burst into tears. I didn't plan to. On the way here, I vowed I'd be strong and confront him with what I learned, yet here I am again, sobbing into my husband's chest. I can't do this alone. I can't do anything without him. I hate how much I need him. I fell asleep in Dad's room. He holds me tighter. How is he? Fine, well, sleeping, recovering. But we need to talk, I say. He cups my face in his hands, his eyes searching mine, as if hidden within them is a secret message he's been searching for. Have you eaten? I shake my head. We have a phone charger in the kitchen on standby at all times. I plug my phone in as he switches the kettle on and places 2 slices of bread in the toaster. I called your office last night, I say. Dan keeps his back to me, but I know he's listening. I can tell by how rigid he is. Your secretary answered. Why didn't you call my mobile? You knew I was home. The kettle has stopped boiling. The toast pops up. I hear the scraping of the butter knife against the crusty bread
and the hot water hitting the mug. Dan knows. His secretary must have called or messaged him about Jade, and now he knows it was me. Tell me the truth, I say. I don't care what it is, just tell me the truth. I watch his shoulders rise,
His body stiffen, but he still hasn't turned to face me. You're right, I haven't been entirely honest with you, he says. I sit down at the kitchen table, and my stomach drops again. The last 24 hours has felt like being on a plane with turbulence. I'm dizzy, exhausted, nauseous. Heat rises up my chest and neck and stings my cheeks. When he finally turns around, his face is drained of color and his hands are shaking. Maybe I don't want to know. Maybe I can pretend that none of this has happened and carry on as normal. He hands me a chamomile tea with honey, just how I like it, then fetches my buttered toast. When did I eat last? I can't remember. I feel too sick to eat. Dan sits on the chair beside me and places a hand on my knee. I told you I didn't know anyone called Jade, but I did. Oh, so I was right. I don't say anything, and I don't move. I don't even breathe for fear I may accidentally blow down this flimsy, precarious tower of cards we've been building. She was a girl I met at one of the bereavement groups I volunteered at in Hampstead. She booked an appointment with me afterwards, and I treated her once. Just once, he adds quickly. That's why I didn't recall her name when you mentioned her. She was in her 20s, an only child, and both her parents had died in a car accident. The group was for adult orphans navigating loss, and there she was. Did you date her? I ask. I'm surprised I sound this calm, this composed. Maybe I'm just empty now, and all that's left is a hollow, unemotional body full of the right questions. Of course not. I'm not allowed to date patients. I felt sorry for her, so I bought her a drink at the pub after our session as it was the last one of the day. A lemonade. She never booked another appointment after that. I never heard from her again. So she wasn't your girlfriend? No, I told you, there was no romance. I remember her being very quiet, shy. We hardly spoke. Was she pretty? I ask. Dan laughs. He actually has the audacity to laugh. A small, soft chuckle like, I'm so goddamn endearing. No, sweetheart, she wasn't. She was overweight, with lanky blonde hair. I know that's not kind, but she wasn't anything like the girls I used to date back then. He means beautiful. Dan dated lots of beautiful women before me. I play with my own hair, now shorter than before, the red beginning to turn to a burnt copper which I need to fix. So she wasn't in love with you? Don't be silly. We spent about 2 hours together in total. I don't even know if this is the woman that Holly woman you keep talking about is referring to, but she's the only Jade I can think of. It was years ago, probably a few weeks before you and I met. And did you know she disappeared? No. All I know is that she never came back to the group or my surgery. I just told you I hardly knew her. What are you doing? I'm looking her up, I say, unplugging my phone from the charger at the wall. I punch away at my phone's keyboard, typing in Jade Winters and any other keyword I can think of, but I don't find anything. I already knew I wouldn't. Dan is trying to snatch it off me, but I'm dodging him, pushing him away. Have you lost your mind? He shouts. He can't be serious. After what he's just admitted, after acting like I've been making all of this up, he's questioning my sanity. Have I lost my mind, Dan? I don't know. Have I? You're the expert. Maybe you can keep lying about my prognosis, Dr. Green. Tell me what I'm feeling and what is really going on in my mind. Because I'm the one making stuff up, right? Or would you prefer it if I bend over the table one more time while you ravage me? I can tell you what a bad girl I've been, and you can rescue me again. Will that turn you on? Because I don't even know who you are anymore. Maybe I never have. Dan's face is turning different shades of pink, then red, until 2 maroon dots appear high on his cheekbones. He slams his fist on the kitchen table and is about to say something when the doorbell chimes. I glare at him from one side of the kitchen while he stares back, his eyes narrowed. He doesn't look like my husband anymore.
He looks like someone I would normally be scared of. His face morphs from fury to wide-eyed horror as realization dawns on him, and he remembers who is at the door. "Bollocks," he mutters, his body deflating as he makes his way to the front door. Normal Dan is back. I follow him and stop as he opens the front door. It's Dexter, the estate agent, with a well-dressed couple standing behind him. All three of them are beaming at us. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Dan says, shaking Dexter's hand. "I forgot I'd agreed to an early viewing. Goodness, I do apologize. Do come in." I step forward, blocking their entry. "No," I say, "viewings are cancelled." Dexter's smile slips off his face as the couple behind him look at one another in confusion. "But you insisted we get here at 8 on the dot," the woman says. "Dexter said you had to get to work, so we went out of our way to arrive early." She's wearing a blue and white striped shirt tucked into skinny jeans and diamond earrings that match the pendant at her throat. Her lips purse tightly as I place my hands on my hips. "The house is no longer for sale," I say. Dan turns to me. "What? Since when?" "Since you chose to lie to me," I say through gritted teeth. "I'm so sorry," Dan says to the trio still standing outside on the doorstep. "Will you please give us a moment?" "No need," I say, peering over Dan's shoulder at the buyers. "You can leave." "Freya," Dan says, "can we just—" "Go!" I shout at the estate agent, waving my hands at them all. "All of you, fuck off!" With that, I slam the front door and run upstairs. Chapter 36. "At least you will always have Mount View. That's not going anywhere," my father's letter said. What the hell was I thinking? If I'm not happy now,
Why did I think selling my home, my memories, my childhood, and becoming even more isolated in an unknown part of the country would make me happier? Whatever you're doing, I hope you know by now exactly who you are, what you want, and where you're heading. I don't, Dad. I really don't. My sister is all I have left, the only one who I can trust now, and it pains me that I can't confide in her about my marriage because she was right about my husband. "Freya!" Dan hollers, following me up the stairs. In the past, a man chasing me up the stairs while shouting at me would have scared me, but not anymore. Something hot is coursing beneath my veins like liquid steel, running through every inch of my body, burning me up, then setting solid and unbreakable. Dan lied to me about Jade. He made me feel stupid and crazy, doubting myself and my own sanity. I'm about to lose my father, and I no longer recognize my husband. I don't feel bereft. I feel furious. Sushi is curled up on the bed like a little croissant, totally oblivious to the chaos unfolding around her. Something inside me thaws a little, and I smile as I stroke her, releasing a little purr of a question as she curls up tighter. Dan is turning the bedroom door handle, and I launch myself at it, slamming it shut and leaning against it. Sushi jumps up, startled by my sudden commotion, her ears flattened in fear. "Sorry, baby," I whisper, wanting to pick her up but needing to keep Dan out. I'd lock the door if I could, but the key is on the other side. Did Dan move it to the outside after I locked myself in the other day? "Freya!" Dan shouts again, pushing at the door. "Let me in!" I lean against it harder. I can't deal with him right now. Why didn't he tell me he knew a woman called Jade the first time I mentioned it? Why is he letting some stranger terrorize me, while insisting that these women are mad and he's not the common denominator? "Leave me alone!" I scream. "You're a liar!" How am I ever meant to believe a word you say when you kept the truth from me?
"How am I a liar?" he shouts back. "I literally just told you everything I remember. Let me in so we can talk." I let go of the door, and it flies open, making Sushi jump up with a yelp and hide under the bed. Dan looks awful. His face is so pale he's practically grey, every line and wrinkle deeper and darker than normal, a corpse version of himself. "Please," he begs, "why are you acting this way? We're so close to starting a new life together. Once we get away from here, everything will be easier. No fear, no work stress, no old ghosts left to haunt us." "Maybe I want the ghosts," I reply, thinking of my mother and my father, who is currently clinging on for dear life. "Maybe you like the drama," Dan mumbles. I push him. and his eyes widen with surprise. "What's your problem, Freya?" "You," I cry, "always making out like I'm the one with issues, when none of my problems started until I met you. I can't trust you anymore, Dan. Leave me alone." I go to push him away again, and he grabs hold of both my wrists. "Stop that," he says, his face inches from mine. I always used to think his eyes were the color of a summer sky, but now they look like the sea in a storm, and I feel like I'm drowning. "Let go!" I shout, trying to release myself from his grasp. He squeezes my wrists tighter. "Not until you calm down. The way you just behaved with Dexter and those house viewers was embarrassing, deranged. What the hell has gotten into you?" He's hurting me. The skin on my wrists is stinging. The harder I pull away, the tighter he holds on to me. "Holly said you were violent," I cry. "She said you hurt her and Jade, and now look." Dan releases me so suddenly I stagger backwards. He steps back too, like he just let go of a burning pot that might scald him. "Is that what you think?" he says quietly. "You really think I would hurt a woman?" "You just did," I shout, rubbing my wrists. He's looking down at the floor, shaking his head, running both hands through his thick hair. "Freya, Holly said if I didn't leave you today, something awful would happen, and I'm beginning to believe her." Dan looks like he's going to cry, but it doesn't work on me anymore. Every inch of my skin is burning with fury, but inside I feel cold, dead, untouchable. I finally reached the other side of fear. "We can't go on like this anymore," he says. "There's no marriage without trust." "I know," I say, folding my arms. "He won't leave me. He's just trying to scare me. But maybe it's time I scared him back a little myself." "Her or me," he says. "What?" "This Holly woman you're so obsessed with. Choose. You either believe a complete stranger or me, your husband. You can't have both." The air between us hums, charged, solid, like you could hold it with two hands and stretch it, mold it, tie it up in knots. Dan is less than a meter away, but he may as well be on the other side of the planet. I look at this man, my husband, the only person in my life. It's just him. I don't know how that happened, but he's become my everything. Lover, confidant, family, my only friend. I never see my sister. I don't have Angela from work's number. I don't even have a job. Dan is waiting for an answer. He's so still that I feel like I'm in a movie, something like The Matrix, where time freezes and you can walk around in that split moment where life can go one way or another, depending on what pill you choose. Red or blue, left or right, truth or lies. "I believe women," I say. Dan is swaying on the spot, not by much, just a little. I've tilted the axis of his world. He's going to topple over, and it doesn't even hurt anymore. This burning, this rage, it's affecting my vision. Dan looks like a different person to me now, someone I don't know. Harper was murdered, and Cynthia was driven crazy, and Holly is furious, and I'm going mad.
And all those women in the crisis center, coming in shaking, bruised, scared, homeless, no money, screaming babies hanging off them. They once believed in love. They once believed their men. They thought they were safe and understood, protected even, until they realized they were sheltering inside the lion's den. "Get out," I say quietly. "Get out of my house." "Freya, please." "You asked me to make a choice, and I have." He doesn't say anything after that. He just picks up his rucksack from beside the bed, stuffs a few items inside, and quietly leaves the room. The door shuts behind him with a click, and I slump to the carpet, my back against the bed. I feel nothing. My biggest fear has always been Dan leaving me. Yet I just pushed him away because of... what? I'm not even sure anymore. Sushi pokes her head out from under the bed and gives an inquisitive meow. I stroke her and she purrs, settling on my lap, her paws on my chest. "We'll be okay," I say to her. Or maybe it's myself I'm talking to. The front door slams shut. Dan's car door opens and shuts. The engine starts. I pick the cat up and make my way to the window. Our bedroom is the largest room in the house with 2 windows, one facing the front overlooking the driveway, and the other to the side where the garden is, along with the wooden lean-to we built after converting the garage. I watch Dan sit inside his car,
staring at nothing. Then he thumps the steering wheel with both fists and runs his hands through his hair again. He's saying something, angry words, talking to himself. Then he looks up, our eyes connect, and my body betrays me. My heart skips a beat, and every part of me is pulled closer to the window. We remain staring at one another until he shakes his head with such disappointment that all the things I wasn't feeling pour back into me, filling every inch of my body until I'm choking. What the hell did I just do? Dan is backing out of the drive. He's on the street. This is it.
This is the last time I'm going to see him. I place the cat on the bed, deciding whether I should chase after him or not. But when I turn back to the window, Dan's car has gone. Now nothing more than a faint dot of light amongst the trees in the distance. A wave of exhaustion hits me, and I stumble. The last 24 hours have sucked me dry. I lie on the bed and close my eyes. Sushi joins me, curling her body into the space between my raised knees and stomach. Her purrs are rhythmic, soothing. I'm feeling so much and not enough as I slowly float away. Am I sleeping? I don't think so. It feels like I'm still awake. I hear noises outside, kids playing, the rumble of cars, the bounce of a ball, the rattle of a door, slamming, clicking, wind in the trees, birds calling, Sushi purring. I sit up with a start. This can't be the end. I have to talk to Dan. I run to the bedroom door, turn the handle, and pull. It's stuck. I shake it again. I can't get it to open. I rattle the handle, pull it, twist it. The porcelain knob is loosening in my hand. I don't want to break it. If the handle comes off, then I'm really in trouble. Was I imagining things, or was there a noise downstairs earlier? I look out of the front window. The light is bright, the sun in the center of the sky. It must be around midday. I fell asleep after all. Wait. Dan's car is in the drive. He's back. Dan! I shout. I peer through the gap between the bedroom wall and the door. I can see the metal lock in place, but the key is on the other side. The door is locked. Did Dan lock me in? Of course not. I was here when he shut the door behind him, quietly, with a click. Then he drove away. But his car is back, so he must be nearby. I run to the window again. The street is empty. Should I stick my head out and shout for help? That seems a bit dramatic just because I'm locked in my bedroom. I left my phone downstairs in the kitchen. I can't call anyone. Maybe shouting is the only solution. No. There's no point. There's no one around. I can't climb out either. Even if I could fit through the narrow gap beneath the window, it's a sheer drop, with nothing but climbing roses to break my fall. I open the other window and peer down the side of my garden. There's a flimsy jasmine plant and guttering here, but the drain pipe is Edwardian, made of cast iron but far too precarious and rickety to climb down. I've been meaning to replace it for years. Directly below me is our wooden shed. It's not that far down. Maybe I could jump and land on the roof. I lean further out of the side window to gauge the distance, and that's when I notice the shed is on fire. And I'm trapped. Chapter 37. The sound of heavy footsteps outside makes me clamber to the window. I crane my head out as far as I can, smoke stinging my eyes and obscuring my view. Is it Dan? Does he know I'm in here? I look out of the front window and that's when I see them. Someone is running out of my gate and down the street. Hey! I shout. I can't tell if they're young or old, male or female. They're dressed all in black and running too fast to make out height or build. A long black coat flapping behind them like crow's wings. Help! I shout. The smell is overpowering, thick, acrid smoke filling my mouth with the taste of burning. I shut all the windows and bang on the door. Dan? Are you down there? I'm trapped in the bedroom. The lean-to shed we built is made of wood, and inside is more wood, a couple of bicycles, gardening equipment, Christmas decorations, and plenty of highly flammable tins of paint and liquids. Stuff that could explode, and I'm directly above it. I want to open the window again and scream for help, but the smoke is getting so thick now I can hardly see anything. I don't want to let it in, but equally I need people to know I'm inside the house. Sushi jumps up on the windowsill, sniffing at the air curiously. I hold her to me and tell her we'll be fine. But I don't see how.
The shed is hidden from view from the main street, behind the bushes and climbing jasmine plants. The neighbors will simply think we're having a bonfire. They won't realize it's serious until the main house catches alight, and by then, who knows what will have happened to me and Sushi. The window at the front of the house is my only hope. It's an old wooden sash window which only opens halfway. I wanted to change it years ago, as it's rotting in places and a nightmare to clean the condensation from in the winter. But it adds so much character to the house in a way double glazing never could. Either way, I'm thankful for it now, as it's the only window I can squeeze myself out of. I open it as high as it will go and lean out again. "Fire!" I scream. I heard once that saying "help" wasn't effective. You have to scream words like rape and fire so people know it's serious. I also read somewhere that expecting a crowd to help you never works. You have to pinpoint a specific person so they feel responsible. Not that any of that matters right now, because the street outside is still empty. "Someone!" I shout. "Anyone! Please! Help me!" All the shouting has sent Sushi back under the bed. Maybe it's best for her down there where the air is clearer. I can see the trails of black, billowing smoke wind their way around the side of my house. It won't be long until it catches on other things. The climbing roses that are dry since we've had such lovely weather, the compost heap, the wooden sash windows on the other side of the house, and the curtains inside. Oh God, I've been so upset about the idea of selling Mountview the last few weeks, and now I may lose it for good. A car goes by, and I shout out of the window again, waving my arms in the air. They keep driving. I try the bedroom door again, rattling the handle out of pure frustration, even though it's futile. I search the room wildly for something that might get it open, thinking how, if I had a crowbar, I could splinter the wooden surround, or maybe I could hack at the door like something out of The Shining. What am I talking about? This is a bedroom. The sharpest item in here, or the ensuite, is a pair of nail clippers. I think about Dan and how his car is still in the drive. What if he's inside the house? What if Holly got to him, hurt him, then locked me in the room and set the house on fire? Dan might be trapped too. What if he's dead? I bite down on my lip to stop myself from crying and take a deep breath, instantly coughing from the bitterness of the air. I can hear the roar of the fire now, the pop and splintering of wood. But there's something else, a faint thudding. I calm my breaths and listen. It's coming from the street, a rhythmic beat. Boom, boom, boom. It's a ball. Erin! I run back to the front window and lean out as far as I can. Can I jump? Maybe, but I'll definitely break a leg. Or my back. There he is! I can see a boy on the other side of the street. I can't make out if it's Erin or not. His hair looks different. I squint to try and see him clearer through the thickening air. "Hey!" I shout. The boy has his head down, large headphones over a beanie, even though it's far too warm for a hat. "Erin!" I shout. He keeps walking. He's been told to keep away from our house so many times, he's not even on our side of the road anymore, let alone looking at the building. He keeps bouncing the football like it's a basketball, shoulders hunched, his hat and headphones covering his untamed hair. I look around my room wildly again, wondering what I could throw to get his attention. I grab a cushion, hoping to fling it like a frisbee, but it's too big and fluffy, and it simply drops to the grass below. The bathroom has a few half-empty bottles of shampoo and our toothbrushes in it, but I can't find any small, heavy objects, nothing that will reach the other side of the street. Then my gaze falls on the peonies Dan bought me in the market yesterday morning. I thought they were so depressing in their dark maroon that I told Dan they would look better upstairs. I meant in the spare room out of sight, but instead he put them in our bedroom, probably because they match the curtains, and he was thinking about today's house viewing. The flowers are still curled up tight into hard, compact little balls. There are 5 of them, 5 little cricket ball-like flowers in a white porcelain jug. I pull one off its stem, aim it at Erin and throw. It lands on the lawn outside my front door. Damn it! He keeps walking. I have to get his attention, or he'll be out of sight in a few seconds. I grab the entire jug, put them on the windowsill in front of me, and pull another ball-like flower off its stem, aiming at the boy and throwing it as hard as I can. A waft of smoke hits me in the face, making me cough so hard I'm hacking, and the flower drops from my hand to the grass below. For God's sake. Something catches my eye. I look behind me at the side window where flames have started to lick against the sill. Shit. The windows are sash, old flaking wood and drying jasmine leaves. I have to get out of here. I run back to the open window at the front of the house and try again with a third flower. This time it lands in the street, making Aaron stop and look around him. Why is he looking up at the sky? I'm here. Look across the road. I'm shouting out his name, but he still has his headphones on. I try a fourth ball. This time it lands at his feet. He's looking around him, behind him, at the canopy of trees above him. He picks it up and studies it, stroking the petals, smelling it, and looking at the fresh green leaves above his head, as if peony balls grow on trees. Come on, Aaron, turn your head. Look at the house. I try one more, this time hitting the boy's head. Finally, he turns fully and looks directly at the house, takes off his headphones,
and waves at me hanging out of the window.
"Miss," he shouts out, running across the road towards me. "You okay?" "Help me," I scream. "Call the fire brigade. I'm trapped in my bedroom and the shed is on fire. I think my husband is inside the house too. He might be hurt." Aaron stands there, his big brown eyes circled with white as they grow wider and wider, his arms and legs jiggling on the spot as if he wants to run but doesn't know in which direction or to whom. "I don't have my phone with me," he says. What teenager doesn't have their phone on them all the time? I start to cough. The bedroom is filling with smoke. I need to shut the window, but this child is my only hope. "Knock on a neighbor's door," I say. "Get help." But instead of running off, he runs towards the house. I'm telling him not to, but he's not listening. He picks up one of the rocks from our driveway and disappears around the side of the house towards the fire. "Don't do anything stupid," I scream, but he's already out of sight. I slam the window shut and race to the other one where I see him running up the side of the house, his headphones bouncing around his neck and the beanie held up to his mouth like mask. There's the sound of glass splintering in the kitchen, the thud of feet on the stairs. Aaron is shouting something. "Where are you?" "In here," I scream, banging on the bedroom door. "Top floor, front bedroom." I can hear him slamming doors and coughing. Will he be able to unlock the door? What if the key is no longer there? "It's stuck," he's shouting on the other side of the door. "Keep trying," I say, scooping up the cat in my arms. "Turn the key to the right and wiggle the handle." He's kicking at the door, the handle becoming looser with every rattle. Then with one final grunt, the key turns in the lock, and Aaron runs into my room grinning. "Here, you're going to need this," he says, passing me my phone.
Now let's get the fuck out of here.
Chapter 38. The side of the house is black, the jasmine plants scorched, and there's nothing left of the shed but charred wood and melted plastic. I can't even remember if there was anything valuable or important in there. Christmas decorations, suitcases, Dan's sporting equipment that he rarely uses. Nothing that can't be replaced. I got lucky. That's all I keep thinking. I was lucky that Aaron saved me, and we got out unhurt, and the main house isn't damaged. Everything could have been a lot worse. It didn't take long for the firefighters to put out the fire. Now they're checking inside the house for the second time. I can see Sushi sitting behind one of the bushes in the front garden. She looks more curious than scared. I feel so guilty she was in the room with me, although at least I know she's safe now. "Are you sure my husband is definitely not inside?" I keep asking the firefighters going in and out of the building with their muddy boots. "Check the cupboards and under the beds. Please, he might be hurt." The ambulance left a few minutes ago after ensuring I was okay and hadn't inhaled any smoke. I'm fine. I don't even have a sooty face. They said I should go to the hospital if I feel ill later, but I refuse to move because I need to know Dan is okay. "Look thoroughly," I shout out. "He might be locked in one of the other rooms." "We won't be too much longer, love," one of the firefighters says, handing me Dan's car keys. The car was blocking access to the side garden, so they moved it after finding the keys on the living room table. That's how I know Dan has been inside the house. I just don't know if he is anymore. I take the keys with trembling hands. Every part of me is shaking, and I don't know how to make it stop. You're lucky. It could have been a lot worse, the fireman is telling me. The smell will take a few weeks to clear, but the insurance should cover any damage.
The house is structurally sound. It's only the shed that caught alight. It will be good as new again after a fresh lick of paint, he says, nodding at the for sale sign. Does he really think I want to sell my house after this? He probably thinks I want to sell it even more now, like I wouldn't want to go back in there. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm the stupid one for not wanting to get as far away from here as possible. How many chances am I going to get? I could have died today. All the neighbors are outside now, standing on their doorsteps or peering out of their windows. Where were they when I needed them? And where did Aaron get to? He didn't even wait until the firefighters got here. He just helped me and the cat out of the house and ran off as I dialed 999. I stare at my phone and call Dan for the 20th time in under an hour, but it just goes to answer phone again. Are you sure there's no one inside the house? I ask one of the firefighters who's packing up. He shakes his head and smiles like it's a good thing, which it is, but that doesn't explain where my husband is. A police car pulls up, much to the excitement of the neighbors. I wish they'd go back inside their houses and stop gawping. I can sense the frisson ripple along the street, the glances they give one another. A child points excitedly at the ni-nor and is told to be quiet, like this is a live stage production. I run over to the police car and signal for the police officer inside to wind down his window. I'm talking so fast he has to ask me to slow down, then he gets out of the car. He left, and when I woke up the car was there, and the keys were inside the house, and he's gone, but I was trapped in my bedroom. Someone locked me in. I could see the key in place. No, it wasn't him. I don't know who locked me in the room, but Aaron let me out. No, I don't know who the boy is or where he went, but someone called Holly is out to get me, and I think my husband is in danger.
Who's Holly? Someone behind me asks. I swing around and scream. Chapter 39. Tuesday. The last person I was expecting to see standing outside my house yesterday was my sister. How did you sleep? She asks, handing me a Joe and the juice smoothie she popped out for a few minutes ago. She's already dressed and made up, her trousers and shirt simple but expensive, and her skin flawless. I always forget how much prettier my sister is in person. I managed a few hours, I say. Bella is renting an Airbnb in Muswell Hill on the Broadway. She has it for a whole month, apparently. I wonder if she thinks Dad will be dead within a few weeks, so is saving herself the hassle of coming back and forth. Or perhaps she genuinely wants to spend time with us. I'd hate to think how much it's costing her. But then she just spent £9 on a fruit juice for me, so clearly her mind doesn't work the same way as mine does. Thanks, I say, taking a sip. It's good. And thanks for letting me have your bed. After what you've been through, I wasn't going to let you sleep on the sofa bed. Bella and I have always been like this, much more comfortable with one another over the phone than in person. I wish it wasn't the case. I wish we were curled up on the sofa together right now, my head on her shoulder, her hand in mine. But even her fleeting hugs feel like something she's ticking off her to-do list. Any news? She asks. I shake my head and check my phone for the 10th time this morning. It's 11 o'clock, and Dan's phone is still going straight to answer phone. The police said I couldn't file a missing persons report until 24 hours had passed. They say I should go home and see if he turns up. Are you sure you don't want me to go back with you? Bella asks. I shake my head again.
You still haven't visited Dad, and that's the reason you came back. Not the only reason, she butts in. She's talking about me, and my marriage, and selling the house. Well, I guess more than just Mountview has gone up in flames since we last spoke. I give her a wry smile. Fine, whatever, but Dad is the most important part. I need to feed Sushi anyway, check she's okay, so go and see him and I'll call you when I'm done. She gives me a small smile. That cat always loved you more than me. Hopefully Dan is there already, although if he's come back and seen the fire damage, he's going to be so worried about me. Bella sighs. He'd already have called you if that was the case. How do you know he hasn't left you? My heart starts hammering with fear, even though it was me who threw him out. Me who chose a stranger's words over my own husband. Is this it? Has my husband left me for good? No, I say. He came back for me. His car was there, the keys were there. Why would he come back if he planned to leave me?
I tried to explain this to the police, about how Dan had stalkers, but no one was listening. Dan had been right about how unhelpful they would be. All they talked about was the importance of evidence. No wonder Cynthia got away with so much too, until we were able to file for a restraining order. How bad do things have to get before anyone listens? I think about that poor injured girl in the woods, the one who was found with just one Ugg boot on. No one has been arrested for that yet. And what about Harper's killer? How many more victims do they need before they listen to women? Thanks for letting me stay last night, I mutter to Bella. My body and face are still numb from the shock and anxiety and exhaustion. Yet at the same time I feel electric, like I have live wires beneath my skin instead of veins. Is that possible? To feel like you're made of rubber, yet every one of your nerves is on edge. I keep checking in on myself,
wondering whether the fizzing and popping in my chest is shock or anger or fear. I don't know what I'm feeling. So much has happened in the last few days. I fell into such a deep sleep last night, and now I feel guilty about it, like I can't love Dan properly if I wasn't up all night worried about him. My mind and body must have switched off from the exhaustion, or maybe I finally felt safe with my sister here. You don't have to keep thanking me, she replies. It's just that I didn't want to be alone in the house with... It stinks, Bella says. I told you I would have stayed there with you, but you really need to air it out and get the decorators in. Every one of her words makes the concrete setting in my veins heavier. The weight of everything ahead of me, Dan missing, police reports, insurance forms, my father's health, getting the house cleaned up. The list fills me with such dread that all I want to do is go back to bed and stay there. I'm so worried about Dan, I say, for the millionth time since Bella appeared at the house yesterday. Didn't you say you transferred a load of money over to his account? I look up with a start. What is she talking about? What does that have to do with anything? How do you know he paid the house deposit with it and didn't siphon it off to a different account of his, then run off with your money? She asks. How could she say such a thing? Bella already alluded to this last night over dinner after I told her every single thing that's happened in the last year. She told me I was stupid to have put up with all this nonsense for so long, the stalkers and the anxiety they brought, and that my husband has definitely left me. Once my sister gets an idea in her head, she never lets it go. But Bella doesn't understand the complexities of a serious relationship. She's never been married. I don't even think she's been in love before. She's always called Dan untrustworthy and vain. But this is the first time she's accused him of being a thief. That's my husband you're talking about, I say. He wouldn't do that. Would he? He's already lied to me and walked away from me. What if my sister is right and he's run off with my money? Bella sits on the sofa beside me and puts her arm around me. I lean into her, and it doesn't feel so strange after all. Somehow, she smells like our mother used to, a mix of washing detergent and chewing gum. You said he kept bugging you about selling the house and was really excited about it being valued for so much, she says, taking my hand in hers. You gave him a lot of money. How do you know he's not been after more all this time? We're married, Bella. What's mine is his, what's his is mine. She cocks her head to one side, her bright blonde hair swinging artistically like she's in a perpetual fashion shoot. The look she's giving me says, exactly, and there's nothing you can do about it now. In my industry, I'm surrounded by scammers, charming, attractive men out on the take, Bella says. Although, you have to hand it to him, marrying you in order to get his share of Mount View's sale is a bloody long con. That takes a lot of commitment. I jump up, slamming my drink down on the side table, the sticky juice spilling over the side. That's enough, I shout. Are you saying I'm so unattractive, so unlovable, that a man like him would only want me for my money? I'm angry, but I'm not entirely sure that I'm angry at her. I'm consumed with rage because Holly said the same thing, and it's beginning to sound like the most plausible explanation. Bella tries to take my hand again, but I'm already putting on my shoes and coat. I'm trying not to cry, but my heart is beating wildly in my chest, and the juice is rising like acid in my throat. Believe women. I always believe women. Holly was right. Bella was right. And the voices in my head over the years telling me that I wasn't good enough for Dan, maybe they were right too.
I transferred £100,000 to his account that he passed on to an unknown bank account. What if he stole my money for the cottage? What if there isn't even a cottage? I haven't signed any paperwork or visited the place or seen more than a few photos. I'm going home, I mumble. Want me to give you a lift? Bella asks. She hasn't apologized, my sister never does, but she sounds a little contrite. I shake my head, refusing to look in her direction. I'll walk. Chapter 40. It only took 10 minutes to walk back to Mount View, and I've spent every second of it thinking about what Bella said. Is that even possible? Could one man keep up the charade of being a loving, attentive, kind husband for 3 years just to get his share of my house? That would mean that all the times he told me he loved me, kissed me, made love to me, was an act, a lie. I can't stop turning each event over in my mind. It was Dan who insisted my father move into a care home and sign the house over to me. His idea to move in with me, even though I never saw all the money he supposedly saved. His idea we get married. His idea to sell the house because I was so scared of all the crazy women harassing us. It was all Dan. The idea that he has never really loved me is too crushing to contemplate. But it all adds up. Was none of it real? Yet, all of that doesn't explain why he returned and left his car keys on the table before disappearing. Even if Holly was right, and my husband is out to get me, he still came back to talk to me. Something must have happened between him returning and the shed being set on fire. And whatever that was, I know Holly is behind it. I need to find Dan and get to the bottom of this. I turn into my street, expecting the air to smell like a bonfire and Mount View to look like a wreck. But there she is, my beautiful house, looking exactly the same as always. I stand before my front gate surveying the damage, but other than dribbles of water snaking their way down the garden path, you can't tell from here that there was a fire. The walls at the front are still white, the windows untouched. It's only once you walk around the side of the house towards the garden that you see the pile of burned wood, the black streaks on the white walls, and all the charred foliage hanging over the blackened shed carcass like a giant spider's web. Sushi darts out from under a shrub and winds around my ankles. "Hey, baby," I say, picking her up and burying my face in her smoky fur. I think she's been digging about in the cinders. She wriggles out of my arms and darts through the cat flap. I let myself in through the kitchen side door and feed her. "Dan," I call out as I place her kibble and fresh water on the floor. "Anyone home?" Silence. I don't know why I thought he'd be here. As Bella said, if he'd got back already and seen this mess, he'd definitely have called me. I look at my phone again for the 100th time. Nothing. Sushi meows, and I pour her some cat milk too, while trying to ignore the itch at the back of my mind. There are only two explanations as to what happened yesterday. Either my husband stole my money, locked me in the house, and ran away, or he came back for me, Holly tried to kill me, and Dan is hurt. Or dead. Neither option is good news. I take a deep, shaky breath and open the kitchen door leading back out to the garden. I don't know what to do. No one can help me right now. I just have to wait and see. Or keep busy. I'm going to survey the damage so I can start the insurance process. Then as soon as it hits 3 o'clock, I'm calling the police and declaring Dan officially missing. Happily fed, Sushi disappears into the house to sleep, and I put on my gardening gloves and gingerly pick my way over the wet paving slabs covered in black charred mush. The stench from what is left of the shed hurts my throat, a mix of burned wood and the chemicals from the paint and other noxious substances we stored in there. The firefighters said the house was secure and the shed was still stable, so it wouldn't be dangerous to go near it. But it's still down to me to clear it up. I pull a piece of wood to one side, then another, each time unearthing items beneath, some that can be salvaged, and others I add to the burned pile to dispose of. Another job I have to do. I thought keeping busy would take my mind off Dan and Holly and whatever she's capable of next, but it doesn't. They are all I can think about. I keep looking over my shoulder, not that anyone can see me from the street, my garden hidden away behind bushes and the large tree. I bet half the neighbours don't even know what happened yesterday, just that the fire brigade and police were here. I can't imagine what gossip is circulating about us. I pull out a cricket bat, a little scorched, and add it to the maybe pile. Dan's golf clubs remain untouched. He'll want to keep them. But the Christmas tree is ruined, as are the boxes of baubles, which are now melted and deformed. I keep pulling wood and singed boxes out of the rubble, and then stop, dropping the piece of wood I'm holding with a crash. There's something pink beneath what was once the roof of the lean-to. I push and pull the wood away, thankful for my thick gardening gloves, eventually revealing a large plastic box. No, a suitcase. My brand new pink suitcase. I fall to my knees and slide it out. The old lady in the charity shop was right. It's indestructible. Besides a few scratches and smudges, it's still in one piece. And, judging by the weight, it still has something in it. I shake it. Whatever is inside rattles loosely. I look around me. I don't know why. Maybe to see if someone can help me open it. Or maybe to see who put it there. Did I look in the shed when I was searching for it last week? I did. I'm sure I did.
I spot my dad's old metal toolbox amongst the debris and open the lid, searching inside for something to prise the zip open with. If the suitcase is meant to be indestructible, will it be that easy to open? I doubt it. All I can find is a screwdriver, but the handle has melted, so I can't use it. Wait, I have a chisel somewhere. I keep burrowing through the mess until I find a wooden box. The edges are burned, but inside is a collection of different-sized chisels. Yes, that will do. I go back to the suitcase, ready to hack at it with the sharp tool, but there's no padlock this time. It's not locked. I crouch down on the ground, place the chisel beside me, and pick up the zip between two fingers and pull. It glides seamlessly to the side, as if the suitcase were brand new and untouched. The zip whispers as it travels along the edges of the case until it's fully undone. I can't hear any other sound, no bird song, no rustling of leaves, no cars in the distance. It's as if my garden and everything in it has stopped to see what's inside the case. I take a deep breath as I lift the lid, a small sound escaping my lips as the contents are revealed. I clamp a sooty hand over my mouth. It can't be. Chapter 41. Inside the case are 4 individual shoes. One is a simple black boot, another a pink Ugg, there's a black and white stripy shoe, and the last is a high heel, pink with a green bow. I lift it up and inspect it, running my dirty fingers over the fabric, 1,000 memories flooding my mind. I drop it back into the case and turn my head just in time as I vomit over a pile of charred wood, the citrus sting of this morning's juice burning my throat as I heave and heave. Falling to the dirty floor with a thump beside the suitcase, I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand and stare at the pink shoe in the case. I can't breathe. My head is swimming. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, open them again. That's my shoe. It's definitely one of the high heels I lent Harper the night she was murdered. The same shoe her killer took. None of this makes sense. What is it doing inside my suitcase? In my house? I glance at the other shoes and, after a few seconds, realize what I'm looking at. I've seen that stripy heel before too. It's Holly's. Those were the shoes she was wearing the day she broke into my house. And the boot, the single Ugg made of light pink suede with splatters of something dark on the fabric. I poke my finger into the thick fur lining inside, then pull it back out again with a start, as I realize that this must be one of the shoes the injured girl in the woods was wearing. Adelaide Rose. I'm touching evidence of an attempted murder. Is that blood on the boot? Her blood? An icy chill washes over me, and I wrap my arms around myself, trying to control my trembling. All these shoes belong to women who were murdered, injured, or in danger. Harper, Adelaide, Holly. And the fourth? Maybe that boot belonged to Jade. Jade, who was suffering with extreme grief, sought help, had money, then went missing. One single shoe belonging to each victim thrown together in one suitcase, a suitcase that was empty when I bought it, then full and locked, then hidden away until a fire unearthed it. I rub at my face with my dirty hands, hot tears mixing with dirt and soot. I keep shaking my head from side to side, willing my memories to dissipate,
refusing to look at the final image emerging from all the pieces I'm slotting together. Harper died just a mile or so from Dan's flat the first night we slept together. What happened that night? I stayed over at his flat. He cooked. We had sex for the first time, then fell asleep in one another's arms. But when I woke up in the night, he wasn't there. He told me he wasn't used to sleeping in bed with anyone else and was feeling restless, so he went to the living room so as not to wake me. I thought it meant he wasn't interested in me.
I nearly left there and then, but he stopped me with a long kiss, and we made love again. After that, I told myself not to be so paranoid, that Dan was different from the other guys. He was a man I could trust. The next day I found out my best friend was dead, and Dan never left my side after that, holding me every night in bed, staying awake with me as I cried myself to sleep in his arms. He was my hero. I dragged my thoughts back to the present, to 2 weeks ago when I bought that stupid suitcase. No one else knew about the case, only the lady in the charity shop, Erin, who saw me with it, and my husband. Except when I mentioned it to Dan, he wasn't interested in seeing it. I insisted he borrow it, but when I pulled it out from the bed, it was already full and locked. He was the only one, other than me, who could have put anything inside it. Then it disappeared. All of this happened during the time Adelaide Rose was found in the woods. Not dead, but nearly. On the night Dan was out, the lawyer was hit on the head like Harper was, just 3 miles from where Harper was found. One of her shoes missing too. Did I talk to Dan about it? I tried to, but when I mentioned it to him in the car, he slammed on the brakes at the traffic lights. I remember because I dropped my phone. We didn't talk about it after that. Then, a few days later when Holly broke into the house, I was reading about Adelaide again and he told me to stop doom scrolling, that I was making myself ill. He didn't want to talk about it. He wouldn't let me talk about it. I look at the blood-splattered Ugg boot again, the shoe of the woman someone tried to kill, in the same case as the shoe my friend was wearing the day she was murdered. I think I'm going to be sick again. I close my eyes, willing myself to make this make sense, but I keep circling back to what Holly said. "He killed her!" she'd screamed at me. "Jade gave Dan money, then she disappeared, and he'll do the same to you." I look down at my wrists, the bruise from his thumb still visible. He has never hit me, but lately he has been different, angrier, more physical. Even the way we have sex has changed. Holly kept saying Dan would do to me what he did to Jade. All these women are somehow connected to my husband, and now the souvenirs of their murders are here, in my house. The house I nearly died in. How close have I been to having one of my own shoes added to this case? I stay seated on the dirty ground, the cement that has been filling my body for days slowly melting away. Dan. My Dan. Bile climbs up my throat and I swallow it down. Holly warned me about him, so he got to her too. Then, when he realized he wasn't going to make money from the sale of Mountview, he decided to burn it down, with me inside it. Because, as my husband, with me dead, he'd have been able to collect the house insurance, my life insurance, and everything else I own, including Mountview itself. That's why he hasn't been answering his phone. Not because he's in danger, but because he is the danger. My perfect Dan, the man I love, is a killer. I hear footsteps behind me, but I don't have time to get to my feet and turn around before Dan is upon me. Chapter 42. "Freya?" Dan cries out, racing over. I scramble backwards like a crab, knocking over the suitcase full of shoes that scatter at my feet. "Leave me alone!" I cry, trying to get to my feet but slipping on the puddle of my own vomit. "Freya," he says again, concern etched all over his handsome face. "What the hell happened? Are you okay?" Murderers always come back to the scene of the crime. But it didn't work. I survived. So now he's going to finish off what he started. I stagger backwards, but I have nowhere to go. My back is against the charred remains of the shed as Dan gets closer and closer. I clamber around, searching for a way out, something to protect myself with. My right hand lands on something long and metallic.
one of Dan's golf clubs. "Why?" I scream. My husband is standing before me, about a meter away, his body blocking my only way out. "What's going on?" he asks, looking at the burned mess surrounded us. I came back to... I don't let him finish. With one deft swing, I aim it at his head with his own golf club and knock him to the ground. He lands at my feet in a crumpled ball, a large gash blossoming above his eye. He tries to stand up and I hit him again, and again, and again. With each strike I think about Harper, and Adelaide, and Holly, and Jade, and all the other girls who never had a chance to fight back. When someone shows you their true colors, you believe them. The problem was that Dan underestimated me from the beginning. "Please, stop!" With each word, Dan's mouth fills with blood. I don't know if it's from the cut on his face or because I've knocked a tooth out. He tries to get up, sways and falls back down again. He's having to use both hands to stem the flow of blood from his head, blood dripping from his eyebrow down to his bright red cheek. I shakily sidestep around him, my hand clasping his golf club so tightly it's hurting the inside of my hand. I hold it out as if it were a sword. "Keep away from me," I say through clenched teeth. "I know what you've done and who you are. I know everything. I found the shoes." He's looking up at me, his handsome face a red, slick mask, his bloodshot eyes glassy and wide with incomprehension. His mouth opens and closes, but no sound comes out. "Why did you come back?" I shout. "To check you finished the job. Collect your case of souvenirs and add one of my shoes to the pile." "Well, you failed. I'm alive, and the house is still standing, and now I know all your sordid secrets." I keep pointing the golf club at him as I dig inside my handbag for my phone. I need to call the police. What more evidence do they need, for God's sake? My hand is shaking as I attempt to dial 999 with my thumb on my left hand, but I can't do it. But neither do I want to let go of the golf club. Dan is inching forward on his stomach, his nails scraping along the sooty shed floor, his lips dribbling with blood as he tries to say something. He grasps at my ankle, making me drop the phone, sending it skittering beneath a pile of burned wood. What are you talking about?" he manages to mumble. He tries to stand, but his legs give way beneath him again. As he falls, his arm lands on the metal toolbox with a loud crack, making him wail out in pain. "I don't understand what's going on," he shouts, blood spraying all over my trouser leg. "You locked me in the bedroom and set fire to my house," I scream, raising the golf club. Dan scuttles backwards on his behind until his back is against what's left of the shed wall, his hands out in front of him, protecting his face. "I don't..." He takes a long breath, then chokes on the blood collecting in his mouth. "I don't know what you're talking about." With his arm, he wipes the blood from his eyes, then winces at the pain from his fall. "Freya, please," he begs. "You need to understand." "Where were you yesterday?" I shout. I drove away. Then I came back and left the car, in case you needed to see your dad. I checked in on you, but..." With each strained breath he takes, his skin turns paler. "You were sleeping, so I stayed at a hotel. Please, Freya." He takes another juddering breath, coughing on the blood and saliva gathering around his lips and spraying red spittle over his shirt. "I meant to text you, but my phone died. Then I came back and..." "What happened?" "I happened," says a woman's voice behind me. A chill runs down my spine. I recognize that clear, sweet voice, but I don't turn around yet because it's Dan's face I can't tear my eyes away from. He's grown so pale, the blood looks practically black against his white cheeks. His mouth is agape, his head trembling from side to side in tiny motions. "No," he says. "It can't be." "Hello, Danny." "Jade?" Chapter 43. I turn around slowly. Holly is wearing a pristine white dress, gathered at the waist like a Stepford wife on her wedding day. She takes a drag of the cigarette in her hand and blows smoke up to the sky. I look down at her feet, expecting to see her stripy shoes, but that would be silly because one of them is in my suitcase. and Holly is not dead. I drop the golf club to the ground with a clatter and edge away from her. "I see it all went to plan," she says, pointing at Dan bleeding on the ground and the weapon beside him. I've really hurt him. He's lost a lot of blood and his right arm is hanging limply by his side. "Jade?" he croaks again. What is he talking about? Why is he calling Holly Jade? Holly taps her sparkly red shoes on the ground impatiently, and all I can think is, there's no place like home. There's no place like home. "I don't understand," I say, mirroring Dan's own words. "Why is he calling you Jade?" Holly flicks the ash of her cigarette onto the ground where it joins the mounds of blackened debris and smiles. "Danny knew me years ago, didn't you, sweetie?" She crouches down and runs a finger from the bleeding cut on his brow down his cheek to his mouth, where she circles his lips, painting them red like a clown. She blows smoke into his face and laughs as he coughs and splutters. "Still handsome, I see, and still a dirty little rat." Dan's trying to say something to me, but I'm frozen to the spot. He's reaching out for me, but I back away from both of them. Except I have nowhere else to go, because she's now blocking the only exit from what is left of the burned-down shed. What is Holly doing here? Dan is a murderer. I've seen the evidence in the suitcase, yet one of those shoes was hers, and he's calling her Jade. "Oh dear," she coos at me, retrieving something from the floor, then standing back up. "You seem to be struggling to keep up, Freya. I know you've never been very bright."
But it's not that difficult.
Dan said Jade was fat with blonde hair, I mutter. Holly drops the cigarette on the ground, grinds it out with her heel, then prods Dan's chest with the tip of her red shoe. "You thought I was fat? How rude." She turns to me, tucking a stray pink hair behind her ear. "Yes, I was a little pudgier back then, but I'd lost both my parents and was being conned out of my inheritance by a charming psychologist, so excuse me if I indulged in a few biscuits here and there." Her voice keeps rising and rising. I've clearly hit a nerve. It wasn't hard to disappear and return 3 years later with bright pink hair and a killer body. I'm not so unforgettable now. There is no Holly. There never was. So if this woman is Jade, and she's been lying all this time about who she is, then what about the things she said about my husband? I look down at Dan, his head hanging limply, blood dripping from the tip of his nose, making an inky puddle on the floor. "You're Jade," I stutter. "So why did you say something happened to her?" "Because it did," Holly screams, holding up the item she picked up off the floor. It's the chisel I was going to use to open the suitcase. "Danny boy over here," she kicks him hard between the legs and he groans, curling up in the fetal position. "Danny loved me before he loved you. He lied to me, he hurt me, so it was only fair I hurt him back." I flinch as she edges closer. "Hurt him?" I ask. "How?" "By chasing away the things he wants." Holly fixes me with a stare, her eyes as pale and lifeless as that of a dead fish. "Just so you know, I did feel bad about your friend. I thought she was you. No one was meant to die." I feel my legs turn to liquid from under me and have to hold on to a piece of splintered wood for support. "You killed Harper?" Holly shrugs. "I saw her leaving your flat, wearing your shoes, and thought I'd give Danny a little taste of his own medicine. Shake him up a little."
How was I to know it wasn't you? You looked the same. I didn't realize I had the wrong person until she fell and snapped her neck. That part wasn't my fault, by the way. I lunge at Holly, screaming, the sound that erupts from my throat, something akin to an injured beast caught in a trap. I want to rip her face off, use my nails and teeth like an animal, but she grabs my hair and twists me around so I'm facing away from her, one of her arms around my neck and the other pointing the chisel to my temple. I struggle, but I can't move. Dan reaches out to me, then collapses to the floor, causing Holly to laugh in my ear. "Why?" Dan's voice is raspy, his face a patchwork of waxy skin and congealed blood. "I just told you. I wanted to hurt you, Danny. Destroy everything you ever wanted, the way you hurt me." "But I never meant to hurt you. I fell in love with Freya. That's not a crime." My stomach plummets at his words. It was all true. Our entire love story wasn't a game, and I didn't believe him.
Holly has been out to hurt my husband all this time, yet I'm the one who's hurt him the most. You lied to me, Danny, Holly screams in my ear. I tried to forget about you. After what happened with that Harper woman, I told myself I'd leave you alone, but then I came back and discovered this stupid bitch was your wife. I didn't think you'd go as far as marrying your targets. You tricked me, and I know you're still out there conning other women. That's why I tried to warn Freya here. I tried to warn all the women I've seen you with. Seen me with? Dan croaks. Yes, all those women from the addiction centers and bereavement groups you claim to help. I spoke to them all. Some listened, but others, like that Adelaide woman, didn't. She deserved what she got. Dan's face is a mask of horror, mirroring the way I'm feeling with every one of Holly's fake accusations. Of course, Dan didn't know that lawyer. He would have told me if he did. My poor husband. I hurt him so badly.
I did that, and all along he was innocent. He's bleeding out on the floor of our burned-out shed, when all along it was this crazy woman who killed my friend and terrorized us since the very beginning of our relationship. Dan had nothing to do with those women or the suitcase. I turn my head until Holly's nose is nearly touching mine. You kept their shoes, I say quietly. You're sick. A memento, she says. Then why are yours in there? Holly snorts, a half laugh, half hume. Did you like that? I realized you were never going to leave this worthless cheat, and that even if you did, it wouldn't hurt him as much as it should. So my next idea was to frame him for your murder, and everyone else's. But you survived the fire, so now I'm here to finish what I started. It was you. The window and the suitcase and the fire. It was all you. Holly presses the tip of the cold, sharp chisel harder against my head. You really are dim, Freya. You have no idea how easy your house is to get in and out of, she says, her pink, sticky lips grazing my earlobe with each word. I let myself in through the broken window, cut a spare key, then came and went as I pleased. You saw me in your bathroom, and even then, you didn't change the locks. So stupid, so trusting and naive. I pull against her, scream for help, try and hit her head with the back of mine, but she's stronger than she looks. Get off me, I shout, pulling against her arm clamped around my middle and her other arm tightly wrapped around my neck, the chisel digging into my temple. Those women didn't deserve what you did to them. Adelaide Rose was fucking your husband. I did you a favor knocking some sense into her. No, Dan says from the ground. He's looking up at me as he says this, his eyes rolling back in their sockets. She's lying. Anyway, Holly continues, all Danny has ever wanted was you and Mountview. I tried to destroy the house, but that didn't work, so now he can watch while I destroy you. Dan is crying, big, gulping tears, turning the dried blood on his face into pink streaks. He's trying to crawl towards me, but he's lost so much blood he can hardly lift his head. And the beauty of it is, Holly continues, my plan still works. When the police eventually arrive, they will find you dead, Danny injured, and the missing shoes of all the poor victims right here next to the evil husband his wife tried to fight off. Because everyone knows it's always the husband who did it. She's pressing the chisel harder into the side of my head now, scraping its tip past my ear and under my jawline until she settles on my jugular. She's torn my skin. I can feel a thin trickle of blood dripping down my collar. Dan is trying to reach out for me, pulling himself closer until his fingers are nearly grasping my trousers. Holly kicks him again, this time in the face. Look up. You won't want to miss this. I stamp on her feet, but she squeezes my throat tighter so I can hardly breathe. Ready? She whispers in my ear. On the count of 3. 1. She moves the chisel away from my throat, pulls her arm back. 2. She raises her arm higher as Dan tries to drag himself up, his face looking up imploringly into mine. And? Nothing. Just the sound of a soft crack. Holly lets go of me, and as I wriggle my way free, she falls at my feet, her pink hair a fan around her head. I look over my shoulder. There's someone standing behind me. A mature woman, tall, willowy and blonde. By her feet is a black leather Birkin, and in both her hands she's holding a singed cricket bat.
My second husband, Richard, taught me how to swing a bat, Cynthia says, nudging Holly's prostrate body on the ground with the tip of her shoe. At least he was good for something. Are you okay, Freya? I nod, dumbly. What the hell is she doing here? Oh, Daniel, she says, crouching down and running her hand over his bloody face. I nearly didn't come.
But I couldn't help myself. I'm glad I did. Dan has pulled himself to a sitting position, doing his best to focus on Cynthia and what she's saying to him, although his head is still lolling from side to side. He's trying to mouth something. I think it's thank you. Cynthia nods once at him, then turns to me. I'm sorry, she says, for what I put you both through. Love is a very powerful force. It can drive the strongest of women crazy. I've called the police, but it's probably best I'm not here when they arrive. And with that, she drops the cricket bat beside a groaning Holly and walks back to the street without so much as a backwards glance. Chapter 44. Sunday. 1 month later, I hand Dan a mug of tea and sit next to him on the sofa. He takes a sip, careful not to spill it, as his right arm is still in a sling. Thank you, he says. He smiles and I smile back, hesitant, polite, back to tiptoeing around one another. Every time I look at him, I can't help it. All I see is his chipped front tooth and the stitches above his eye that the doctor said would leave a scar. He's still handsome, but he's not the same, and it's all my fault. I gently push his hair back and look at the damage I did. I'm so sorry, I say, my eyes filling up with tears. I thought I used to cry a lot before, but the last month it's all I've done. Between giving statements to the police, visiting Dan in hospital, and going back and forth to my father's care home, it's been a perpetual hell. I wouldn't have got through it all had Dan not been so loving and understanding, and Bella so supportive. Stop apologizing, Dan says, putting down his tea and wiping my tears away with his thumb. I told you before, you were scared, and you did what any scared person would do. You're a tough cookie, Freya. That's a good thing. I should never have doubted you about that mad woman. I kiss him gently on the lips, and he pulls me nearer. He groans with pleasure, his hand snaking up my top. The doctor told me my cast is coming off in 4 weeks, he says, although I'm pretty confident I can still do a lot with one hand. I giggle, and he laughs, and some of the tension between us fades. It's not going to be easy, but we're getting there. Later, I say. Bella will be here in a minute. She wants to come to the market with us, remember? My sister is slowly warming to Dan. She can no longer deny how much he loves me, and she has reluctantly admitted that she may have been wrong about him. After everything that happened last month, and how close to losing me she got, the two of us have become the best of friends. I like that Bella is here, Dan says, putting down his tea and placing an arm around me. You're so much happier when she's in London. I am. I'm trying to convince her to stay for good. She says she'll be here as long as Dad is, but neither of us know how long that will be. He's still the same, still sleeping most of the day, unsure of where he is or who we are. I'm just relieved I'll have my sister by my side when he finally lets go. You look so pretty in those pearls, he says, running the tip of his finger over the necklace. I wear them a lot now. When you come so close to losing it all, you don't keep things locked away. I never did find my mother's ring, but I have his grandmother's pearls now, and they mean everything to me. Holly tried her best to destroy us, but all she did was cement our love for one another. What's the matter? Dan asks. I nod. Do you think she'll get a lot of time in prison? He knows who I'm talking about. She's still the first thing I think about when I wake in the morning, and my last thought at night. I hope so, he replies. They're charging her with Harper's murder, attempted murders, GBH, plus stalking, arson, and breaking and entering. When you group it all together like that, it's a miracle Dan and I are still standing. We gave a statement to the police. And so did some of the neighbours. Dan told the police that it was Holly who had beaten him. He said it made sense not to incriminate me, so I went along with it. Although the guilt of what I did eats me up every day. Harper's parents are back in touch. They're grieving all over again now and want to talk to me about her all the time. I'm not sure it's helping me, but I know it's helping them. Angela also called me. I have her mobile number. We chat most days now. The sun is streaming through the open window, bringing with it the scent of lavender and mint from the garden.
I can't believe it will be summer soon. Are you still okay with the appointment at 11 tomorrow? I ask Dan. Yeah, of course. He sits up and takes another sip of his tea. I sit up too. It's always so much colder without his arm around me. We've started going to marriage counselling. It was Dan's suggestion, and it's making a huge difference. There's a lot of trust we need to build between us again. It's been so hard to shake off all my fears about him. Even now I know Holly was behind it all. There's no way I would have stayed with Dan if he'd hurt me the way I hurt him, even under the same circumstances. But he's been nothing but kind and patient with me. I don't know how I could have ever doubted his love for me. I love you, I say to him. He cups my face with one hand. I love you too. He looks so deep into my eyes I feel a puddle of heat start to grow in my stomach. Did you take the test? He asks. The same puddle somersaults. I shake my head. Not yet. I'm only late by 1 day. He grins, then winces, as his face is still bruised in places. Can you imagine? Can I imagine being pregnant? Yes. It's all I think about lately. Me, Dan, our baby, the cottage by the sea. Dan promised he'd get our deposit back from the seller in Cornwall. Even with all his injuries, he was trying to put my mind at rest.
But Dexter from the estate agents called Dan's phone while he was in hospital, and when I saw who it was, I knew what I had to do. I picked up, apologized profusely for my outburst before, and told him an edited version of the truth. I said Dan had been involved in an accident and how I had cold feet, but I'd changed my mind now. I then explained that I wanted to repaint the front of the house and buy a new shed before putting Mountview back on the market again. He didn't need to know about the fire as it didn't affect the house. Needless to say, Dexter was over the moon, and so was Dan when I told him. I'd already come so close to destroying everything, I wasn't going to cancel the future we planned. I still want it all, I told him. The house by the sea, the babies, a life with you forever. Although it wasn't just my guilt talking, I can't stay here anymore anyway. Every corner of my house now reminds me of her, that monster, and all the pain she put us through. We've already had so much interest in the house we're just weeks away from selling it. I hear the key in the door and Bella shouting her arrival from the hallway. I know her having a key irks Dan, but she's my sister, and I've been needing her help feeding the cat and running errands for me. We're in here, I shout out. Bella bustles into the living room holding a big bunch of sunflowers. She thrusts them at me. Aren't they gorgeous? I know you probably wanted to get flowers at the farmer's market, but it saves us carrying them around. I was going to get you peonies, but you said you hate them, so I figured these were jollier. I'll put them in some water. You ready? Bella takes the flowers into the kitchen as Dan turns to me. Since when do you hate peonies? Long story, I say, pulling him up by his good arm. Let's go and buy some overpriced food and hurt our shoulders dragging it all home again. Will you be taking that ridiculous basket with you as usual? He asks. Only because it annoys you, I say, poking my tongue out at him. I go to follow Bella out of the room, but Dan pulls me back, swinging me around until I'm flush against him. I love you so much, he says. I promise you, Freya, from now on, it's going to be nothing but sunshine. And I believe him. Chapter 45. Erin. I'm standing in front of Mountview for the first time in weeks, and I'm so nervous my hands are sweating. I want to go home. I'm not sure this is such a good idea now. The roses around their door have grown, covering the front of the house in different shades of pink. The for sale sign is also back. It went for a while, which made me happy, but now they've repainted the outside of the house, including the burned bit at the back, and it looks like they're definitely leaving this time. I stayed away after the fire. I was getting in too deep, like I was involved in something bigger than I realized. Scared. Freya's husband is dangerous. What if it was him that locked her in the house? What if he came for me next? I ran straight home after I got her and the cat out. I cried a lot, thinking about that man and all the lives he's destroyed. My mate Hasim texted me, asked me why I wasn't around anymore, and I lied and said I was ill. But the guilt hurt too much in the end, which is why I went back to watching them. I had to make sure I was right. This time I did it in secret, sitting inside the bushes on the other side of the house. I didn't tell my mates.
I just went every day after school and on weekends, seeing who came to the house, watching the shadows move behind the windows. It sounds creepy, but it's not like that. I was just worried about her. I still am. There's 3 of them now, Freya, her husband, and some other woman who's really pretty. I think it might be her sister because they have the same nose. At first, I just saw the 2 women coming and going.
It was them who cleaned up the house, and they were there when the painters came to sort out the fire damage. They hug a lot. Sometimes Freya cries, but most of the time they're laughing, which makes me feel a bit better. I like the blonde one, she's fun. It's nice to see Freya hanging out with someone. I hated how alone she always was. Then, after a week, I saw him again, his arm in a cast, his other arm around Freya. He kept kissing the top of her head as she pointed out something on the house, and he was nodding, and then she rested her head on his shoulder. I hated how happy she looked. I nearly ran back out there and broke his other arm. I see them go on walks sometimes, hand in hand, looking like something from an advert. She fusses over him a lot, as if he's been the victim in all of this. I nearly didn't come today, but when I saw the house was back up for sale, I knew I was running out of time. Convincing Auntie Jazz to come with me wasn't easy, though. She showed me those photos months ago. I'm good with faces, but she wouldn't have it. She kept saying I was wrong, that she knew the truth, that I should keep out of it. She has to believe me now. I look at my phone. I carry it on me all the time now. It's 6 minutes to 2. She said she'd be here at 2. She better not have bottled it. She kept asking me if I was certain, but I am. I know I'm right. But if we don't act fast, they'll leave, and then we'll never find them. I hear laughter on the street, and I look up. It's them. The 3 of them again. The blonde one is leaning into Freya saying something, and all 3 of them laugh. Freya is carrying that huge basket I sometimes see her with. She's wearing pearls. I've not seen them before. The blonde runs up ahead with a load of bags and opens the door. She goes inside, but Freya and her husband have stopped halfway up the garden path. He's saying something to her, stroking her cheek. I think she's saying sorry, and he's shaking his head and saying something back. I hate him. I hate him so much.
"I'll put the kettle on," the sister shouts out from the house. They follow her in and shut the door, and I look at my phone again. It's nearly 2 o'clock. My aunt is never late. I look up and down the street, and there she is, her silver Mercedes gliding towards me, hardly making a sound. Auntie Jazz has the sickest cars. She's slowing down, probably reading the house numbers and looking for a parking space. I step out of the bushes and wave at her. She doesn't wave back. She looks all serious and worried. She pulls up right outside their house, blocking their drive like she knows them, and looks up at Mount View as she locks the car. "Are you sure this is the right place?" she asks me. I nod. Crikey, he's certainly not short of money, is he? She says that like she lives in a small house, when hers is bigger than this one and even has a pool. We've already talked about how we're going to do this. I said she should do all the talking, that maybe I shouldn't even be there, but she said I had to be, especially when I told her about the fire. She was really angry about me going into a burning house and said she had to tell my mum what was going on, but I begged her not to. It's been bad enough since my parents split up and I moved to London. I'm not having her tell them I've been spying on some stranger's house. She holds out her hand to me and I take it, hoping Hasim doesn't see me standing in his street holding a woman's hand. But my heart is beating so hard it kind of helps. Auntie Jazz must be scared too, because she takes a really long breath, then says, "Let's do this." I've walked up Freya's garden path before, but this time it feels like it's covered in treacle, and their door is miles away. It's really warm today, and my t-shirt is sticking to my back. Auntie Jazz takes off her trench coat, I think it's Burberry,
and places her sunglasses on top of her head before ringing the doorbell. I count to 3, then 4, then 5. I swear my heart is about to fall right out of my mouth while we wait for someone to answer the door. I know they're in, I just saw them all, so this is going to happen today whether I like it or not. The blonde woman answers the door, wiping her hands on a dishcloth like she's been cooking. "Can I help you?" she asks, looking from me to my aunt like we have the wrong house. We must look like a strange pair, me in my scruffy football top
and my aunt in her high heels and perfect makeup. Then I see Freya in the hallway, and she comes running up to us, opening the door wider. "Erin!" she cries. "This is him, Bella, the boy who saved my life. Where have you been? I wanted to thank you." She looks so happy to see me, which just makes me feel worse. I don't know what to say, so I don't say anything. I just run my hands through my hair, which is already damp from how much I'm sweating. I look up at my aunt, who I know is as nervous as I am, but she's hiding it well. "I'm Freya, and this is my sister Bella. Are you Erin's mother?" Freya asks when neither of us say anything. "You must be so proud of him. Honestly, I would have died if it weren't for him. Would you like to come in?" Auntie Jazz clears her throat and pulls herself up so she's standing really straight and tall. "I'm his aunt," she says, peering behind Freya and checking out the house. I don't blame her. I saw the house when I rescued her from her room. It's proper fancy. "Is everything okay?" Freya asks, looking concerned. Bella is still standing there too. I wonder where the man is. "Did your nephew tell you what a hero he is?" I look back down at my feet. I can't look at her kind face anymore. "Are you sure about this?" Auntie asks me. I nod without looking up. "I'm sorry to bother you," she says to Freya. "My name is Jacinta. I'm looking for my fiancé, Jerry Lancaster."
Dr. Jerry Lancaster. Freya's frown deepens. Why does she look so confused? I know he's in there. "Sorry, there's no Jerry here, unless you mean Dr. Thomas Lancaster. That's my husband's colleague." "No, not Thomas, Jerry," my aunt says. "My nephew thinks he lives here." "He does," I mutter. "That guy is her husband, I told you." Auntie is back to looking nervous again. "I have a photo of him," she mumbles, opening her big bag and fishing out her phone. "We were in Cornwall together 3 months ago, after he proposed. We were looking at cottages to buy. I paid the deposit last month, and then he ghosted me." Freya and Bella look at one another, as Auntie holds the phone in her left hand as she scrolls through it, the ring on her finger catching the light. "That ring," Freya says. Auntie beams a wide smile. "Isn't it beautiful? It's vintage. It belonged to my fiancé's grandmother." "No, it didn't," Freya's sister says, stepping forward. "That ring used to belong to our mother." My stomach twists, because I knew it. I knew we were definitely at the right house. Auntie freezes as Freya takes her hand and studies the ring closer. "It has numbers engraved on the inside, doesn't it?" Freya is saying. 200919972. My parents' wedding day. A single tear rolls down my aunt's cheek as she nods, looking from Freya to the ring to me. I look up at her, trying to make a face that says, "I'm sorry," and "I told you so," all at once. She stops scrolling now, her phone showing a photo of her with a handsome man, his strong arm around her shoulder, the two of them grinning into the camera. The same man who's walking towards us right now. "What's going on?" he says. First he notices me, then my aunt, then his face goes pale. I was right. I get out my phone and start recording without anyone noticing. "Dan," Freya says, swinging around to face him. But she doesn't need him to say anything else, because his face says it all. In a matter of seconds, she's worked it all out. Why I hate him, why I'm here, why my aunt has tears streaming down her face. "How many women?" Auntie screams at him, making us all jump. "How many women have you deceived, Jerry? How many of us have you stolen from?" Dan swallows but doesn't answer. Freya is staring up at him, her eyes pleading, begging him to come up with something plausible. But he doesn't. "I knew it," Bella mutters. "I fucking knew it." Freya's face hardens and her jaw tenses. She holds her hand out to my aunt, who takes off her so-called engagement ring and hands it to her. Freya puts it on, takes off her own 2 rings, and places them in the palm of Auntie's hand, closing her fingers around them. "Pawn them," she says quietly, before pushing past us and running out to the front garden. I keep recording, thinking she's going to get into the car and drive off, but she's not. She's kicking at the "for sale" sign, pulling it and shaking it until it becomes loose and falls to the ground. She picks it up, then keeps hitting it against the wall of the house, over and over again, until it splinters into pieces. "How dare you!" she screams, as she marches back up the path towards Dan, her face mottled pink, pointing a sharp piece of wood at him like a dagger.
What was your grand plan? Sell my house, divorce me, and become an instant millionaire? Who else have you done this to? You're going to give us back our money right now, then get the fuck out of our lives before we report you to the police. I keep recording, focusing on Dan's face, which has turned the color of wax. Bella and Auntie look like they want to punch someone, but he hasn't said a word yet. He's just standing there with his head bent low, nodding at what Freya is saying to him. He's not even denying it, the pathetic piece of shit. Holly may have been a murderer, Freya cries, jabbing at him with the piece of wood. But she wasn't lying about you, was she? I should have believed her.
I should have believed my husband's stalker. She looks over our shoulders, pulls us both into the house, and slams the door behind us. Dan is not getting away with this. I have all the evidence I need on my phone. I'm going to destroy the bastard. He may have been able to fool all of them, but he never fooled me. The end.